All right, let's see what's on.
But that's not all. The Switch 2 attaches controllers with electromagnetic technology.
Cool.
4K raw power.
Do you struggle with unexpected movements? Shut up! You may be...
It's been a long time, Gamebird Classic.
Papa?
Sure. What is bothering you, my child?
It's just, tonight's the Nintenbyte Podcast, and I have nothing to wear, and I'm scared.
But child, the Nintenbyte Podcast unleashed a new line of merch, including sick t-shirts.
Really?
Here, I'll show you. Gaze into the power! The future is now. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're unleashing the brand new Nintenbyte Podcast merch.
So rad. Nintenbyte rules.
Introducing the Nintenbyte Podcast shirt. Each shirt is made with 100% farm fresh carrot fibers.
Carrot.
We turned a carrot into a shirt. But that's not all. Presenting the Nintenbyte Piped Glass for all you milk lovers. Nintenbyte offers a variety of merch. And never miss the mark.
I'm Nintendo Prime. I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
So order now while your body is ready.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast Season 2, Episode 21. And oh man, there's a lot going on. As an example, we'll just let you guys know this is the last episode of Season 2. I know, sad. It's a sad day.
Wait, when did we get to season 2? Or was that going from the Nintendo Prime podcast?
21 episodes ago, exactly. 21 episodes ago. Season 2 began when the Nintendo Switch 2 got revealed. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay, never mind. So we're
Season 3 is beginning.
Season 2 with an asterisk. Yeah.
Season 3 is beginning on June 5th, guys. So those who don't know, if you're used to coming every Wednesday for the show, next week the show is actually going to be on Thursday. Why? Because who cares about the Wednesday show when a new system comes out the next day that we've been talking about for years.
Plus, we want to do minute launch stuff. So,
well, I mean,
You should have made the podcast an IRL stream.
You can't tell people that we're abandoning them because we're abandoning them to go to Best Buy and GameStop.
I'm just saying, IRL stream, man.
Oh, there is going to be an IRL stream. That's
so you're going to do that anyways. Okay, cool.
It's just can't do the podcast.
There'll still be content, gamers. Wait, that'd be really funny though. Just set up like chairs and have them.
There's no content. Absolutely none. Anyways, yeah. So next week's going to be in season 3. It's going to be awesome. I have a little surprise for you guys next week. It's going to be wild. Something cooking in the kitchen. That being said, let's go around the room and welcome in our guests. We got 3 of them this week for the first time in a while, going with a 3-pack. We got Mr. Robot Joe.
bang, bang, bang.
What's going on, guys?
Oh, beautiful.
That was perfect. That's what we're talking about. Glad to have you back on, man. It's been a bit.
Thanks for having me back.
For the first time ever, a man I have had drinks with, Mr.
Yes.
Dimitri.
What up? It's an honor to be here. Nintendo Prime, you're one of the OG Nintendo content creators, so this is a very momentous occasion. I am honored, and it was a lot of fun drinking with you.
Yeah, this is how I'm sure it was a lot of fun.
Get you everywhere here, my friend.
I'm sure it was a lot of fun for you. I'm a fun everywhere I go when I'm drinking. That being said, it feels weird to be called like an OG because I didn't start making content until 2017, and when I think of OG like Nintendo YouTubers, I'm thinking of like Nathaniel Bandy and Game Explain.
What with
Like
the blogs and stuff, like what you did with Zelda? Because usually when I think of like OG Nintendo content creators, I think of Joshy, people around that time. So that's what I meant. It goes beyond videos.
I'm not trying to like insult you. What I'm trying to say is, God, I'm old. I'm trying to old, all right? Man, let me feel like there's some youth left in this.
I got arms.
Hey,
I got arms.
When they
I got arms on the Switch.
I didn't want to get kicked out of the bar at 10. I wanted to keep partying, but you know. Boston.
Yeah,
God.
Blame it on Boston.
Boston.
What's up, guys?
They do close surprisingly early.
Yeah, not all of them. Their dive bars are the ones open till 2 a.m. I'm like, dive bar? That's every bar here.
Pretty much.
I think we took advantage of the free drinks. The food was just terrible. Do you have those pretzels?
Yeah, they were. They just couldn't keep up with it.
So I got the pretzel. My problem was I never got my pretzel and cheese. I never got the cheese.
It doesn't matter if you put the cheese on the pretzel. It was still the third worst thing I ever tasted.
They were microwave pretzels. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm well aware of what they are. I buy them for my kids.
And
I bought this from the Nintendo store.
Whoever thought that pizzas this big was a great idea for feeding, a couple hundred people.
A couple hundred people coming in. Let's bring out the pizzas. It's like
they were not. It was like maybe a tortilla.
They were not prepared.
No,
they were not prepared.
Did you guys go to that PAX party the day before? It was at some restaurant.
No.
They had a buffet of free food for PAX attendees consisting of fried pickles.
You're talking about the Howl at the Moon thing? Yeah, I was there. Yeah, that was literally like fried broccoli or like fried cauliflower and like fried pickles. That was it. That was all the food they had. And then you get like a drink. I mean, I was like,
a drink.
That's brutal.
Listen, for them to just be offering it to everybody who's going to PAX, like, because that wasn't just creators, that was like everybody.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Still,
I thought that was the special treatment.
Not even worth a trip. You got treated better going to the Red Bull room as a creator.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Howl at the Moon's just a fun spot to party. If you're in Boston, that's always just a great time, regardless. But anyways, yeah.
Yeah, if I want to spend a lot of money. That's the problem. Partying in Boston's a lot of money.
Partying anywhere.
You haven't been to Wisconsin. You come
here
with
a party in the launch line for the Switch 2.
It's all you need is $100 in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
and I'm not even just talking up here. You can go to Milwaukee and still get away with $100 on the right bar.
I need to go to Milwaukee. I love Milwaukee. It sounds fun. I have a lot of friends there. Anyways,
all right. Enough to talk about the party. Welcome aboard, Wham.
Hi, hello. You all know me. I've been here plenty of times. I'm the Nintendo guy. I'll talk about Nintendo things and stuff and whatever, just like everybody else here. But I do it in a fun, cool green screen way. I have a green screen. Ooh,
Is that thing on the floor underneath your username there?
Yeah. Hang on.
It's a ceiling one.
No, I have it.
Oh, it's right. Fancy.
I've set up like a curtain rod. Hang on, wait.
He just made a video about Mario Party 10, and I got flashbacks just reminded of it.
Yeah, but did you paint your walls green?
No. I live in an apartment. I can't paint nothing.
We still have
I won't get my deposit back.
Yeah.
And also,
I have a whole room. We didn't paint the floor though. That would have been next level.
That would have been
next level, painting the floor. Anyway, think about what Gamebird could do with the videos he makes with us when we shoot our green screen stuff. If I could be literally floating in space.
Yeah, I can't say anymore. Sorry, I can't say anymore. But no, this is something. This is literally. I literally had that same thought last night as I was working at my computer, I'm like, oh man, if only I could have Nate floating in space right now. You'll understand why. You'll understand why very soon. I assure you. You'll be like, I see what.
Giant green screen sheet that can go on the floor if I needed to.
Yeah, I need to do a setup like that as well. I think I have the same green screen as Thunder Stash. Thunder, do you have the Elgato, the pull-up one?
Yep.
I love it. It's a great green screen. I love that it's nice and smooth, no wrinkles, shadows are never an issue. But you're just so limited with like space. You can't do full body. So I need to get up a setup like Flam.
I mean, I just have it's literally just a curtain, and the way I get rid of the wrinkles, well, I just leave it up all the time, but then I just I pull it taut, like I have little clamps so that it pulls it really tight. But then it also lets me it's long enough that it goes on the floor, so it lets me do full body shot.
Yeah. So this one behind me, that one is a pull down one from Elgato. It's really wide and it does go all the way to the floor. Now, not long enough that you can stand on it, right? But you can pretty much do full body with it, which is really cool.
That's cool.
You gotta hang it from your ceiling. That's like kind of the caveat. But
dude, maybe that's the one that I'll look at investing in. Awesome. So I don't have to like set it up, and I could just keep it in here, mount it to the ceiling. But
yeah, and if you ever wanted like a full body with the feet, all you need is one of like those green screen sheets.
Yeah,
you can wrap.
That's what I have. I have a sheet. It's like a nightmare to get out every time. Though.
Yeah, if you guys ever wonder, if you guys watch the Nintendo Prime channel, why you don't see me do a lot of green screen stuff, God, it's a nightmare at times to work with it. It really is.
Yeah, it is.
It's fun. You do some cool shit, but it's such a nightmare.
You're telling me, especially when you're working with 4 different people's green screens and lighting.
I have the worst possible lighting for my green screen. It is so bad. Like, I'll never do green screen work myself until I buy all new lighting for proper green screen work. These ceiling ones, no, there's a lot of shadows. No, I don't like it. Anyways,
I find workarounds. We had shadows on some shots. I'm like, maybe I'll just put a celestial hot dog right there. So
a celestial hot dog? What's that?
The whole crowd is like, what is going on?
Right.
Tune in June 5th.
Oh. But yeah, Gamebird Classic here. Stoked to be here. I've been a busy bird to say the least. Not so much on my channel, but I've been in the bird workshop tinkering. I've been an alchemist for the Nintenbyte podcast, and that's all I'll say for now. But I got a little surprise on the very near horizon.
Is it a celestial hot dog?
You'll be the first to know. You'll be the first to know, my friend.
All right. We got our Spice Lord, Eric Moore here.
Hello.
Surprised you don't go Eric Moore the sock puppet.
I mean,
there you go. There it is. There it is.
There we go.
Then we got Thunder Stash Gaming.
What's up? Very busy. We're all very busy. Everyone's just trying to get their bodies ready. We've been talking about it for a year, how important it is to get your body ready. Make sure you're eating right, not too much sugar. Make sure you're for real. Make sure you're hydrated. Make sure all the house projects are done, right?
He's working on that. He's working on that ebook.
I'm working on that ebook. I talked to Michaela about it. I said,
hell yeah.
They talked about me doing an ebook. I said, I think I could probably pull it off. But for real, all that stuff though, house projects. Hey, you need to get your oil changed? Go get it done. Go get it done. Do it all now.
Yeah,
knock it all out.
Yeah, I got everything. Get the tires balanced. I'm doing that tomorrow.
Yeah, go to the grocery store before. Do everything you can possibly do to minimize interruptions. And also to minimize the interruptions in your head, meaning you don't want to be playing a new game at launch and being like, shit, I have this project I have to do. I totally forgot. You don't want to deal with that. Trust me. Been doing this for a long time. I'm 40. I'm a man.
You're
a man. I'm 40.
Finally. Anyways, we were all laughing at the sugar stuff, guys, because like the last 2 shows he's been pounding in the can. Oh no! It's starting again. It's starting again. I'm a little prepared this time. Although I will say I went grocery shopping today. I went to Costco. They were out of Airheads. They had the section. It said Airhead out. I'm like,
do you think it's because of our podcast?
It has to be.
It has to be.
They're selling out because of our show.
I don't know what else it would be.
Literally, if your Costco's out of Airheads, it's this show. Sorry. We make everyone want Airheads. But I got some candy over here. I got a little something. That being said, I'm only busting it out if Stash makes me jealous. Hasn't happened yet. I'm Nintendo Prime. You guys know what's up. I've got a killer show for you guys today. Only really 2 big topics besides the Q&A, but they're big topics. Really fun stuff to end season 2. And we're not even going to tell you what they are. We're just going to get right into it because we already know who's taking what. So we're going to start off with our first topic, and that is the big one. Because you guys might have heard there's a Nintendo Direct rumor going around that we're going to be getting one either next week or the week after. I'm kind of leaning towards probably the week after. But, that rumor's out there, and it's backed originally by Pedro Henrique Ludalipa, otherwise known as PH Brazil. You guys know him. He's been a fairly reliable insider for a bit now. And he is one of the top gaming reporters out of Brazil. He's worked at all the big Brazilian video game websites. And then that ended up getting backed by Nintenduo, who said they had their own independent sources that had heard the exact same thing. Now, you might go, that sounds a little early in the month. And why is this happening around Summer Game Fest time? That doesn't make any sense. Nintendo doesn't do anything with Summer Game Fest. Oh, they don't, do they? Well, that all changed today as well. Who knew? Nintendo might do something with Summer Game Fest? Yes, they might, because this got dropped today by good old Jeff Keighley.
I can't believe it. Jeffrey got him.
Finally
Jeffrey got him. I can't believe it.
And he got him. You see the Switch 2 logo there, and you might go, well, the Switch 2 logo doesn't mean anything. It could just be third-party games. Hello, do you see the Xbox logo? Do you see the PlayStation logo, the Steam logo? For platforms, it's always the platform logo. Right. And usually when it's on here, it means that they are going to have a trailer or something shown in the actual presentation. And Xbox usually uses it to tease, like, hey, their Xbox showcase, see more at the Xbox showcase, but here's a first look. That's what usually they do. Ubisoft used to do that too. Ubisoft does not have an event announced right now, but I don't even know if are they on the list this year? I'm kind of glancing. They're usually
the first time Nintendo has been to Summer Game Fest
right here. So if they're not on this list, maybe.
Yeah, they could be on the next round. This is round one. Right. But yeah, so Dimitri, to answer your question, this is, the very first time they've been an official partner of Summer Game Fest.
And I also heard they were going to Gamescom. So correct me if I'm wrong, but was the last time they were at Gamescom like in 2017?
2023.
Oh, it's 2023.
Yeah, they were. I would say it was recent.
That's when they were rumored to show off Breath of the Wild for the Switch too.
For the 4K Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
And stuff
like that. Nintendo's a little bit notorious for not really going to these sort of events. They weren't at PAX East.
They go to PAX West every single year, but
I mean, it's in Seattle. It's like right next door to Redmond, so it makes sense.
But so the big thing here is obviously that Nintendo's never been an official partner of Summer Game Fest, and yet Switch logos have appeared in the past. So this isn't about third party. Now, there is a note here that there are sometimes people that are on these lists that they're just putting ads.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, because they do that even though everyone's like, oh, Game Awards, they're going to drop something. It's going to happen. Doug Bowser's here. They just put a fucking ad. They just put a fucking 30-second reel every day.
Nintendo Switch 2 has games.
Besides character reveals, they did some Bayonetta 3 stuff. They've done some Fire Emblem stuff there. But anyways, that's all in the past, because we're not talking about the Game Awards. This is Summer Game Fest. Nintendo's
it's a Jeff Keighley event, so that's why I thought.
Yeah, they've never officially been part of it in the past. So what's cool about this is I did a little digging, and this isn't an exact science, but because it says round 1. So I went through the last 3 Summer Game Fest and went with what round 1 was, round 2, round 3. And from near as I could tell, every single partner announced in round 1 showed a game trailer at the event.
Oh, wow.
Not an exact science, but a lot of the ones that did just ads, like general ads, were in round 2 and 3. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. What I will say is, bare minimum, this is the first time they've ever been an official partner. So before we go into predicting the Nintendo Direct, which we're doing it now just in case, what if it is crazy? What if it is next week? Right? So we got to do it now. Let's just go around quick. One game or one thing or one whatever do we think Nintendo's going to show at Summer Game Fest? Since that's probably going to happen before the Direct.
Do we think it's new?
It's up to you. Could be new. Could be
you, dude.
Yeah.
I think we get new stuff of games that we already know at Summer Games Fest, and then I think they hold that brand new IP or like one more thing for the Direct. And I think it might honestly, because of the anniversary of Splatoon, and maybe this is Copium, Splatoon 4.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Splatoon 4.
It's pretty safe. I feel like it's really safe, but it's like
also not because it's Nintendo.
Yeah.
Who the hell knows?
That's true. Yeah, exactly right. It's safe, but it isn't.
I don't know that that's safe. I think that's a pretty ballsy. I mean, it's Summer Games Fest. First time there. Did they release a brand new like staple IP game at Summer Games Fest?
Well, that's what I was saying. I'm saying Splatoon is the one more thing for the Direct, and the new. They're gonna give us like I think we get like new Bonanza footage, like because we've only gotten like the one trailer at Summer Games Fest. I feel like they're gonna be like Diddy Kong's here because they already redesigned him, so they're gonna be like Diddy Kong's in Bonanza now. You know. Anyway,
You think he's gonna be playable?
I got you.
Playable? I don't know, but I could see it being like when they do like the power up pass off type thing, kind of how they do in Kirby, where it's like, oh, you're playing as Diddy Kong now, but it's for this one little mini game section thing, it'll be like little Diddy Kong mini games. You know what I'm talking about?
That's an interesting idea.
But anyways, I think we get more of what we know, or we get more stuff we don't know that we do know at Summer Games Fest, and I think they're saving the big things for the Direct. But that's
and we'll get to the Direct predictions after this.
Yeah, of course.
Dimitri, one thing you think Nintendo's going to do at Summer Game Fest?
Nintendo Switch Sports 2. No, I'm just kidding. That is something for the Direct, I would think. But I'm tending to agree with Favlam about them just showing stuff we already know. Maybe a full-on reveal trailer for Kirby Air Riders, considering that that's releasing this year. I don't think they're going to do anything Pokemon related because they already announced a Pokemon Presents.
Yeah, that's going to have its own
thing. With that being said, I don't really think they're going to announce something major, more Bonanza footage, maybe more of Kirby Air Riders, but I'm leaning more towards they're going to reveal more about Bonanza, or it just could be something like, I mean, it's a possibility, but it could just be Nintendo being there to showcase the Nintendo Switch 2 and stuff that's already out. Because they've done that before. They did that at PAX East back in 2024, where it was literally just Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Because sometimes Nintendo doesn't take these events seriously.
Well, to be fair, PAX East is not a showcase for new games. It's just, it's a convention. That being said.
Mostly indie games, but I get what you mean, where it's not usually games from major publishers.
Yeah, like there was Night Rain there this year, but in the end, like those events are not the same. Like this event exists for game announcements. Like that's the entire point of its existence.
I mean, it's a replacement for E3.
Yeah, that's what it's attempting to do, and it does have an in-person demo thing, which would be crazy if Nintendo has in-person demos also at the Days of Play stuff. That's gonna be wild because I'm out there. Damn it. Nintendo, you're going to start doing this stuff ahead of time, so I plan to go to these things.
It's in LA, right? Like with the same theater they do the Game Awards, the Panasonic or whatever. Or
Yep. Yeah. Let's go to Mr. Robot Joe. What's your one prediction?
I honestly have to echo the same. I think just show off stuff that's
guys are
Donkey
boring.
Kong, maybe some Hyrule Warriors, and then
just boring.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
think for the
such a good take.
We might
just being realistic.
If
I think we could get some,
he was the one that went first.
I think we could get another round of Switch 2 upgrades in the Direct. I think we could see Smash Brothers, maybe like a.
Let's take a pause. We're not to the Direct prediction.
Oh, okay. Summer Games Fest still. Yeah, I don't know. Just Donkey Kong, maybe.
Donkey Kong, got it. There we go. Bonanza, good. Game Bird, come on, we gotta go.
All right, listen.
I'm trying to entertain over here.
I'm known for going balls to the wall with some of my predictions. I'm saving that for the direct, but I will give you a more specific prediction for Summer Games Fest. I do agree with our guest today that I don't think Nintendo's going to make any massive first party announcement that we have no clue of. I don't think we're going to see the next 3D Mario at Summer Games Fest, but
Bob's like, God damn it, somebody say something.
I do think we will get the release date trailer for Metroid Prime 4. I think Summer Games Fest is a great spot, a great avenue, just like the Game Awards. For
see that like a date.
I think Nintendo wants to get it in front of a more mainstream and widespread audience.
Yeah.
They've already shown it off at a number of directs. They've already had it at the Nintendo Fan Experience. It's time to put it on a stage that caters to a wider array of gamers outside of just people who watch directs. I think that's actually brilliant. For it.
That's brilliant. I didn't even think about that. I think Nintendo's kind of fumbling with marketing of Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Like they're just not doing enough with it.
I think it's because they're still working on it, low key, but that's just me.
So
Jeff Keighley's gonna come out and play the damn wheelchair game. And he's gonna play it live on stage with the Joy-Con mouses, and Jeff Keighley's gonna be like, "This is the best thing. This is game of the year right here, guys."
He's actually gonna be eating a Celestial hot dog in one hand and playing the game with the other.
That's what he does.
Yep.
But yeah,
that's my boy Jeff.
Not as wild as you were hoping for, Prime, but still, I think we're gonna get a release date. I think we're gonna find out when that game's coming out. We're gonna see something from that game that looks more than just like, oh yeah, this looks like Prime 1, 2, and 3.
I think that's a fair prediction. That's a very fair prediction.
You guys, this game announcement's gonna be amazing.
Yeah.
So what is happening, Eric?
Yeah. We're gonna get snowboard kids for NSO. I'm kidding.
Finally, I've been waiting for that.
We've all been waiting for it.
I want to see what with Bluey.
No, let's go with Luigi's Mansion 4. Hell yeah.
Eric, if they do that, I will say, oh, you know what I didn't get from you, Prime? I didn't get the picture. I just remembered that from our bet. I would say, Eric, if they drop Luigi's Mansion 4, I'll buy you a new vacuum.
Hell yeah.
New vacuum.
I feel like it's fitting.
A backpack? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Poltergeist.
It's got to be functional. Right? Yeah. It's got to be functional.
It's got to be like an old.
Hey, I got to give Eric credit. Finally, somebody went on the wild side over here. It's what I like to see. Because, guys,
this is huge.
Here's the thing. I didn't want to mention this because I was hoping everyone would just maybe consider this. I don't know. It's probably a direct announcement, to be fair, but Pokemon's not the November game.
Yeah, October. Yeah, I found that.
I thought it was a for November. So that means Nintendo
no way
else cooking for November.
Dude, me and Stash Man have been on the same page for the last number of podcasts. We think there's a secret big holiday game for Switch 2.
Yeah, it sounds like you're right.
Yeah, but
I don't think we get it in summer, though. I think we get it in the direct.
Watch, it's not secret. It's Kirby Air Riders.
Yeah, I think we'll hear it. We'll discuss it more during the direct predictions.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't know. Eric just dropped LM4. That could be it. It's a big seller.
That's pretty wild. To be fair,
amazing to see.
But I think we're going to be seeing the most Nintendo logos on third-party games we've ever seen at one of these events. So, like, even if we don't get that big thing, we're going to be having a Nintendo blowout period.
Yeah, right. I was going to say, thinking about not seeing Ubisoft there, if Ubisoft is at Summer Games Fest, maybe Nintendo shows off Mario and Rabbids 3. I can definitely see that be a Summer Games Fest announcement.
Unfortunately, as amazing as that would be, I gotta say, Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope is one of the most slept on Mario games. It's one of my favorites.
Super underrated. Yeah,
it's so underrated.
But I just
unfortunately, the director of the game, he left Ubisoft, so I'm not sure if that's likely. But that would be an amazing announcement, and it makes sense. I would love that so much.
Yeah.
Or what they could do is like a Nintendo Switch 2 edition, which increases the frame rate. Maybe they could do both.
So they said, Yves Guillemot said that they felt they made a mistake putting Sparks of Hope on Switch.
Oh,
they should listen to Nintendo. Yeah, Nintendo. He said Nintendo's advice was they should wait
Wow.
They should just do one per generation. And they didn't, and it sold significantly worse than the last one.
Yeah.
And so what he said was,
Wow.
before Switch 2 was even announced, that they were planning to basically re-release it on Switch 2.
Okay.
Like,
Wow. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Here's another thing with that game, though. Do you guys know that Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle is like always discounted? I think
Spark
people
of
got
Hope is
used
like
to
15,
that,
20
and they
bucks.
just did not want to get the game for $60. So that's why initially the
Yeah, they
sales
waited.
weren't that good.
Yep.
Easily could be a sleeper hit, though.
It's what everybody does with Ubisoft. They're like,
Yeah, it's
"I'll
like a
just wait month."
combination of 3D Mario and a Mario RPG. It's incredible.
Based on you guys' commentary, this might sound like a hot take. Kingdom Battle is just a better game.
It is a better game. I like the setting of Spark of Hope better, but I think Kingdom Battle is more it feels better.
Kingdom Battle was definitely more novel, but Sparks of Hope I just find to be a much better game, especially with the voice acting.
Yeah, I just think
gosh,
it makes
Rabbid
sense now you're
Mario's
saying
hilarious.
they wanted to wait for the Switch 2 for that. That makes so much sense now.
Yeah, and Nintendo gave them that advice. Saying
That's crazy. Wow, I
this
never
feels
heard
like
that.
It could be a one-gen game. We have a lot of experience with these one-gen games. There's only select IPs that we do multiple per gen. So like,
if I was Ubisoft, I would have came back. Well, then get your goddamn next gen out, so we can actually put it out.
Yeah, well, that's a different story. This is during COVID, man. So
I realize that, but still.
All right, Stash Man, what's your prediction for Summer Game Fest?
So, I thought about this earlier today, and I got online, and I went to go double check what the release date is for the Metroid Prime book that's coming out. And it's the release date's June 24th now. And I've long since suspected that book is tied to the release of Metroid Prime 2 and 3. Now, after going to the Switch 2 experience and playing Metroid Prime, I would say after playing for 5 minutes, maybe, I said to Michaela, I'm like, I have an idea. This is legit why Metroid Prime 2 and 3 haven't been announced yet. They're coming to Switch 2 with mouse mode, because the mode is so good that this is like the definitive way to play Metroid Prime. It feels like an evolution of the Wiimote. So my prediction, I could say it for the Direct, I could say it for this, but maybe Summer Game Fest, because we all know that Metroid needs a wider audience. And Summer Game Fest would be the place for it. It would be a better place than a Nintendo Direct, where they're just streaming information direct to Nintendo fans that haven't really been buying the Metroid Prime games, right? I think you got to hit that wider audience. Summer Game Fest would be a good opportunity. And I don't know, these wouldn't be like huge announcements. Yeah. It's not like a brand new game coming, right? But I think that's coming.
Packaged? Like a
possibly, man. Like there's a couple of avenues
like
I've kind of, yes, like it could be a package. If you think about it, though, Metroid Prime Remastered is going to get the mouse Joy-Con treatment as well.
Right.
I fully expect it, and that's already out as a standalone release. Yeah. So do we get a 2 and 3 pack? Do we get both of them released by themselves, or do we get a Metroid Prime trilogy? If you really want to not only provide value to fans, but get people to actually play Metroid, you give them a deal that they can't refuse, a deal that's so good.
They kind of did something similar with Pikmin before Pikmin 4 released.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah.
I have the physical. And look at the numbers Pikmin 4 did, right? It literally took Pikmin into a completely new stratosphere, right? Like Pikmin's a seller now. Prior to wasn't. Yeah, it was a huge seller. So again, there's so many things that went right during the Switch generation that Nintendo can now apply to Switch 2 that we've talked about on this podcast, like making Mario Kart the evergreen title. the driver for all the other IP. Releasing a new game? Perfect. Let's get a cup for that in Mario Kart. Let's put a Metroid Cup in Mario Kart. Or let's put something like this.
Do that? Where it's going to be third or like other Nintendo franchises?
Other Nintendo IP?
Moving away from that.
Well, we'll see. I mean, they just did it, right? So they just did it with Mario Kart 8 DX with the DLC. I don't think it's going to be right off the bat. But again, you're putting Mario Kart World into the hands of the majority, 70%, right? It's a 70-30 split, 70% bundles, 30% non-bundles. There's a reason why you want Mario Kart in everyone's hands, and I think it is a advertising tool for Nintendo's other IP. Like, it's going to act as that as well. And again, I think the reason we see that is because of the successes of Mario Kart 8 DX, because it was so damn successful. The DLC was so successful. And not only does it help Mario Kart sales, but obviously it's a driver for these other IPs. Other IPs are now benefiting. And we've talked about this with Smash. Same thing. When you put characters in Smash from other Nintendo IP, it piques people's interest and they say, who's this character? What game are they from? And I'm talking about the casual gamer, not us, right? But the casual gamer, they're asking questions now. Who's this character from? What game is this? Should I check it out? They go online, they see reviews. Oh, wow, this reviewed really well. Maybe I should go play it. That's the whole point. So if you can emulate that twice and do it with not only Smash, but with Mario Kart, that's how you grow all of these IPs. So we talk about Metroid till we're blue in the face, and we're not going to today. I'm going to move on from this, but I would just say that Metroid needs all the help it can get. And so Summer Game Fest would be a great platform for it.
Okay. You guys.
Yeah.
Everyone is so safe. Everyone is so safe right now. Like, you guys have no faith that Nintendo is going to take advantage of one of the largest marketing events of the year.
Correct.
It's correct. That's absolutely fine. Here's the thing. I was going to go with the super, super lame one. And then you guys all went lame. No offense. Eric,
screw you.
I like that one.
What if it's just more Pokemon Legends Zaza stuff?
No. And even if let's just say as an example, even if we're going to go with something that like, oh, it's already announced, they're going to show it again, then I'll go with Dustblood. If that's the route you want to go.
Ooh, there you go.
Why don't we see more of the game from software that fits with the audience that Summer Game Fest is catering to?
I mean, there is that.
True.
And that could, we actually saw some of that game. So clearly it's in some sort of state that they could show more of it if they want. So that would be sick, especially with Night Rain coming up. It'd be maybe a great way to like cross the road. Yeah. That being said, that's not what I want to go with now because you guys made it lame. And I was going to say, like, oh, Nintendo's just going to do like an ad and call it a day. But you know what? Fuck all of you. Now I got to go big because no one else is going big but Eric, and I can't leave him hanging. Okay? Luigi's Mansion 4, great fucking prediction. But here's what's going to happen. This hurts me because this goes against everything I've been saying about this game. They're going to show 3D Mario.
Really?
Wow. I have been of mind. Oh, I know, crazy. I've been of mind. 3D Mario's in September, right? It's the 40th anniversary. I don't think it's coming out till next year. DK Bonanza's coming out. They can't show it before DK Bonanza. Can they? No, they can't do that. Yeah, but see, they show it at this event, which probably was not my original prediction, but fuck it. Now it is. So we got to have fun with it. So, but it's going to overshadow DK Bonanza. No, because when they're showing the 3D Mario, there's a small section where DK is running in the background from DK Bonanza, showing that these games are actually interlinked together.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
And
that's insane.
Yeah, I'll tell you another thing.
Are you mental?
No, because guess what? Guess what?
Wayne's World? Anyone?
To this.
The last time Mario came up at a Jeff Keighley event was the Game Awards last year when Astrobot who won Game of the Year, said it out loud that they had to thank the Mario franchise for their ability to even make the game they did. Awesome. Cool. Now it's time for Mario to go to a Jeff Keighley event and remind everyone who the real king of 3D platformers is. Now, look, this was not where I was going to go with this, but you know what? Nobody else is willing to do it. They're all saving the big things for the Direct. Well, I'm telling you, they can show this now because they don't have to show it in the Direct because it's still not going to come out till next year. Anyways.
When you brought that up,
you want to be realistic, Metroid, the what I was going to say was Gamebird, the Metroid Prime 4 thing. There's not a release date yet.
Yeah.
They could drop a full trailer and do a release date kind of thing and just get that out of the way. Because, we've already seen it a couple of times now. They keep teasing it on Nintendo Today as well. So, but, I was trying to like, someone's got to have some fun. There's no point to even bring up the Summer Game Fest thing. We're not going to have fun with it. We're all just going to be like, you can show stuff. They already do like they already do every fucking day.
Listen,
if Nintendo Today, it's got to be bigger than that.
If we had more than one prediction for this, I'd get all sorts of freaky. But
gotta be boring.
We only got one. Yeah.
Now, when you brought that up, Nintendo Prime, were you referring to when Kit and Krista said that they thought the next 3D Mario would be a Mario Donkey Kong crossover?
No, it wasn't a reference to that. I was just trying to find a way for it not to overshadow Bonanza.
I mean, it'd be interesting, but in all seriousness, I mean,
with it if DK's in it,
I just hope that Bonanza gets as much attention as it deserves because Donkey Kong has been dormant for years, and it's one of my favorite franchises, second behind Mario, and I just want this game to get as much attention as possible. And I actually feel like, with Mario Kart World, that is going to be like the number one title people are interested in, but Bonanza is very, very, very close. Like, if you look at Uncle Al's Kong Watch series, it's getting a ton of views. People are very excited for it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Andres Restart's doing tons of coverage of the game, and all those videos are blowing up. I'm really happy to see that happen. I cover DK Bonanza. No one watches. It's life. That's all right. I didn't catch the DK wave yet. Oh, it's coming.
That was next time.
See, what I got to do is that. You know what the problem is? I don't have a DK suit. I got to buy a DK
man.
Costume, and I got to dress up. If I dress the part, I will pop off. That's what I'm missing. All right, I'm going to Amazon right now. I'm going to Amazon to look up a DK onesie. Let's get to the Nintendo Direct predictions because first off, getting into the Direct prediction part, is there any of you that think it's happening next week? Because the rumors next week or the week after?
I don't. I think it's the week after.
No,
I think it's the week after.
If it's next week, it's gonna be Friday. Actually, no, wait.
Friday is the Summer's Games Fest.
Oh, no, actually. Sunday.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my thing. Here's my thing. Actually, sorry. Let me take it back. I was talking to my buddy Numbnexus about this. And if we go back, haven't they done directs like the day before in the past? Like the day before release? Or am I crazy? Because we were like talking about it. We thought we saw like at least, let me see, hang on. Nintendo, like when did Switch?
I don't think they've ever done anything like that for the Nintendo Switch.
Oh,
they might have when they started off directs, but those directs were not a similar caliber.
Are you looking up all the dates?
I know that we have Summer Games
them
Fest on a Friday. We have the Microsoft showcase on Sunday.
Yeah.
We have launch day for Switch 2. Nintendo usually doesn't like to throw their big presentations in the middle of everything. They don't want their stuff to get overshadowed. It's usually Sony that will be like, oh, there's a Nintendo Direct that day. Let's drop a PlayStation showcase an hour afterwards. But Nintendo usually plans their stuff outside. That's why I think it'll be the week after.
So I have a theory on as far as what the date's going to be. Yeah, I don't think it's launch week. Historically, we can go back many, many years, guys. We can go back to the early 2000s. Okay. E3. Xbox always has their showcase on Sunday. Nintendo follows it up on Monday. I think we would get a direct after the Xbox showcase that's on Sunday. So I think you will probably see one maybe on that Tuesday. But I think it's going to be after the Xbox Direct because Xbox has a lot of stuff I think, to show that is going to obviously affect Switch 2.
I 100% agree with
Yeah, we're
Stash.
sticking with the same E3 schedule. It's just we don't have the E3 branding.
Okay. So we're pretty much mostly in agreement that it's going to be the week after.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I always felt made the most sense when Brazil brought it up. I was like, well, launch week with Summer Game Fest a bit tough, but after Sunday, there's lots of free space in there to do something. And if they're an official partner of Summer Game Fest, it could even be one of those things that it's part of Summer Game Fest because Jeff Keighley claims it like he does to every event that happens around that time. But also they're an official partner now, so maybe it is a thing. Maybe they do want to have it tied. Heck, maybe it even gets announced at Summer Game Fest where they say, hey, whatever game we're showing off, see more of it at next week's Nintendo Direct, blah, blah, blah. That would be sick. Anyways, okay. So we're all kind of in agreement when it was going to happen. I just figured I'd bring it up because I'm like, it is kind of wild to think it would be launch week. But Nintendo's got Furukawa and he's built different. He did two things at once. We got the third party Direct and the Indie World at the exact same time.
Oh my God.
A week after we got the Direct for the dang museum. What is going on? Like, he's a wild man. So I'm not going to put anything by him. Next thing you know, the Direct's the same damn day as... Dude, can you imagine if he does the Direct the same day as the release of Switch 2? And I'm like, what are we doing? I'm in the Switch 2 live stream, and hey, guys, we got to watch a Direct now.
People are lined up outside of GameStop to get their Switch 2, camping out to try and snap day one, watching the Direct.
Oh, that would be wild.
Then feeling even greater disappointment when they are out of stock. They're too far back in the line.
Oh my God, you see what they just announced? The line just triples in size.
Yeah.
They showed the news.
It's coming, guys.
Anyways, all right. So let's get to the actual predictions. You can predict as much or as little as you want. I really don't care. You can go third party, you can go indie, first party, all that good jazz. Let's see. We started at the bottom, I think, last time. Yeah. Actually, we probably started with Favlam. I think
I just kind of started yapping. I'll wait till the end.
Yeah, you're last now, buddy.
All right.
Let's have Eric go first before everyone takes their games.
Is it sad that I want to do the exact same thing as what I did for Summer
More
Game?
Luigi's Mansion 4, baby.
4.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's here, baby.
And I still need to talk it into existence. Snowboard Kids for NSO. So
NSO
I gotta keep talking it. Gotta keep talking it into existence. So, man, yeah, I mean, outside of what they don't show at Summer Game Fest is what's going to be here. I doubt that they're going to show the same thing at both of them. So, whether it's Metroid Prime 4 at Summer Game Fest, and then, probably won't show it here at the Direct, but, there's plenty of stuff that we still have yet to know on what's on Nintendo's plate. So, and there's, how many, rumors of ports and remasters and things like that are still out there that we have no clue on. So I could see a whole bunch of different things with this Direct going any which direction. So I have a feeling it's going to be big because it's going to be the first one of Switch 2 though. So.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Short and sweet.
In other words, banger after banger after banger.
Yeah.
In other words, the greatest Nintendo Direct of all time, baby. Woo woo. All right. All right, Eric.
Don't ever do that again.
No, I will do what I want.
Whatever. I do what I want.
No. Nintendo Prime, bitch.
That too. Screw you guys. I'm going home.
All right. Let's go. Okay, let's go to one of our guests, Mr. Robot Joe.
Yeah, I actually think it's going to be a lot better than the Switch 2 reveal Direct presentation. I think it's going to be more exciting. I think we get a second round of Switch 2 upgrades, not like the free Switch games that are getting upgrades. I think official Switch 2. I think we get a Smash Brothers one. I think that would hold us over until maybe Kirby Air Ride or some kind of Sakurai something. Maybe with all the DLC. I think that could be a possibility. Splatoon 3 upgrade with mouse controls and all that good stuff. Maybe an official. I don't really follow Splatoon like that, but maybe some DLC packed in or something. But and then I think we're gonna get some weird Japanese only like DS games bringing stateside, and I think I've seen like a trademark for some kind of game recently. Some kind of like
Mother 3. There it is.
Oh my god!
There
Don't
we
get
go.
me started. That would be insane.
It's
But
finally
yeah,
coming.
some weird. I think we get some weird announcements that we don't expect. Like, oh my god, this is a game that only released in Japan on the DS, and now it's getting a remake or something. And then I don't know what it makes sense for Nintendo to do, because Mario's eventually getting announced for the 40th anniversary or something. But I'm trying to think of franchises. Maybe actually Star Fox or Kid Icarus with mouse controls. I can't imagine. I think we might see something like that. Maybe a new F-Zero. Or I think there's going to be a weird wild card where it's like, we didn't see this on the Switch at all. I was talking to some people, some of my subscribers, about like, no Kid Icarus, no Star Fox, no this. And then they were like, yeah, it's probably because Nintendo knew they were going to do mouse controls for the Switch 2 5 years ago. And they thought, we'll just wait to the next generation. And yeah, I think that's what we're going to get. One of those. If I had to guess, any of them, probably Star Fox, but I would like to see Kid Icarus with the mouse controls. And that's it.
Okay. That's fair.
Fire.
Let's go to the bird is the word.
All right. I think this is going to be a banger. I think the next direct is going to be badass.
Certified hood classic.
Absolutely. Where do I start? Okay. Let's start with some obvious ones, kind of to echo Robot Joe. I do think we'll see some more Switch upgrades, enhancements like that. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more third-party stuff that's already out on other platforms, whether it's Red Dead Redemption 2 or Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, games like that. You know, maybe the Dragon Age Veilguard or Clair Obscure, Metaphor Refantasio. Some of the big games that are on other platforms that those companies are going to want to get on Switch 2 as soon as possible, while the hype is at an all-time high. As far as new things, I think we'll get a release date trailer for the new Hyrule Warriors, and see some new gameplay, a little bit of a deeper dive on that one. Because I do think that game is going to be demoed later in the year at probably like PAX West or something. I know that they demoed in the past Echoes of Wisdom at PAX West. Brand new things. I'm gonna go balls to the wall with this one. I predicted this for the Switch 2 reveal direct. A new Star Fox game. I think we're going to see a new vision for Star Fox. It's not going to be just another Star Fox 64 re-release. I think they realize like they have a great IP that they just need to reinvent and kind of modernize and not let it be held back by the 64. And I say that with all the love for Star Fox 64. I think it's time for Fire Emblem to make its appearance. I think Fire Emblem is a very strong contender for the Nintendo Direct. Another third party. This is a very specific prediction. I don't know why, but I just have like a gut feeling. I think we might see the next Suda51 / Grasshopper Studios game at the Nintendo Direct. I don't know why. Suda's been there for all the Nintendo consoles. Big support on the Wii. He supported the Switch. He's a big Nintendo fan. He loves when there's like new control types and innovations added to hardware. I see him having fun with the mouse mode, whatever he decides to come up with. Whether it's not going to be No More Heroes. He's already stated that the next No More Heroes is, you know, if not impossible, a really, really long ways away. But I think Suda51's next game is a strong possibility. I think, oh man, I'm struggling with this one because I'm not sure if it'll be Microsoft or Nintendo, but Silksong release date trailer, like the final trailer for
Silksong.
Yeah.
I think it's a possibility. And then I think the big one, man, I've said this maybe 3 shows now. I think Stash and I are on the same page on this one. We'll find out when Stash goes, but I'm not ruling out Mario, the next 3D Mario, being the big holiday game this year. I know most people don't think it's happening. I would not be surprised. I do not think it's an impossibility. I don't think that DK Bonanza in any way interferes or is a conflict of interest. And I think Nintendo, they may have been saving this one. They've already got Mario Kart for the initial hype to do that first huge push. I think they've been holding this one tight. I think it might be ready to be shown at this direct. It's the big one more thing, and it's coming out this holiday. And I think that's setting them up for one of the strongest opening years of Nintendo hardware ever.
Okay. Pretty good. All right, let's go to one of our guests here, Demeech.
All right. Well, I got 4 predictions, 1 third party we're going to start off with. I think Pac-Man World 2 repack might be coming. I say might because they just had like a 45th anniversary thing where they posted about it, but they haven't really revealed anything. They could just be doing that Shadow Labyrinth thing to celebrate, but I think there might be a possibility. It's definitely a game that resonates with a lot of Nintendo fans. Be cool to see.
Yep.
I also think that for my 3 predictions for first-party games, there's going to be one that's safe, one that's like a wild card, and then one that's like the one more thing. Because that's kind of how it was in the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct in April, where Mario Kart, yeah, that was a safe bet. I mean, we knew about the game first when the Switch 2 was revealed. Then with Donkey Kong Bonanza, that was a little more out of left field. As for wild card, I would say maybe Dragon Drive, but that's a new IP. So we're going to start off with the safe bet. Everybody's thinking about 3D Mario as the Christmas title or holiday title this year. I'm willing to say that it is 3D Mario. We're probably going to get that in a September Direct to coincide with the 40th anniversary. But Animal Crossing, I think it's time. You make a sequel to the best-selling game on the Nintendo Switch. It only makes sense to make a sequel to the second best-selling game. And it's been 5 years since.
Yeah.
That's true. Or I could even see them doing like a Switch 2 edition.
Yeah.
See, the thing with Nintendo Switch 2 editions is I feel like they're okay in certain circumstances, like with Super Mario Party Jamboree, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Yeah. If they're games that aren't like a once-per-generation thing. But I honestly think that it's time for Animal Crossing. Next one, this one's going to be really weird, but I want to just predict it into existence. Game & Watch Gallery 5, but it'll be called Game & Watch Gallery Museum or Game & Watch Museum, where it'll have every Game & Watch game, including remakes and original versions of them.
Wow.
That's cool.
That's cool.
That will also be on Nintendo Switch, not just Switch 2. And then my final prediction, and this could be a conflict of interest considering we're getting Mario Kart World and we're also getting Kirby Air Riders. I think that it's time for a new F-Zero. Nintendo's really been hyping up the series. Did you guys notice they did that with Donkey Kong?
Mm-hmm.
They started off with the movie. Then they brought the games to Nintendo Switch Online. They promoted the hell out of Donkey Kong Country Returns HD.
Yeah, they
and
did. Oh, God.
Yeah, and of course the theme park.
Yeah,
F-Zero does not have a theme park.
That's definitely a pattern for sure.
I think it's time. And just could you guys imagine how amazing a new F-Zero game would look on Switch 2?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because I feel like with the Nintendo Switch 2, and this might be a hot take, they really haven't had a first-party game that's like besides Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, that's like a full showcase of realistic-looking graphics, just showcasing the full potential of what the Nintendo Switch 2 can do. Because games like Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bonanza look great. More so Bonanza, I think that looks better. But they go for a very cartoony art style, which is great. But at the same time, they want to impress with something more realistic looking. And F-Zero would definitely be that.
Yeah.
Totally. real quick before we jump to the next person, I left one of my notes. That's one of my predictions. I skipped over. I just wanted to throw out there real quick because I think it's a solid one. Platinum. I imagine we'll see some platinum representation. I know they're working on Ninja Gaiden 4. That, as far as I'm aware, that has not been announced for Switch 2. So I think that's going to be announced for Switch 2. But on top of that, I would not be surprised to see a new Astral Chain or a new original title from Platinum. I don't think Bayonetta's coming yet. I know the creator left. I don't think that means Bayonetta's dead. You know, oftentimes studios will move on without their creators. You know, we saw what Konami did with Metal Gear Solid after Kojima left. Was that Metal Gear Survive, the zombie multiplayer? Yikes. But anyways, platinum representation. Specifically, I think we'll see Ninja Gaiden 4 and something new from them.
I did have one more to throw in there. I think that Mario Kart World will get announcement of free DLC. They're probably going to do a thing where they update the game to coincide with other games. Like with Diddy Kong, for example, they might have him in Mario Kart World when Donkey Kong Bonanza releases. I feel that's the direction they're going to go with it.
I see.
Kind of like Splatoon.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll go next. I was just looking at the order we're doing. We know Vlam is last, so I mean,
I got my notes ready. Damn it! I got every single game ready.
So
I'm good Lord, Steve.
Oh yeah, Steve always has like the longest.
Moving a bullet point for Christ's sakes.
I love when Steve goes. I love when Steve goes. So here's the thing. I'm not going to go over every possible thing because I already know that Vlam and Steve are going to have pretty long lists. I literally knew this coming into this topic. So, and that's fine. We have a hell of a show. We got some great Q&A questions that have come in, and it's only going to get, I mean, we talk about Pokemon. That's going to come up during our Q&A for sure because we had all that break today. So what I actually want to focus on here is the 6 games. Focus on 6 games here. Most of them are first party, a couple third parties. So we'll go from my bottom to the top here. So Kirby Air Riders trailer with a release date. I think it's just inevitable. I think it might even come out before the end of summer. We'll see. Kind of wild because Mario Kart is also summer, but we'll see what happens with that. It is coming out the same year, so what's the point of waiting 6 months? Like, it's not going to be the December game. So Metro Prime 4 trailer and release date. I think we get that here. I originally thought it was going to be October. Now I don't think it's going to be October. So we'll see. We'll see when they decide to do Metro Prime 4. I think we're going to a Final Fantasy VII Remake release date. Because we don't have one yet, and that's this year. But I think immediately following that release date drop, they're going to drop a new trailer for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth 2026. Just let people know, hey, this is only the beginning. The next one's coming. They've already sort of teased it in interviews, saying the whole series is coming. But, hey, get the announcement out there. Keep people hyped. Let them know this isn't a one-off. I think it's a good idea. That's a third-party one. Another third-party one, we've already went into it. Mario plus Rabbids, except it's going to be a combo pack for a Switch 2 edition announcement from Ubisoft. Probably coming out later this year. I think it's going to be a later this year release. They might even do it like in October, the same month as Pokemon, because Mario, but they're two like very different games. So they might think they can get some holiday sales there, and Ubisoft needs all the sales they can get. So positioning something as a holiday release exclusive on Nintendo would potentially do well for them. And there might be a lot of day one or year one adopters of Switch 2 that never got one or both of those games. So they might feel it's a good value. If you're getting 2 games for like $60, $70, it might work for it there. Luigi's Mansion 4. I think this is announced towards the end of the direct, not the final announcement, the second to last announcement. Luigi's Mansion 4 ends up being the big holiday game. This is why when Eric brought it up for Summer Game, I'm like, God damn it, that's why like my huge direct prediction. Like, that's the big holiday game. I just think, it comes after the 40th anniversary of Super Mario began. Luigi is a Super Mario brother. And you had Mario Kart. You have that. Then you have 3D Mario next year. They're starting to bring Mario and DK back together. So they probably consider DK Bonanza. It's kind of part of all that. So I kind of feel like that fits in really well. And look, let's just be honest. Right now, Nintendo hasn't dropped any games on Switch 2 that make people go, wow, when it comes to visuals. They haven't released a visually stunning game for Switch 2 yet. Good looking games. DK Bonanza looks great. Mario Kart World looks great. Metro Prime 4 on Switch 2 looks great, but none of these feel like knock your teeth out next gen visual experiences. I feel like Luigi's Mansion 4 will feel that way. Because Luigi's Mansion 3 was so good looking on Switch.
Yeah.
I think an LM4 is going to make, and people go, cartoon go play Luigi's Mansion 3 on Switch. It is a visually stunning game.
Is there even a Switch game that comes close to Luigi's Mansion 3 in terms of how graphically impressive it is?
A couple, but I feel
like different art styles. People put Metroid Prime Remaster up there, but it's a different art style.
Yeah.
Trying to think off the top of my head now. I was not prepared for visually stunning Switch 1 games.
Maybe
there's a long list. I mean, I think one of the things that really lends itself to Luigi's Mansion 2 beyond like the incredible lighting and the great visuals is the animations. Yeah. And look at what we've seen already as far as the new DK game and how expressive and how awesome the animations are in that game. I can only imagine what they're going to look like in the next Luigi's Mansion.
I hope Gooigi comes back.
So,
the gooey one.
So I said that it was going to be the second to last announcement, right? So everyone's going to think it's the end of the Direct. But it's not the one more thing. The final thing they show is a 2026 game. But it's one that people will be freaking out for the rest of the year. No one's going to really care what else is happening.
I know
if you're a Nintendo fan. It's Ocarina of Time remake.
Oh my
Ocarina of Time remake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they would too. They would do it.
And if it's an actual remake from the ground up, we just came off being stupidly impressed by LM4, and then you see Zelda.
Yeah.
People are going to lose their shit. It's the 40th anniversary next year.
Yeah.
Get that tease out there right fucking now. Let people know you've got
Special
that
edition
and
Switch 2
already
comes with
next year. Oh shit! And we're not going to see that game again until next year, and that's fine. We don't have to. All we need is a teaser for it, and people are gonna. Just need the opening music for the fucking title screen redone, right, and fully orchestrated, and then just riding Epona across Hyrule, just that shot.
Oh, it would give me chills, dude.
And then the logo done, 2026. You're like, people would be fucking. They literally would stop.
Just the piano. They're like,
and everything. Oh my god!
There's gonna tail spike just off of that reveal, just because. And we're at launch. We're still not even outside of like 1 week from launch. So like, it's insane. We're not even a week into the system, and we're already talking about Ocarina of Time remake.
That would be insane. I'd die.
My question though is, with the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct back in April, why wouldn't they reveal any of those games then? Like, I mean, it's a great idea. I'm just like a little bit just wondering what Nintendo's logic would be. Like, does anyone else have a theory?
Well, I look at it like this. Like, heading into Switch, we did know about Mario Odyssey, obviously. And obviously knew about Breath of the Wild and stuff like that. And I think we knew about Splatoon as well. But we didn't know about all the games that came out that year. We didn't. So, like, the way Nintendo works is they like to spread the announcements out. So, like, really what they want to do for launch is they want to focus on, hey, we have Mario Kart World and DK Bonanza coming, and we want to focus on these third-party games that are coming, and that's what we're going to do. And then having a Direct so close after launch, I think just really encapsulates the whole, hey, we're just getting started. So I kind of feel like that's the way Nintendo's sort of approaching it. If this rumor is true that the Direct's happening, that's why we're doing the predictions. Because I do feel like, if people aren't excited for Switch 2 because they don't like Mario Kart World, it's going to sell out at launch anyways. So get people excited a week after launch. Why not?
Yeah.
It makes sense. I'm just a little surprised that Nintendo didn't have like that big graphical showcase when the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct happened. I mean, with Super Mario Odyssey, that was kind of like it because it was like the next gen Mario game.
Yeah, I think they felt like DK Bonanza might have been that, but then when you look at it, you're like, it kind of looks like Mario Odyssey. It doesn't look like don't get me wrong, the destructible environments and all that stuff, I'm sure they needed the power of Switch 2 to really do some of that stuff. But from a visual perspective, it's like, no, you just kind of look like another Mario game that's doing some cool shit, which is fine. But you don't look like that big standout visual stuff. That's why a lot of people thought like something from Monolith Soft could end up getting shown off. That's what a lot of people thought was going to happen in the Switch 2 Direct, because it'd be like, hey, even if that's not this year, that's a visually stunning thing. We know Zelda's not for a little bit. But they didn't go that route. They went with their most popular IP. And they're bringing back DK in a big way, and that's what they're leaning on for launch, and that's fine because they obviously know the Nintendo plans these things out months in advance. They obviously knew they were going to have a direct shortly after launch, so they kind of figured, hey, we don't need to worry about that stuff. We can get that after we get past the launch period, and then they have another direct. They have the 40th anniversary coming up for Mario in September, and they always do September directs. So Nintendo's kind of set up really, really pretty right now to just kind of dominate for the next like 6 months, and maybe even further, because the September Direct might even set up like all the way to March of next year of game releases, and they tend to have a big game in March as well. Maybe that's when 3D Mario even comes out right before the movie. I have no idea, but we'll see.
You know what else would be wild? I'm thinking about like, man, if they show off Ocarina of Time remake, I mean, that's going to be just so freaking huge for Zelda fans across the world. I mean, that game means so much to most like lifelong Zelda fans. That game has such a strong place in their hearts. But another crazy one, I just thought about how wild this would be, and I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility. Let's say that the second to last game they show is Kirby Air Riders. That one was already teased. And then we get to see gameplay. We get the release date for it. And they're like, oh, and we've got one more announcement. And then it's freaking Smash Brothers. And they run the Smash Brothers trailer for 2026. And Sakurai comes out. He's like chuckling. You thought he was done with Smash, being all coy about it. It's like, yeah, I was working on Kirby Air Riders for a while ago. But I never said that was the only thing I was working on. And Smash would be huge, because then it's like we got Mario Kart and we got Smash within 12 months or whatever. Maybe Smash wouldn't be till the next holiday, but that would be a pretty epic reveal, I feel like.
Awesome. All right.
Amazing.
Speaking of Stash, he said he wanted to go second to last, so it's the Stash Man's turn. Oh boy, I'm excited for this list. He's always
bring it.
We got about a 45-minute list here. Let's go, baby.
All right, everyone
start my monologue here. Okay.
I wish that notepad was like 10 times the size of a normal.
It looked like it at first.
Notepad. Yeah. That's what I thought about that.
It's like a phone book.
Oversized. Oh my god!
With a giant pencil. He's got like his big pencil and stuff.
All right, here we go, Stash.
Okay, let's see here. If I say something twice, forgive me. All right. Metroid Prime 1 and 2. Again, I think we see that. Something that I have been thinking about a lot. And again, Gamebird, you just mentioned it a moment ago. You mentioned Smash in 2026, right? Are you talking about the new Smash?
The new Smash. I'm not talking no Ultimate.
Okay.
I'm talking a brand new Smash Brothers.
I think there's a good chance that we get Smash Brothers Switch 2 edition in 4K. I think there's a very good chance we get that. I think it would go a long way if they fixed the online play in the game as part of the Switch 2 edition. I don't know how hard that would be or what would go into it, but I think there's a really good chance we can get a Switch 2 edition. And I think there's a reason why that wasn't included as part of the 12 games that are getting updates and as part of the games that are getting a Switch 2 edition. I think it's strategically planned to get that a little bit later, not everything at once, because they want to make a big deal out of it. Let's see. Elden Ring. We need to get a date on Elden Ring. Additionally,
no,
it's not.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Love it.
So I think that we're going to get just a little bit. Nothing that would mess with the Elden Ring lore because there is lore there. I think we get something Zelda related in the game, whether it be a couple of items like a Master Sword, possibly some armor, maybe even Epona.
That'd be sick.
Or an Epona skin. Yeah, something that
Hylian
ties
shield.
in. Yes, exactly. Nothing huge. Again, nothing that's gonna tinker with the lore because they got a lot going on there. They have a movie planned, and I forget the guy who did some of the lore for the game. Famous dude. He did Game of Thrones.
Yeah, George R. R. Martin.
Martin, yeah.
Yeah, so you got to be careful with all that stuff, right? That's why I don't think we're going to get anything crazy, but I think we'll get some nods, okay? Final Fantasy VII Remake. Yeah, 100%. We're going to get the release date. All that's said so far is 2025. Nate, you mentioned getting a trailer for Rebirth, and I think that would be a really good timing, okay? Because I know Rebirth is coming. You guys know Rebirth is coming. Any of us who have read any of the news, right? Or ask the developer, we know Rebirth's coming. We know the trilogy's coming, right? We do. The everyday gamer does not. So I think it would go a long way if you give the release date for Remake and then you show the trailer for Rebirth. That gets people's buy-in because they're like, okay, so the other games are coming too.
Yeah.
I'm not just going to play part one of a game and then be stuck for 8 years.
Yeah.
You know, because you're only putting the games on PlayStation. I think people need that confirmation, despite the fact that we all know it. Everyone in chat probably knows it, but the everyday gamer does not know it. So they need to do that in order to really maximize the sales potential for Final Fantasy VII. Silk Song. Again, Silk Song's coming out this year. It was in the first direct. I think we're going to get an update on that. Now, here's one that's interesting, okay? And it's about Mario, right? And I've long since thought that, yes, we can get a 3D Mario. I know a lot of people have crapped on the idea. And look, I get it, right? It could go either way. I'm not putting all my eggs in one basket. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. No big deal. We're going to get it next year around the movie then, right? Either way, we know it's coming.
Mm-hmm.
But I do wonder, like with Mario 3D All-Stars, right? Is that, do we get anything in that realm? And for me, playing Mario 3D All-Stars on Switch, I immediately felt that these games should be running better. Okay. If I can play Mario 64 on my PC in 4K at 60 frames per second, that's not good. The best place to play all of the classic Nintendo titles should be on a Nintendo platform, right? So the fact that there's a better version out there made by someone who's coding in a garage on the weekend, that shouldn't happen. You know what I mean? The hobbyist shouldn't be making better versions of Nintendo games. Nintendo should have the best version. And they need to fix that. Okay? Because if they do, people wouldn't go and try and play these games, right? People wouldn't be interested. But when you say, hey, Steve, you know you can play 4K Mario 64 at 60 FPS? Like, really? Interesting. Let me check this out, right? Because we're gamers. That stuff interests us. So I'm thinking they got to do something with this 3D All-Stars collection. Mario 64 should be in 4K 60. That would be really nice. Mario Sunshine should be in 4K 60, and so should Mario Galaxy. Now, I've long since thought that Mario Galaxy 2 was left out for a reason. And it could be like, for me, I think it could be one of two reasons. One is that strategy to add it later on for another anniversary. Here we are 5 years later, possibly.
Yeah.
Or it's so Switch 1 owners can eat also. So if a brand new 3D Mario comes out on Switch 2, it's only going to be on Switch 2, and that leaves out 155 million people on Switch 1. Now, obviously, some of those are going to be coming over to Switch 2, not all at once, and you only have so many Switch 2s to buy. But if you look at that install base, you have to feed them too, right? You have to feed them for Mario's 40th. Mario Galaxy 2 is a great way to do that. Not only that, but you could release it on Switch 1 and then have an update for Switch 2 where it runs 4K 60, just like the aforementioned 3D Mario games. So I think there's a real opportunity there to make that better. Will it happen? I don't know, but I think we get something Mario related, whether it's a new 3D Mario or an update to the All-Stars. Okay, with that out of the way, I'm going to rapid fire you guys these, okay? We're going to get a date on Hades 2. I played it at the Switch 2 experience. Demeech, did you play it?
Hades 2? I did not play it. I actually just played like mostly the first party games because, you know, it's a Nintendo Switch 2 experience and it's mostly for my channel. But I did have one question or one thing to say about 3D All-Stars. I kind of have a feeling that game was only developed like when the rumors started about the game, because it just seemed like there wasn't much passion put into it. Like, sure, the games run, some of them run okay. I think they could have done a lot more with Super Mario 64 and some. They both should have been in 60 frames per second widescreen. But with 3D All-Stars 2, I think they might do something better. Like, I don't think they would expand on Super Mario 3D All-Stars. Like, maybe succeed it, but I wouldn't. Yeah. I couldn't see them really doing a Nintendo Switch 2 edition thing. I don't think this is going to be like the McRib of Nintendo games where they bring it back every 5 years.
Yeah, I did. And if I came across that way, that's not what I meant. I just mean like in the All-Stars realm, right? We're going to get something new. Like we're going to revisit the All-Stars idea. But as far as this, you know, the Super Mario 3D All-Stars, we all know that was a limited release.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So,
I think I misunderstood it a little bit.
Yeah, my bad. I think they're just going to revisit. Yeah, it just seems like a good opportunity to revisit that. And I do think they strategically left the door open on the quality as far as running at 60 FPS, right? Could they have done that on Switch 1? Yes. I think they could have. But if they did that, then they can't resell it to you on Switch 2 where it runs better.
What about Super Mario 3D Land and Super Mario 64 DS? You think they're going to include them?
I think there's a possibility that they do, especially with like 64 DS. That's a great one. 3D Land's awesome. I don't see why those should be stuck on those platforms forever, right? But then you got to ask, are they ever going to do the DS on NSO? Because if they are, then they don't include something like that. Because that would be a flagship title for the Nintendo DS NSO. So it really just comes down to what their long-term strategy is going to be. Okay, Hades 2, yeah. So again, I played that at a Switch 2 experience, and Demetrius, I ended up staying there for like 5 hours. I stayed much longer than I was supposed to.
How do you end up staying there for 5 hours? Did you have like an early appointment? Because mine was like at 3. I think we stayed for like 3 hours.
We just finagled it. Yeah,
he just refused to leave.
Pretty much.
Yeah, he just like circled back.
It's actually really funny because when we were talking with Stash on the podcast about his experience, and we were sharing footage from when he was playing, he was showing the footage from when he stayed way after and circled back to DK Bonanza, and you could literally see through the reflection of the TV some of the like Nintendo employees just like looming over him, looking like, what the hell do we do? How do we get this guy out of here?
Get out.
And he just kept loading the demo back up, and they looked confused, like
When I was there, getting footage, there was this lady who was just like so adamant that my hands were in the frame at all times, holding up the controller, and she was breathing down my neck. It was insane.
I wonder if it's the same lady. Because he said breathing down his neck. That's exactly what the lady was like when I was playing Donkey Kong. It felt like she was breathing down my neck.
Your hands
and
couldn't
you
be in
went
the
to
frame while you recorded?
No,
yeah,
they have.
they had to be.
Yeah.
They
You
had
have
to be.
You
Gotcha.
have to have some sort of part of
Oh,
you
they didn't want. I got it. I'm
in
there.
the frame when you're recording
Got it.
Nintendo games.
Did you go to
They
the
don't
New
want.
York
They don't
one?
want like pure gameplay.
I went to
footage.
the Dallas one, but I
Correct.
think the staff could have been the same. Was
Okay.
she like a shorter lady and just like very much like a stickler for the rules, stuff like that?
Yeah, actually, I went to the New York one, and yeah, that was the vibe for sure. Shorter.
I think I know exactly who you're talking about. And like when I was getting footage, I think she appeared in it. Oh, Riders DX was there for it too.
Yeah.
It's in the chat right now.
Okay. All right. So Hades 2, I think we're going to get a date on that. That's a game I'm very excited about. It did very well. Hades did extremely well on Switch 1. It's really a flagship indie title. Another indie game that we're due an update on is 2 games from the same developer from Yacht Club Games, Mina the Hollower.
Oh my god.
Very excited for this game, and the Shovel Knight DX. Again, these are all iconic like indie games, right? That are synonymous with Nintendo that I expect to get an update on.
Dude, please, for Mina the Hollower. Sorry to jump in.
So excited
Have any of you guys ever played Fantasy Critic games? It's like fantasy football, but you basically bid. You pick and you bid on games, and it tallies up reviews using Open Critic, and the person with the highest overall score, the games that reviewed the highest, wins essentially. And 2 years of me bidding on Mina the Hollower. I'm so like, please just come. Hopefully this is the year. That game looks so good. Sorry.
Yeah, guys, if you're not
Segue.
familiar with Mina the Hollower, I would suggest checking it out. It's going to be awesome. Okay, Ease X Proud Nordics. That's coming out July 31st in Japan on Switch 2. I think we're going to get an update on that as far as when the US release date is. And that's going to be a big one. EA. I think we're going to hear from EA. Mass Effect Trilogy. Perfect Home on Switch 2. The Mass Effect Legendary Edition came out on PlayStation 4, and it was specifically to take advantage of the PS4 Pro. That was the whole thing, is that they added HDR and all this other stuff. Perfect Home on Switch 2. Mario Wonder. Okay, again, talking about Mario, I do wonder if we're going to get a Switch 2 edition with some DLC, because they left the door wide open. There's no DLC on that.
Well, it doesn't.
Again,
have,
it could be a reason why.
It doesn't have like upgrade features though, like we're getting like HDR and stuff with Wonder.
Yeah, I don't think.
No, I'm
Wonder-
pretty sure
not
we
on
are.
the list. No,
I'm crazy?
100%. Yeah,
mean,
I have
They
the
could
list.
do a
No,
Mario
no.
Wonder Switch 2 edition.
No,
That'd be kind of cool. They're
I think they
definitely
will.
120 frames per second. They kind of teased that
Yeah.
when they announced it.
I think they
Oh, yeah,
left
you're
out
right, yeah.
the
Little Mario
DLC for.
running and jumping.
Yeah, they left out DLC for a reason, in my opinion. Because why wouldn't they add DLC to that? And again, I think it's just too coincided with the Switch 2 edition. So that's something to be excited about.
It was the U Mario one
Yep.
U. That's what I got confused with. My bad.
Yeah, no, all good. Yeah, I'm super excited to test out all those games personally. Red Dead Redemption 2. Game I've been talking about since probably around this time last year. And then recently it's been pretty much confirmed that we're going to get that. Here's another one that we got a Peggy rating on. Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yeah.
I expect that to come out this year again. Ubisoft needs to make money and they need to make it fast. Mario Rabbids, I think we're going to get a Switch 2 collection again for all the same reasons that we've discussed for well over a year, and that these games, obviously, Sparks of Hope did not perform well. And it should have been released on Switch 2, and I think that was the plan. But ultimately, I think things got pushed internally. Diablo 4. Diablo 4. Again, Switch 2, perfect
That'd be a
home.
huge win.
Yeah, the Diablo Eternal Collection did very good on Switch 1. And again, it just makes sense. Metaphor ReFantasia.
Yeah.
Game Bird, you mentioned that. I played it. I platinumed the game, reviewed it on PS5, absolutely loved it. Perfect home on Switch 2. Dragon's Dogma 2. I think there's a decent chance that comes to Switch 2. And I say decent only because the frame rate chugs a little bit on PS5. It runs at 30 frames. So we'll see about that. Kingdom Come Deliverance. That was a game that came out earlier this year. Kingdom Come is on Switch 1. I expect it to come to Switch 2. Let's see. Indiana Jones. We haven't heard yet about the Giants DLC. That's a big thing that's supposed to be coming. The fact that we haven't heard about it yet is interesting because the release date for it is spring. And we're almost out of spring. So I think we're going to get an update probably at the Xbox Showcase on June 8th. We'll finally hear when it's coming. But Indiana Jones, again, it's a very expensive IP. It did not sell numbers on Xbox. It's already selling. PS5 has already outsold Xbox and Steam. And it came out, I think, mid-April. So they need to get that over to Switch 2 to make up the rest of the sales. I think we're going to see NBA 2K. We haven't seen it yet. That was at the Switch 2 Direct. I think we see WWE 2K. I think we do see the Halo Master Chief Collection. I think we're going to see a lot of games from Microsoft.
Yep.
Game Bird, I think you mentioned it. Ninja Gaiden 4. I fully expect it. We're getting Rage Bound on Switch 1, and I expect Ninja Gaiden 4 on Switch 2. Persona 3 Reload, I think there's a very strong possibility that shows up in some sort of sizzle reel. A game that is really synonymous with Nintendo launch or launch windows is Super Monkey Ball. I think we need a Monkey Ball on Switch 2. Now, whether they take the most recent one that came out and they give it a Switch 2 edition, which again, Sega just did that with Sonic X Shadow. Maybe they'll do that. I think the games came out around the same time frame. The most recent Monkey Ball is not that old. Did anyone mention the Oblivion remake?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I think that's totally fun to Switch.
Oh yeah, that could be a good one.
Look at the success of Skyrim, right?
Yeah.
Oblivion remake feels like an automatic. It's more or less just when are they going to release it? Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Again, this is a long rumored game. Starfield. Another game that underperformed and needs to make money. They have not announced the PS5 edition yet. I think the reason they haven't is because they're going to announce it at the same time with Switch 2. Tekken 8. Again, this is another rumored game. It wasn't, in my opinion, they haven't announced it yet because they want to let Street Fighter cook first. And then we'll bring in Tekken. We don't need two fighting games to be announced at the same time. Those that cannibalize each other. Resident Evil 4. Guys, are we getting Resident Evil?
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
No.
I think we're going to see a lot of them. I wouldn't be surprised. Obviously 4, 2, 8. I think that all those make sense. We're due for a Resident Evil 9 announcement. Capcom's going to be at Summer Games Fest. They might do it there. They might do it at the Microsoft, but I guarantee you the next Resident Evil is coming to Switch. So if that's something that gets announced, I would not be surprised to see that land in the Direct. We just don't know if it's ready to be shown yet.
I say Resident Evil 4. Like, I know we're going to get 2, 3, and 4. But Resident Evil 4 really is synonymous with Nintendo. You got to remember, that was a GameCube exclusive.
Yeah.
That was part of the Capcom 5. The 5 games that were exclusive. That exclusivity deal that included, Killer 7, I believe Beautiful Joe, right? a game that was canceled that looked like it could be Kid Icarus and something else. I forget the name. But that's why I think Resident Evil 4 would be pretty iconic. Kingdom Hearts, guys.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not acknowledging the cloud bullshit.
Yeah,
okay. Please be with me on that. We need physical editions of Kingdom Hearts. This is such an easy seller on Nintendo to Nintendo's audience. Am I right?
I think we get that announcement. Not that I think we'll get it reiterated at the direct, but I honestly think we get that at Summer Games. Actually,
yeah, I think we
see it initially there, and then they'll reiterate in the direct.
I think that's a good call, man. I really do, because it's such a great. Yeah, Summer Game Fest is a great place to have it, obviously, because it's going to make tons of noise. But we need physical editions of this.
Agreed.
But how much you want to bet they're going to do a game key card on that?
Of course. I mean, it's a large game. Plus, I don't know. I think they're going to push the digital versions anyways.
I know. So. It is what it is. It really is at this point. Okay, Paper Mario 1,000 Year Door. What do you guys think? Are we getting that 4K 60 mode? Because we know 4K is in the code.
Yeah, I think it's like.
Is it in the code? Okay.
Yeah. It is. It's in the code.
Maybe. I think we do get a Switch 2 edition of that. Actually, I could see that happening.
So from what I read from developer interviews with 1,000 Year Doors, that they could have really pushed to get 60, but they couldn't have locked it. So I think there was a reason that they didn't lock it in, and that's to give us the Switch 2 edition. 100% on that.
You think they'll include something like Luigi in the Waffle Kingdom?
That'd be funny. That'd be really funny.
We all I think there was a group, me included, that were hoping maybe we'd get some Luigi content, based on, it was all the letters in the game. And, Nintendo has such a great opportunity to do something there to really appease fans who have been
extra
with the 1,000 Year Door since the GameCube era. Also, I think you gotta upgrade 1,000 Year Door, because if you bring 1,000 Year Door to the GameCube NSO and it's running at 60 frames, people are the casuals are going to be confused. Like, wait a minute.
Yep.
How does this GameCube game run better than the one on Nintendo Switch?
They won't even be able to wrap their heads around it.
Yeah, and then they'll get on, Twitter and all social media and just start losing their minds, right? So
we're probably going to see 1,000 videos about it with AI generated thumbnails of Mario.
Yep, probably. Here's a game that really could benefit from a Switch 2 update, and that's Mario and Luigi Brothership. A lot of people talked about the performance of the game. Now,
just try to avoid spoilers, because I haven't beaten the game yet.
Nope, I'm not giving anything. That's it. I'm stopping right there.
All right.
And then GTA 4, we can't forget about that.
Yeah.
Now, the rumor is Switch 1. But will it run better on Switch 2? But we'll have to wait and see. Xenoblade Chronicles X. 60 FPS?
Yeah.
It was
That's
in the
what
code.
I'm waiting for.
Awesome.
Remember,
I'm literally
it's in the
waiting
code.
for that.
Same here. It's sitting over there. I'm not going to play it.
I'm literally waiting.
Yeah, I'm waiting. And you guys think about that. That game is it can be several hundred hours, depending on the way you play and if you're a completionist. That is a ton of content just waiting to be unlocked on Switch 2. So again, I think the strategy is Nintendo drip feeds that, right? They're going to drip feed those Switch 2 editions, and they're probably going to use it strategically to fill in time on the calendar, right?
Just
fill
like
in some
Wii
of
U
those
ports.
empty spots. Exactly. All right, here's my last part. NSO updates. I think we get our first batch of updates on NSO. So, candidates, in my opinion, Mario Strikers, and Dimitri, you know why? Because it was at the Switch 2 experience. That was a game there. So
now,
it's
when
not
you played
launching.
When you played it there, did you notice that some of the shadows wouldn't load in and the performance was a little choppy?
No, I didn't play it. I played Wind Waker and F-Zero. I watched people play it.
I do wonder. I hope they fix that in it. I think they will. That's why it's not going to be at launch. But I think Strikers is going to be next.
Yeah, I think Strikers and a game that I would obviously love to see, and given that it's summertime, I think there's no better game
Cool
to bring
borders.
to the GameCube NSO than Wave Race Blue Storm.
Yeah, Wave Race.
Yeah, man, it's jet ski season. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Mario Sunshine, here's the thing, right? Is that what are we doing with that game? What are we doing with the 3D All-Stars? Again, I think there's a different plan for that. For example, Metroid Prime. What are we doing with that? What are we doing with Prime 1 and 2? Unless there wasn't a plan. Otherwise, I think those games hit GameCube NSO at launch. But I think there's other plans for those games, which is why we haven't heard anything, which is why they weren't even previewed. You remember when they showed the little preview during the Switch 2 Direct of the GameCube games that are coming? We didn't see Metroid Prime. We didn't see Metroid Prime 2. I think there's a reason. And then one Super Nintendo game, Mario Paint.
Great idea.
The mouse mode, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
Or Mario and Wario could do that.
Are we ever going to get NES Remix 1 and 2? Those games were fantastic.
You know, I'm curious what the sales were.
Yeah.
On the, I have it over here, the Nintendo World Championship. Was that in Nintendo's financial report?
I don't
think it was,
know.
which means it didn't hit 1 million.
Yeah.
Which sucks. For that install base to not hit 1 million.
Yeah.
And not only that, but like it came with some really nice collectibles in there for a good deal. That was discounted at GameStop and Best Buy. The deluxe edition that was $60. Like I picked up a couple of extra for $20 and $30, brand new.
When was this?
A few months ago. At least a few months ago. And it's to me that is a absolute steal, which just tells me, right, that they're not selling through their allotment, which means it did not sell good, which means something like what you just said. The odds are not great, which sucks because I love it, right? You know, I'm an 80s kid, so clearly I would love to have that.
Yeah, I was always hoping we'd see SNES Remix 2, and they'd keep advancing it. I do feel like the World Championship is a little bit more niche than the NES Remix 1 and 2, just because the remix games are super wacky. They've got mixing worlds and characters and like these weird little game-breaking little missions and challenges. The World Championship, I agree with you. I feel like there should have been a big market for that. The
thing about World Championship is I would talk to people like, are you getting the game? And then the moment I would tell them they don't get the full NES games, they're like, oh, I'm not getting that. I thought it was like you get all these games and these challenges. You know what I mean?
And a lot of people did think that.
Yeah, so once I think a lot of people learn that, they're like, oh, I'll just play it on, I'll play the full game on Nintendo Online.
And I think with people with like the speed run type challenges and stuff like that, it is geared a little bit more towards a niche audience.
Yeah, it's a cool collectible. It's a novelty.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like it is.
Yeah, it's really cool. And to be honest, I'd like to see them do Super Nintendo.
I think it'd be cool for Virtual Boy.
Virtual Boy would be awesome.
Virtual Boy.
Really, I think they're gonna do something with Virtual Boy. I have like a strong feeling that we see that show up some way somehow.
Yeah,
it would be cool to do a little product like that. But
would they have the games be in red and black, or would they do it grayscale?
I think it'd be red and black. I mean, there's some cool Virtual Boy games even in red and black, but it's a hard sell. It's like
I think what would be cool for that is to drop it in the NSO, have the default be red and black, but then offer one of those filters that lets you play the games in color, which you couldn't do on the original hardware.
Yeah, that
you could play the way it was meant to be, kind of like how you could play games, on some devices with like
if you play those
the
games
modern
colored.
looks, or you could add like the CRT filter and scan lines and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, since he ruined before, Favlam gets to go last. How's it going, buddy? Nintendo Direct predictions. Get that list out. What are we doing?
Throw everything out you just heard. We're doing it my way. We're doing it my style. So
he has just one prediction.
Opening 2-4. Opening. We're getting it fresh out the gate. A hard cut, or was it cold open? Splatoon 4. No way we're not getting it. Easiest. Like that's a T-ball toss up, you know. Next, we get a shit ton of indie games. That is just. We get all the farming sims, we get the anime games, but then we also get the good ones like Stash was mentioning, like we get the release date of Hades finally. We get a bunch of other indie games.
You just offended so many people in the audience. We get the farming games and the anime, and then we get some good ones.
Okay, well, I didn't say they were bad. I just said they were. I just categorized them. As
we get
I'm
Yuka
just calling
Replay,
it as I hear it.
Yuka Replay and Ruffy and the Riverside as well. But Yuka Replay, I bet we hear both.
Yeah.
I'm sure. And I know there's some what was it? Is it Story of Seasons? I played it at PAX. What was it, PAX at the front right? Is it Story of Seasons?
It was
yes, I think we get we have that on Switch too. I think I could see that happening as well. And then I think we start to just get into the good stuff. We get a date for Air Ride. My prediction, September for Air Ride. And then actually
interesting.
I don't know. Because it can either be like really late in December. Well, hang on, because I was forgot I put a different game on I put a different set of things on my later in my list. I was like, I have to adjudicate it live. It's gonna be this year, obviously, but I think it's gonna be. I want to say November, but I don't think that's right either, because it's like there's so many big things they want to sell in November, and it's like maybe December. I'm gonna say December. We'll give it that. Anyways, we get the date for Hyrule Warriors. I'm not gonna guess dates anymore because I'm probably gonna be totally off with that. Finally get a date for Prime 4, but I think we get another new IP finally. And then our one more thing is going to be, well, before I get to the one more thing, let me I forgot I wrote this. We get themes finally. They bring themes from like 3DS.
Oh God,
kind of
careful, Favlam.
Why?
Careful, because you're gonna piss off Nintendo Prime. I'm just already,
why?
We got into it pretty hard about
an anti-themer.
He hates themes, like hates them with a passion.
Whoa!
He's extremely passionate about how much he hates themes.
You're crazy.
Yeah, he screamed at me live.
Wow.
I thought it was interesting.
He's leaving. He's like, I'm taking off. We get themes or something to customize your menu a little bit more than what we did on Switch 2. Or Switch 1, excuse me. I think we get a shit ton as our one more thing, a shit ton of like Mario things. Like I think we get a Switch 2 version of the 3D All-Stars. Maybe it has more games, maybe it doesn't, maybe it's just support. I think we get sports mix, because I think I liked the idea of like, I was like, yeah, strikers would be good, but I feel like that's still also kind of recent. But I don't know. I think they need something fresh or newer with like the Mario sports kind of genre. So I think they're gonna bring something that is either older than the strikers, or they're gonna bring out like the sports mix again, which is a IP we haven't gotten since like the Wii era,
Mario
which would
baseball.
that's a really deep pull. I think it's just gonna be the era of like not the Mario RPGs, but the Mario like side games. Like I think we might get other sports games alongside that. I think we're gonna see a lot of ports from Switch 2, maybe like Stash was saying, we're gonna get like a Wonder port, maybe, and it might even be a Switch 2. I could see it being a Switch 2 edition, and we get like a whole another world DLC type vibe. Yeah, and I think that'll be our. If that's not our one more thing, I think we get like a Fire Emblem as our one more thing, because they just love Fire Emblem. I just don't think we get 3D Mario this year. I genuinely don't think we get 3D Mario this year or anytime. I don't think we get it in 2026. I'll be real.
Really?
Yeah, well, what do you know?
Okay, well, Donkey Kong Bonanza looks basically like Mario Odyssey. I just feel like the team is putting all of their resources into Bonanza, and I don't know. That's just me.
Here's the thing. I do understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's fun to challenge.
Of course, yes, please.
I thought it was a little bit bizarre that Mario Kart World is the launch game, but we're also getting Kirby Air Riders this year. So like I don't know. It's Nintendo, man. This is the company that sells cardboard to people. So
that's true.
It's essentially like having a swimming pool in a swimming pool.
True. Infinity pools are cool though. Like, come on. Yeah, but I think that's. I mean, just to give a TLDR. I mean, I think that's really it. I say that's it. I think we half of the direct is going to be reaffirming things we already know, and then I think the other half is going to be like new. We're gonna that big opening, that really big thing in the middle, and that really big ending with like, hey, our Mario's 40th anniversary is coming up. This is what we're doing. And I could even see them doing like a segment of like, here's the trailer for the new Mario movie, like, or something. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I've got a question for you, Vavlam. You're a big Splatoon fan, right? Or is that just a prediction?
It's just a prediction. I haven't played
Okay.
Splatoon. I played it like
never
a little
mind.
bit on the Wii U, but yeah. But we'll go ahead. No, what were we going to ask?
Well, I was going to ask because I've been of the mindset, like I do think Splatoon is coming soon, but I've been of the mindset that they've got to shake things up a bit with Splatoon 4. I think now that they've had 3 games out, I feel like they've been a little bit too similar to each other, and that if they do more of the same again with just maybe like an extra mode here, some new weapons there, it's not quite going to cut it. But I'm curious what you think.
Was
about
that roguelike mode that they put in 3? Was that a single player experience?
Yes.
I think it was.
And it was actually good. And I'm not a big roguelike person, so
I think you see the future of Splatoon 4 being a cooperative, like kind of how just maybe this is because I'm recently Elden Ring Night Ring pilled. I think it's a cooperative roguelike type, like that same setup, but it's but it combined like all the elements of like Salmon Run, where you're all together cooperatively working your way through these floors doing a run.
I like that.
I think that would be a really fresh take on it, and then you can still have the base competitive multiplayer. But that's the thing. Like, I know people are going to say like Splatoon it's washed, or it's like it's tired. It's a tired formula, but it's Nintendo's competitive shooter now at this point, and as competitive shooters as Nintendo can get, right? And usually those are very iterative kind of games, and people look for the stability and like familiarity with just a little bit extra with it to keep the game fresh, but it still needs to be familiar enough for the people who have, because there's the whole point of it is there's a high skill ceiling, right? And so it has to be familiar enough for those people who have that have sunk in that time to become such experts in that game to be able to keep going at it. I mean, that's to say that goes true for Valorant, Call of Duty, whatever, any competitive shooting game. But yeah, what we're gonna say, Meech?
Here's the thing with the Splatoon 4. Considering the Nintendo Switch 2 has so much more power than the original Switch, you think they could go for something like a Battle Royale mode, a little bit similar to Fortnite for Splatoon? I think that's like the next logical direction to go for at least a mode. That'd be awesome.
I mean, I could see maybe not at the scale of Fortnite, but I could see them doing something along those lines as a mode. I know me personally, what I would really like to see, and I will say, I think what you were saying, Favlam, made a lot of sense about them kind of keeping it familiar. But I do think Nintendo has seen a lot of great success with kind of reinventing their series. We see
of course,
what they've done with Zelda. We see what they've done with Fire Emblem. We've seen what they're doing with Mario Kart World and the new Donkey Kong game coming out.
As well.
Me personally, Wonder. What I would really like to see is keep Splatoon at its core, what it is. Great Salmon Run, great multiplayer competitive modes. Build up that single player mode. Make it more than just feeling like kind of like this is how you play Splatoon. Because, I mean, the levels are fun and the boss fights are even more fun, but really the single player acts as a way to teach you how to play. I'd love to see them go a little bit bigger and better with that. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, that could be cool. I think like that being a linchpin for the game though, and like that being its selling point is just not in the cards. But I mean, I don't know, to answer Meech's question of it being a battle royale, I really don't know how you would implement that, because like the game isn't only like Splatoon has never just been about like shooting other people. It's also been about like a coverage area type game, which I'm sure there's maybe a way you can implement that I'm just not creative enough to think of in the past.
I mean, Nintendo has a way of like creating new mechanics that you would never think of before.
I mean,
like they could do.
It would intrigue me. It would intrigue me, to say the least. It would intrigue me. I think you could maybe pull it off, but I can't answer
put 10 teams in a massive map.
That would be crazy.
Everyone spraying everywhere. You know,
oh wait, yeah, like it's still the same. Like just cover the area,
Platoon,
but it's just massive.
But yeah. It's like
that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's like 50 people in an arena.
That would
huge
be big, dude.
Doug, if you're in chat, take notes right now, Mr.
Also,
Bowser.
Speaking of Fortnite, you guys, Fortnite on Switch 2 is going to go hard. Mouse controls, good graphics, frame rate, gyro, portable.
I played the hell out of Fortnite on my Switch. I'm gonna play it on my. I'm excited for it.
It's unintentionally going to be like
Fortnite. My reflexes
a huge
are
selling
not
point
there.
for Fortnite fans. Like this might be the ultimate way to play the game.
Yeah. Well, I made a tweet. I was just saying, like, I think the Switch 2 is going to become the console for first person shooters, like moving forward. I don't think people realize it yet. And of course, everyone's like, it's the baby game.
Yeah.
It's the baby game console. They're not gonna meh. But I think what's actually gonna happen is people are going to see like how well these mouse controls are.
Yeah.
You know,
you have the best
working,
of both
and it's gonna go crazy.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
Yeah. Prime, you're pogging out of your mind right now. What's going on?
What's going on?
Someone just gifted 20 members.
Whoa!
Shout out to that person.
That's crazy.
Big 20 in the chat. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it
We
wasn't
love
you.
to see it.
No, it's about to be me. Because I said if someone did it, I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Okay. So awesome, guys. I think we can probably get to our next topic, which I intentionally didn't tell anyone what it is. Everyone knows because you guys had but the audience doesn't know.
Yeah.
Gosh, what are we doing? I'm really excited for this one.
All right. Let me share the screen.
Okay. Before we get into this, I just realized what the time is. I do have a hard cutoff because I have other stuff to do. I wish you all the best in the tier list.
You notice he'll party till 4 a.m., but he can't last on the podcast.
Okay, I got prior commitments, but it's okay. I'll get it. I'll be back. Don't worry. The Switch 2 coverage, it's going to be wild. So I'll be around. But
all right, man.
Yeah, thanks everybody for having me on. It's wonderful to see all your faces, and I'll see you guys next time. And good luck with the tier list.
Yeah, go check out his channel.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you all.
Tally ho, lad.
Oh my God, what just happened?
Okay, let me set this up for everybody here. Okay, so this is how it's going to work. This is the tier maker list, of course, and we're gonna go through each launch game one by one, and everyone is going to have a chance to talk about each game because you're going to have to, because we're all going to be picking where it's going to land on the tier list. So whatever tier ranking you give, you need to say why, and then we'll move on to the next person. Okay. Now, how this works is this is not your standard S tier A, B, C, D. It is, but it has different names. So the S tier is the Captain N tier, the Game Master, the best of the best. So this is legit. This is your S tier. Then the A tier is the Wave Race 64 tier. Underrated, polished, ends up being a fan favorite. And we have the B tier. And this one really hits home because I bought this game on launch day and played it when I was in summer school. And that is the Tony Hawk GBA port tier. better than it had any right to be. And if you play, if you guys have played it, yeah, it's so good, right?
Yeah.
Then we have the C tier, and that is the we tried tier. Odd but charming, not quite there. Now the D ranking is the Mad Catz controller tier. It's functional, but barely.
Brutal.
And then we have the F tier, which is Reggie Fils-Aimé saying, "What's wrong with you?" This is the tier that Reggie disapproves. When Reggie's asking what's wrong with you, what's wrong with this game, that is an F tier. Because if anyone can see the good in a game, it's Reggie Fils-Aimé. Those are the rules, okay? So we're going to start this off, and I am going to go in order of my list below. And let's go in the same order. Who would like to kick this off? Okay. Mr. P.
Fuck.
Prime time.
God damn it. All right.
Wait. Let me ask a question because I had to step away for the restroom. Is this like just like obviously you put in the cool descriptions for each tier, but is this just like a hype check, or is this how we think the games look?
Yeah, so guys, this is like a pre-ranking of the Switch 2 launch lineup. Okay, like right now, where do you think these games rank? Okay, and then we'll revisit this in maybe a few weeks, a month, and kind of see if everything we said stuck or not after we've played these games. For instance, we might say today that a certain game on this list is like a B or C tier, and then after we play it, we're like, holy shit, this game was really good, actually. Like a Tony Hawk GBA port. A game that you don't expect to be great, but then it ends up being extremely good, right? And suddenly it's more like an A tier game when you thought maybe it was going to be a C tier game. So that's what kind of makes it fun, is that we're going to see today what we think about these games, how we would rank them, and then we'll come back and rank them after we've played them. And then also how it's going to work, guys, is that, hey, look, if me, Prime, and Eric rank a game in the Captain N tier, and then you guys all rank a game in a different tier, it's whatever tier has the most votes.
All right.
Probably overheated.
Make it easy. All right, so we're good. Prime time. Kick us off, please, with The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
Okay. I'm going to put it in the We Tried tier. Now, it's crazy for me. It's one of my favorite games of all time. But I'm not really excited about it for Switch 2. There's nothing really going on with it. Okay, some higher frame rates, some better resolution. That's cool. No new content. I don't like to replay games. I actually almost wanted to put it all the way with What's Wrong With You, but they wanted something Zelda at launch, so I'll give them a pass that it can't go quite that low. And I gotta be honest, my heart can't make me compare Breath of the Wild to Mad Catz. I can't.
Good.
So that's where I'm putting it.
That would be sacrilegious.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go with Eric. Eric Moore.
Yeah.
You're muted.
Oh yeah, I muted myself because I'm just trying to figure stuff out.
Your camera crashed.
Yeah, my camera crashed. I'm trying to figure it's back up, but I can't figure out why it's not.
You'll have to go out and back in.
Yeah.
Anyways, go.
Oh man. I mean, I love the game, so can it only get better? A tier probably on that for me.
Wave race
tier, yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm just hoping it's better.
Oh man. Breath of the Wild, I am going to Okay. I need to clarify because it sounds like you guys are ranking on hype or excitement. but it sounded like Stash was explaining that like how we think it's gonna fare critically. I'm gonna say Tony Hawk Game Boy Advance port tier. Better than it had any right to be.
Okay.
I love his description. That's so great.
Demetri, how you feel about it?
I think that it's going to be like A tier because with the increased frame rate resolution, it kind of is like a new experience. I actually played it, and I believe it's actually at 120 frames per second, not 60. But I think Nintendo's not saying it because it's not stable.
You and I have the same thoughts as far as that frame rate. Okay,
Right.
so A tier.
I'd have to say A tier. Although I think the mobile app thing is it's kind of arbitrary. I don't really think it's going to add much to it. I would never use it. But just the fact of being able to play the games in 4K or even just having 120 frames per second, even if it's not at the same time, it's a game changer. It's going to be almost like a new game in a way. Obviously not, but still.
Yep. I hear that. Okay. So A tier for Demetri. Robot Joe. Mr. Robot Joe.
I almost want to go where Nintendo Prime went because it's like, I guess it's cool. I mean, it's on the Wii U, it's on the Switch. Does it need a Switch 2 version? I think it's gonna be better. I'll put it in the Tony Hawk GPA port section just because I do think when people get around to playing it, they're gonna be like, oh, okay. I mean, this is awesome, but I don't think it's gonna be anybody's first launch game. I think it's gonna be something you get to when you're like, all right, I've tried these 10 other games. I guess I'll see what Breath of the Wild feels like. And oh well, it's actually pretty cool, but it excites me 0%. And it's a great game, but okay. Yeah.
My excitement is pretty low for Breath of the Wild.
Okay, I guess that just leaves me. And I gotta say that after playing it, okay, I mentioned this numerous times in my Switch 2 experience video for Zelda. It, as Demetri said, it feels like a brand new game. The way that Nintendo has applied the wide color gamut HDR is extremely impressive, and it's something that, again, I'm going to say this until the Switch 2 comes out, because then everybody will be on the same page. You have to see it in person. The way the colors pop is extremely impressive. And between that, the resolution and the frame rate makes a world of difference for a game like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. As far as the Zelda Notes app, I'm interested in it for the lore. Because, again, I've been playing Zelda since the 80s. If you give me more lore, I'm going to eat that up. I'm very excited about the lore aspect. Am I going to use the GPS? No. Am I going to use some of the other functions as far as giving me all the stats on where I'm at as far as 100% completing the game? That seems useful. Like, I'm down with that. That's cool. I'll take a look at it. I'm really there for the lore, though. And, that's the updated, what is it? The Zelda. What does she give you? The information? You guys remember what I'm talking about? All the updated lore that they're adding to it.
I thought
the Zelda voice part.
Yeah, I think that was for Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah,
I don't think it was for Breath of the Wild.
Well.
Yeah, I think it's. Is it for both, Robot Joe?
No, I thought it was only for Tears of the Kingdom.
Okay.
I definitely could be mistaken though.
Yeah. So as far as the app, GPS, I'm not going to use. I've already beat the game. Here's the thing, though. I beat the game 8 years ago. I beat it when it came out. I have not returned to it. Typically, I do not return to games like you, Nate, because there's too many games to play. There's too many experiences to be had. However, after playing it at the Switch 2 experience, I was immediately excited to return to this. Legit. Like, I'm going to 100% it again. I am very excited for it. I would almost give it an S tier. Almost. If it was a brand new experience, I would. but I'm going to give it an A tier, which means we have 3 A rankings, which means this is going in the Wave Race 64 tier.
Damn.
And then again, we'll see how everyone feels after everyone's played it.
True.
Right.
All right. Bravely Default. Prime time.
I am going to go with the Mad Cats tier. So here's the thing. This isn't because Bravely Default isn't a good game. It is. I beat it. It's wonderful. Well, what did I just talk about replaying games? Not really that into it. And just taking a game that was on a handheld and putting it in HD, that doesn't excite me. They didn't HD 2D this. They didn't remake it. They didn't redo a whole lot. They put it in HD. Like, that's just not exciting to me. It's honestly kind of lazy. And I'm not saying the developers are lazy. I think the decision to only do this with the game is a lazy decision. It's like a quick cash grab kind of game. And the thing
kind of reminds me of Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, just like the way it was remastered.
I get like Luigi's Mansion 2 is great. I love the game. Did not buy the HD version. Read the reviews. Glad I didn't buy it. It just wasn't a good decision. And I think it did affect the sales of Luigi's Mansion 2 not being as big as they could have been. And I think the same thing kind of here with Bravely Default. People buy it because it's cheap, right? It is one of the cheaper games at launch. But it's also a game key card, which already makes it just less appealing. And then on top of that, they didn't do a whole lot with it to make me want to buy it. Like, I've been trying to get my hands on it. Like, I was just looking at Best Buy, it's still not up at Best Buy to buy here locally. And I'm like, I was thinking to myself, why am I still trying to buy this game that I know I'm going to turn on for like 2 minutes and never play again? Because I already beat it. I already know what happens. They didn't add new content. So, yeah. I mean, the only thing that keeps it out of the what's wrong with you tier is that it is a good game. And I know it's a good game. So there will be people that enjoy it, even if for me, it's just not it.
Okay. I understand. Eric, how you feel?
I honestly don't know how to rate this game because I've never played it. But Nate made some damn good points that it does kind of just if this is not just a full on, like, if it's just a reskin that they just made it look better and didn't really do a whole lot else to it, then yeah, to me it does feel a little lazy. And why couldn't you actually HD 2D it? So yeah, no, I'm okay with his rating.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, it
very I thought you might be more excited because you never played it.
No, I haven't. I mean, it looks fun, but I don't know. It's probably still nothing I'm actually going to get.
Okay.
Game Bird.
Yeah, I'm gonna rate this one higher than both you guys. Although not as high as I wish I could be rating it. I'm gonna put it in the we tried category. I love Bravely Default. I played the crap out of it. And I never got to finish the game, but it is a wonderful game with an incredible turn-based combat system. And the turn-based combat system in this game came out at a time when a lot of journalists were saying, like, the reason, and even devs saying the reason why we don't really do turn-based games anymore is because it's tired and it's boring. And the Bravely Default system in this game, that the name is based on the combat system.
Yep.
Bravely is you can decide to attack. If you go brave, you can decide to attack multiple times with the character in one go. Yep. Or you can hold back and save up attacks for like an all-out attack. And it's this balance of like, do I go all out? Do I go a little bit intense? Do I play super defensive? And it becomes this nice kind of like ebb and flow and kind of tug and war puzzle-based turn-based combat. Really excited for this game. It loses points for one. I do agree it does feel like a slightly lazy port of the game. and it loses some points for me because it's a key card game and not a true physical release. That being said, I'm probably picking this one up, and I'll probably revisit it because I must have been like 3/4 of the way done with this game. So it'll be an opportunity to revisit a game that I really, really loved and finish it. And the story is really good too.
Nice. So you have a lot of history with this game.
Yeah.
Cool.
Now the thing is, it's just like, this is not a game I've ever played, and it's not one that particularly interests me. But the fact of the matter that it's a very basic upscale sort of remaster from a 3DS game, and that it's a key card, it's kind of leaning towards the "what is wrong with you" category, even if it's a good game. Like, all right, I think this is like a good talking point. Like, whenever a game is revealed to be a game key card, do you guys lose hype for it? Because it seems like we are in sort of agreement.
Yeah.
I don't lose hype for it myself because if I did that, I'd be losing hype for a majority of the lineup. Yeah. So I'm just not going to let it affect me that way. Just like all the bullshit that goes on in the world every day, I'm not going to let it affect me, even though I don't like it, but I won't let it affect me because I can't. Because if you do, what are you going to do with yourself?
Yeah. So game key cards, they don't make me necessarily knock games down much unless it's a game that I feel like already isn't that compelling of an offering, and then it's also a game key card. That's where I kind of knock some points off. If it's
like puking on a pile of crap.
Yeah, like if it's like a brand new game that I'm really excited for, it being a game key card probably won't knock it down a whole much for me because ultimately the game is what matters the most. But in this case, like Bravely Default, as much as I love the game, I'm not going to replay it. I'm not going to get it. It's only HD, so I don't feel like they did enough. And then you're also telling me I can't even own it completely physically. It just isn't that kind of. That's where where a game key card comes into play, where it's like, if it was full physical, right, maybe I would have picked it up, but I'm not. So,
I mean, if it's a good game, maybe that would save it. I wouldn't say that I have hard feelings about it either way, but just everything so far kind of leaning towards the "what is wrong with you" category.
Mm-hmm.
Brutal.
Hey, I don't hold anything back.
It's just to give you a little bit of background. You said if it's a good game, IGN gave it 8.6 back in the day. It's got 85% Metacritic, 91% of Google users liked the game, and many people sing the absolute praises of this game.
I can tell you firsthand, it is a phenomenal RPG at a time when they were feeling stale. The combat system, I can't sing enough praises for it. The Bravely Default, I didn't do a great job of explaining it. There's a lot more depth to it than that. It really makes for some exciting battles.
Amazing soundtrack too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Real quick, when you enter the towns and cities, they do it like the storybook, almost like the pop-up book diorama, and it's gorgeous, all hand drawn, like the cities when you enter them. It's stunning.
All right, Demet, you're going with what's wrong with you?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's start things off on a wonderful note like that.
All right, Mr. Robot Joe.
A couple questions first. Yes. Did this game release on the Switch at all?
No.
Okay. So
there's
3DS game,
Bravely
right?
Bravely Default 2 released on Switch.
Okay.
Yeah.
And okay, it wasn't on the Switch. I don't know about this one because I was gonna say if it was on the Switch, I would just pick up the Switch copy because we've seen that the new Dragon Quest 1 and 2 is getting the Switch 2 is a game key card, but the Switch version is obviously there, so I'm just gonna get the Switch version. So I would say maybe that would change it up a little bit, but I don't know. I haven't played it. It does sound interesting though. I don't know. I'll put it in We Tried. Just because it sounds like something cool, and maybe I'll pick it up one day when it's on sale, but yeah, I just don't really care that much, to be honest.
There we go.
Okay. I do have this game pre-ordered. I have it pre-ordered physically, and however we want to define that. It is a game key card.
Fake physical.
Yeah, fake physical, but I do have it pre-ordered. From what I've gathered, both Best Buy and GameStop are not going to be getting this game in store. It's delivery only. Mine is delivery only. Yeah, so I don't expect it to show up on launch day, which is fine because I can't play all these games and give impressions on all of them on launch day. So it'll come in a few days later.
Yeah, by all means, if it's delivery only, I am very content with the category I put it in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is right now. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know whose decision it is, obviously, right? It seems like they don't want to give it shelf space. I don't know.
This is a great name for the game key cards. Physical games, faux physical.
Yeah. There it is. So for me, I'm excited about it. I'm legit excited. Personally. Bravely Default, awesome games. And like Game Bird, I didn't get to spend enough time with this back in the day. Mm-hmm. So I was very excited to revisit it. And because it's such a great game, I'm not sweating the fact that it's not like a HD 2D and that it's like just a basic upscale, because it's just such a great game that I guess I don't need all of that. I'm just happy it's off of 3DS and on Switch 2 and made available now. And
TV turned off.
I am just very excited for it. So I would give it at the least a Tony Hawk GBA port. Personally, I would give it that. But that doesn't matter because we have Primetime gave it a D. Eric, you gave it the Mad Cats as well.
Yep.
Game Bird, you gave it a We Tried. Mm-hmm. Demetri, you gave it the Reginator. And Mr. Robot Joe, you gave it a We Tried as well.
Yeah.
So we're kind of at a standstill because I gave it a B. Had I not given it a B, it would go down to the lowest average because of the Reggie grade, and it would have sat at the Mad Cats. So now it's between Mad Cats and a We Tried. And I don't think we can move this baby to the middle. It won't go in the middle. It has to go somewhere.
Coin flip?
Yeah, coin flip, dude.
Thunderstack trying to rig the tier list.
Who's got
a collusion?
Who's got a coin?
Oh shit! Oh, I got a coin.
Let's see.
I haven't seen a coin in years.
I think I might have a coin. Let me check.
What coin?
Do they even make coins anymore?
I do have a coin.
All right, he's got a coin.
It's the limited edition Super Mario Odyssey Cappy one, so I'm gonna be delicate.
Is that a silver round?
Yeah. All right, let's see.
Otherwise, they can flip the hot chip or the hot.
All right, it's tails.
So, well, we got to call it. So it's going to be.
What is that?
What do we want to do? Do you want to say heads for We Tried, tails for Mad Cats?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
yep.
All right.
All right, let's do it. I just got to do this on my chair. I don't want it to break. Tails.
Yes.
So that's Mad Cats.
Yeah. Yes.
That's exactly where it should be.
It was written in the stars. That's right.
There we
That's
go.
right. You couldn't ask me and stop there. We had it. We had it right all along.
All right. Next up, we have Civ 7.
Oh wow, I forgot this game was launching.
Oh
Now,
yeah.
let me mention something to everyone real quick. So it's $70, right? $69.99. It is a game key card. However, you can buy the Switch 1 edition and upgrade for $10. I bought the Switch 1 edition on Amazon about 2 weeks ago for $49. So I'm gonna upgrade it for $10. So I basically got it for $59, the Switch 2 edition, and I got an actual physical game. That's it. Just want to throw that out there. Those are the options.
Sure.
And Nate's a big Civ 7 fan.
I love Civ.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have not played Civ 7 yet. I've been holding out because of Switch 2. And I usually play Civ on PC. I want to be very clear. It is a perfect PC game. It's a strategy game. I love it on PC. But I had this feeling that Switch 2 would have that mouse mode, and I'm like, you know what? We're gonna wait and see what it's like on Switch 2. And everything that I've seen so far looks really good. The developers have talked really well about it. They're saying, it's up there with some of the PC settings. Obviously, it's not going to be as beautiful as it would be on my nice big desktop or my gaming laptop. But I don't expect that because it's a different experience and handheld, and you can go to mouse mode super quick. And when they showed in a video how smooth it was going from mouse mode and back, I'm like, okay, this is cool. This is becoming a pattern that I'm noticing how smooth that transition is. So I don't think it's going to end up being an S tier, but I kind of have it up in the Wave Race 64 tier because what does it say? Underrated, polished, fan favorite. Now, it might not be the fan favorite part. I don't think this is going to be a game that sells like bonkers. But I do think that it is being underrated and overlooked. I heard a lot of people at the Switch 2 experience is one of the games that got played the least.
Facts.
And that's a bummer because Civ's an amazing game, but it's like people don't really understand how big of a deal the mouse controls are in a strategy game like that. And that's where I'm like, dude, the one thing I don't do with computers is I don't hook them up to my TV because I can never quite get it to look as good as it does on a monitor. But being able to slap this game up on the big screen behind me with Switch 2, oh yeah, baby. Like, and I read about that upgrade, so that's what I've been looking for. I've been looking for the Switch 1 sale so I can get it slightly cheaper than the Switch 2. So you said that, then I looked at it, I'm like, oh dude, now it's down to 48.
Oh, dude, yeah.
How do I hold out a little bit longer? Do I hold out a little? Like, is it going to get 40 next week?
I mean, if anything, I think it goes up.
Yeah, it probably will go back up. So, so that might be the route I go. Not because, and by the way, I'm going to give Civ a pass for the game key card, and the only reason I'm giving it a pass on the game key card and having it not affect anything, like I'll buy it for the game key card, I guess, if that's how I choose to get it. To me, it's a PC game. All PC games are all digital.
Right.
So I can't really get mad at them for not wanting to do a physical cartridge when literally a majority of their sales are on a platform that doesn't do physical. So
that makes sense. I mean, I never thought that I could find a rationale for game key cards, but hey, you actually came up with a good one.
Well, yeah, PC first games, like they literally are all digital. So
yeah. That makes sense. Still
it does.
Yeah,
So,
I suppose getting a physical edition of a PC first game would be a luxury. So,
and I will say, when there's a chance that I might just bite the bullet on the Switch 2 version because I'm going to go pay off all my stuff at GameStop. And if I'd be like, do you guys still have pre-orders for Civ 7? Ah, fuck. Throw it on there. That's what's going to happen. I already know it because I love Civ 7 and I haven't played it yet. Well, I love Civ. Sorry, I can't say I love 7. I haven't played it yet, but
I knew what you meant.
Yeah.
We get you.
All right, Eric, can you add some more to that?
Yeah, I can actually. No, I agree with Nate. It's I've played Civ games; they're awesome.
Yeah,
love them. The only thing that I could see would be the sales is just I don't know how well this is going to sell on the Switch 2, just because it is mainly a PC game. But again, the mouse mode is perfect for this, so I'm going to probably put it in the Tony Hawk, just because of the sales. I just don't know how well it's going to sell.
So, do you think that Nintendo fans are maybe less civilized?
No, it's kind of
nicely said.
Man, it's
yes,
man, yes, we are completely uncivilized.
And yes.
All right, so you said Tony Hawk.
Tony Hawk.
All right, Tony Hawk tier. Game Bird, how you feeling?
I'm gonna put Civ 7 in Mad Catz category. Yeah, I'm going down for this one. Listen, I have no problem with Civilization games. I think these kind of games are a lot of fun. I've enjoyed many throughout my life. Obviously, my opinion could change if I got my hands on this one. I do know as far as like open critic goes, there's a 10-point drop from Civilization 6 to 7.
Yeah.
I think Civ 6 has an 89 on there, and Civ 7 dropped to a 79, which is a pretty big drop. Again,
Yeah.
I haven't played it. I also, because like this is the type of game where I feel like a keyboard really lends itself to it. I just don't know, like as cool as I think it is that Civilization is going to be on Switch 2. I just don't know that a game like this would be my preferred place. Whereas maybe a first-person shooter or a ARPG like Diablo, it's like, oh yeah, that like makes perfect sense with mouse mode. So again, I don't think it's awful. I think it's going to be functional, maybe barely, but we'll see.
Okay, good explanation, Demetri.
Yeah. I'd never played a Civ game before, so I don't really have an opinion of it. I mean, the game keycard thing doesn't help its case, but considering like the reviews it's got, what do you do if you just have like no opinion? Like, is there a tier for that?
I'd say no
I think the
opinion
we
tier
tried.
would be a C. Yeah, we tried.
Because it's the odd
middle
but
ground.
charming.
Yeah.
I guess we tried would work.
Okay. All right, fair. Mr. Robot Joe.
I have never played Civ as well, but it's a game I've always wanted to play. I'm a huge history person. Probably a little too much, actually. I freaking love history. I like strategy games, and yeah, I haven't.
Love Civ.
Yeah, and I know that's actually kind of why I haven't played it yet, because I know I would love
You
it.
get addicted.
I know I would get addicted to it, but it does look really enticing. But I do think I will eventually pick this up on an eShop sale in like a year, to be honest. It's not high up on my radar, but I do think I watched all the reviews as well, and it came out, and it seemed like a lot of the lifelong Civ fans, people who are still playing Civilization 2 today, they seemed that they took some features out they didn't like, and
yeah,
that.
This
So I
is
don't.
the Civ that supposedly tried to innovate the most.
Yeah.
Since Civ 2.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's the first Civ I should start with. But that being said, if it runs better than the Switch version, because that looked not great, if the mouse controls make sense. Again, this is one of the games I wouldn't have a problem it being a game key card. I think this is going to be a sleeper hit, low-key. I don't think it's going to sell the best, but I think it's going to be a damn good game for some. I don't know why I have that feeling about it. So I'm gonna put this in Tony Hawk. Yeah, I think it's gonna.
Right.
I think it's gonna be one of those games when you just make casual conversation with somebody. They're like, "Have you played the fucking Civ port on the Switch, dude? It's actually really good." So
there we go.
Yeah. Okay, so for me, I have not played Civ, but again, I did buy it because I'm going to play it. I'm excited to play it. I'm excited to finally dive in. I too absolutely love history. This is a game that previously I didn't play because, again, I know it's going to pull me in and take up a lot of time. But in the spirit of wanting to, review these games, these launch games, and get out impressions, I picked up the game. And I do think the mouse mode is going to be very cool. So I'm excited about it. I am excited to finally learn how Civ works. I've actually watched a few videos already that kind of give an explanation on how Civ works and, some tips for people who are brand new to the series. So this is me diving into something new because it's a launch title, right? And this is why you release games as a company. This is why you bring games at launch. Because people are more willing to try something new. Yeah, and that's why I am trying something new. So I think it's going to go over well. I do. I would be comfortable putting this in the Tony Hawk GBA port tier, which is 3 for Tony Hawk. And that's where it will live now.
Right on.
Cyberpunk.
Guys, I have to get out of here before we start.
Yep,
Cyberpunk, that's my most anticipated game. Put that at the very top.
There you go. You're just doing it right
Thanks
now.
for having me, guys. I hope
Nice.
to come back soon.
Absolutely, man.
Nice to see you.
Good having you on, man.
1 week left. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
Literally
now
in 19 minutes.
he said at the very top. So are we counting that as Captain N? That's the very top.
That's what he
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
That's what we're
All
going
right,
for.
let's do it. Okay. Prime.
Yeah.
Where you at?
Oh boy. So I played Cyberpunk on PC a little bit. So I have a little bit of experience with the game. I'm gonna go wave race tier with this one. It's one of those things where I'm not so sure that it's underrated. But I do think that it's going to be extremely polished. And I do think this is going to be a fan favorite at launch for sure. Just looking at the category itself. And obviously, where things are going to end up after we play it and all that stuff, who knows? But right now, it seems like there's a lot of hype around this game. It's like the most talked about game coming to Switch 2, even though it's on PS4. So it shouldn't have been considered like this impossible game. But here it is. So I honestly think that the weird thing is a year from now, it could be even better. Like we can get 60 FPS possibly added a year from now. So, look, I think it looks really cool. And every time I see a Super Metal Dave 64 video go up and he's comparing it to like the highest end 5090, and he's like, dude, do you see how good this looks compared to like the literal best this game can look? I'm like, yeah, those look pretty good. I think people are going to be pretty impressed with this game.
Okay. Same. Great explanation. Eric?
Yep. I just pre-ordered it right now.
Oh, nice.
Physical?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember, this is the flagship third-party physical, and that you're getting the whole game plus the expansion on cartridge, which again is unheard of right now. So
I will say one thing positive about game key cards is that they are tangible. I like to call digital games NFTs because they're not freaking tangible. But at least with game key cards, you can trade them, give them to a friend, sell them. Looking on the bright side, guys. But
Demetri, I agree with you. I actually compared them on a previous show to like a nice. Listen, we're all headed towards the full digital age. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. Whether
can the memory of Stadia just stay a little longer?
I know, right? But that being said, I think it's at the very least, and not that this is like a big positive, but if you want something tangible on your shelf, this is a transition item, I suppose, for the key cards at least. Not this game. This game's obviously.
Yeah, this game's physical.
Oh, man, this is good.
You can taste them. Yes, that's true.
Yeah. You can't taste them.
Gamebird, or did you give your thoughts on Cyberpunk?
No, is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
I also race tier.
I'm putting this in S tier. And the reason being is this game is doing everything right, in my opinion. We're getting Cyberpunk, including Game of the Year nominated DLC on a physical cartridge. It has regular controls. It has mouse mode that I think is going to complement the game really nicely. Prime mentioned what I was going to say. I'm glad you mentioned it, Prime. This is one of those ones that all of us on the podcast for a long time kind of predicted leading up to, the big Switch 2 reveal that this game was going to be ported over to Switch 2. For whatever reason, a lot of people thought this was an impossible port. But the game looks stunning. And the build that Stash got to play based on his impressions and the great impressions that Stash had visually, the way it felt, knowing that build was 7 weeks old, right? Am I correct in my memory? It was a 7-week-old build that you played, and they confirmed that there would maybe not to you, but in articles or interviews, they confirmed that there would be improvements leading up to the full release. But yeah, this game looks stunning. People have had great impressions of the way it plays. Again, it's doing everything right. Physical release, includes DLC at a great price. I'm sold. This game looks awesome. I played maybe, I want to say like 12 hours of the game on PS5, but hey, we're going to get this game. You know, it's not as powerful as the PS5, but we're also getting the game on the go. And like you said, Prime, this game is probably going to look better a year from now.
That's a good thing to bring up, because whenever I see people compare like the power of the Nintendo Switch 2 to the PS5, I don't understand why they don't put into consideration that this is a sleek portable system. Like, of course, it's not going to be as powerful because you simply don't have as much real estate as something like an Xbox or a PS5. But it's very powerful for what it is, and it's very impressive.
Yeah. It's weird that people don't make those complaints with like laptop versus desktop PC, you know?
I mean, that's pretty much exactly
you know, you got to factor in portability into the price.
For sure.
Yeah.
This is S tier for me. I'm really excited to jump back into this world, see it through. I'm stoked to play it on my TV. You know, Nate, you mentioned playing Civ on the big TV. I have a pretty good PC. It runs games really nice. But I'll be honest, guys. I don't like PC gaming. I have a remote job. I sit in front of my computer for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, staring at my computer. Honestly, the last place that I want to be, and I know this is a personal thing. You know, if you work, you know, at a retail spot or you work at an office, maybe it's different and it doesn't apply to you. But when I get off work, the last thing I want to do is, if I'm not editing or working on a video, I don't want to be sitting at my computer. I want to be kicking back on my couch, my beautiful big TV, and enjoying and separating myself from my work. So
100%.
I'm really excited to play this.
I'm the exact same way too. You know, I thought it was like a really hot take. It might be, but for gaming, what I like to do is just sit back in my recliner, play the game on the TV with a controller, or even if it's like a handheld system. I never got into PC gaming.
Yeah.
Yep.
Except for some of the things you could do, like emulation, stuff like that. But console experience is just so much better to me.
Yeah.
100%.
And again, to just for anyone in the crowd who's big on PC, I do like PC gaming. I used to do a lot more of it. Now that I got the remote job, I just don't want to mix, I don't know, my workspace with my relaxing time and fun space. Yeah. It ruins it for me.
How dare you? I'm just kidding.
I 100% agree with you. I'm the same way. You know, like, you work all day on computers. Last thing I want to do is continue staying in here and then play on a computer. So totally get it. Demetri, how you feel about this one?
Cyberpunk's a game I actually want to check out. Like, originally I didn't check it out because, I mean, I primarily play on the Nintendo Switch. But now seeing how the game's evolved and just all the hype surrounding it, I gotta say, just because I haven't played it, I'm not sure if I would put it in Captain N tier. But I will say Wave Race. I think A tier is good. I think that's definitely suitable for it.
Okay.
But if I end up loving it after playing it, very much could be in Captain N.
So, I played it. Switch 2 experience, of course. Really enjoyed it. Thought it looked great. It was an older build. So again, this game is only going to look better and perform better as we get closer to the launch date, because they've had more development time. If you guys have watched the actual footage directly from CD Projekt Red, they have the footage on their website under the media page where you can watch it without the YouTube compression. And I think that makes a good difference, but it still doesn't translate the wide color gamut HDR. Because even me viewing it on my HDR monitor, it just doesn't look the same versus when you're actually playing it. Meaning it looks a lot better. I always circle back to the Series S version. It got a patch 2 years later to run at 60 frames per second. So they worked 2 years to optimize it. So again, what we see today, what we see at launch, there is a precedence for it to actually look better down the road. Not only because it's a new console and developers are learning how to maximize the new console, but because CDPR has historically done this. So I think the product we get on launch day is going to be incredible, but that it could look even better down the road. For me, this is a flagship third-party launch title. I'm going to give it an S tier, Captain N, which means we have that's an S tier.
All right.
As our first S tier.
The first S tier, baby.
First S tier.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Cyberpunk!
All right. Delta Rune. Yeah. That was a
Okay.
good one.
Okay, we have a lot of games to go here, so I'm gonna keep this short.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to keep it short for a lot of these games.
Let's do it.
I am gonna say this is gonna be Wave Race 64 tier. Because we already know Deltarune kicks ass, and we've been waiting for chapters 3 and 4 forever. I fully believe these are gonna hold up.
I agree. I've always wanted to play Undertale, and considering the reception, I would say I agree with you there.
Yep.
Okay.
Undertale is awesome. If Deltarune's any as good as that is, then yeah, that's exactly.
How long was the gap between the first two, or like the first chapters and this?
Oh, it's been huge. It's been a massive gap. I can't remember.
Released in 2018, I believe, or I could be wrong.
I will say that while Nate's looking that up, that remember purchasing this
2021.
It's $24.99 and it gets you all of the chapters.
Yep.
Oh.
So it gets you the future chapters too.
Yeah.
Oh geez, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, which is, I mean, that seems like a really good deal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Game Bird.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this one in Wave Race 64 tier. I've actually never played Undertale, and
Oh man, get it.
I've been told by many people, dude, this is a game that you'd love, and I have no doubts in my mind. It's just one that I've never picked up and have never played. Obviously, I'm a huge Earthbound fan.
Yeah.
Many recommendations. So again, kind of like how Eric said, if this game is anything like Undertale or nearly as good as Undertale, people seem to really love that game. It's something that I definitely want to get my hands on and play, and I'm sure I'll love it. So I'm going to put it in A tier.
Do you need to play Undertale before playing Deltarune?
I don't know.
You don't need to. You don't need to, but there are reoccurring characters. So you'll get more out of it, but you don't have to. It's not going to be
the game if you played. Yeah,
exactly. Like any long running franchise, there's always going to be some things that complement it from other games, some Easter eggs, that sort of thing that you can pick up on. And Demeet, you gave it a Wave Race already, right?
Right.
Okay. So this one's unanimous. I'm giving it a Wave Race as well. I am very excited for it. I love Undertale. And again, I mentioned this in my launch video, my Switch 2 launch guide. A lot of inspiration from Earthbound. So again, support this. Go out, support this game. You support it. Hey, maybe Nintendo will pay attention, right? Maybe we'll get Mother 3 someday on GBA. All right. So next up, we got Fast Fusion. Fast Fusion, $14.99. Shinin, digital only. Already announced a free update. 4K 60. 8K backgrounds. What the hell is going on here? Prime time, where are you at?
Which game was it again?
Fast Fusion.
Fast Fusion?
Fast Fusion.
That's S tier. What are we doing? Why is this even a conversation? Do I even need to explain why it's S tier? One, it's the first.
I don't think so.
It's the first 4K Switch 2 game. Confirmed. 4K. They're working on it being 4K 60 for an update after launch. Not just that, set aside frame rate. Dude, this game kicks ass. The original game that came out at launch of Switch kicked ass. This game looks like it's going to kick more ass. And honestly, if you guys look at any of the trailers or any of the screenshots, it's almost one of the most visually stunning games at launch. I think people are going to play this and be massively impressed.
Okay.
Sure. I'm good with that.
I have it pre-ordered.
I'm good with that too. I mean, I'm surprised I haven't even played the first one yet. Yeah. You'll see why coming up.
Okay. Gamebird?
I'm S tier. I agree with everything Nate said. And like you said, Stash, it's $14.99. You're getting an F-Zero-like racer with stunning 4K visuals, 60 frames per second, once that update hits. $14.99. The first one was fantastic. This is going to be a sleeper hit. Guys, check out this game, please. I beg you.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm also good with S tier. And again, I talked about this in my launch guide video. I'm super hyped. $15. They already announced a free content update. And they have, I think, like at least six different performance graphic profiles. One of them is actually 8K backgrounds, which is insane. Wow. Obviously, the Switch 2 can't output 8K, but the backgrounds are in 8K. Yeah, this is going to be badass. And at $15, everyone should be picking this up at $15.
I think I'm just going to... Is there any physical one? Or
so it's digital only. It's digital only. I pre-ordered it at Best Buy digitally, because it goes into how much money I spend to get the rewards back. Because they're doing a special deal with Switch games and accessories for every $150 you spend, you get 20 back. So I'm going to get like $100 back.
But yeah, this is from an indie dev. So yeah,
yeah, I created these box arts custom. Yeah. Fortnite. Free game.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be clicking fucking heads in my bed. It's S tier, baby. I'm gonna play the fuck out of Fortnite. Look, I'm not one of those people that spends all the money on all the shit, but my fiance loves this game. Ergo, I'm gonna play it a lot, and ergo, she's gonna see how much better it is on Switch 2 and be begging me for a Switch 2 like 2 days after she sees it. Dude, I look. I know some people hate Fortnite. I'm not one of those people that hate it. You can play it absolutely for free. Unlimited fun. I love it. S tier.
Might I also add that it'll be running on Unreal Engine 5. That much is confirmed.
And it is on Unreal Engine 5 on Switch, but you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. It's
exactly. Are we expecting this to run at... What are you expecting?
I think it's going to hit 60.
I think there's an option for 120 frames.
There might be.
I think there might be too. Yeah, I think this is going to do really well in the performance department. Eric, how you feeling?
I'm not a big Fortnite fan. I don't really care. I don't hate it. So it's I mean, the only thing that I guess would make it better is because it does have mouse controls. So I guess it's slightly better than middle for me. So Tony Hawk.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't hate it. I don't love it.
Yeah, they do have confirmed it is 1080p 120. Or you can go graphics mode, which is 4K 60. So
damn.
Yeah, lovely.
Oh,
all right, Gamebird.
I'm gonna put Fortnite in What's Wrong with You.
What? There was gonna be a Fortnite hater somewhere. I knew it was gonna happen.
It's not that I hate Fortnite. Like, I have nothing against Fortnite. I just don't like competitive online shooters. There are very rare exceptions to that, like Splatoon, but Splatoon has a very niche appeal, and it has the salmon run, and it has the single player. But yeah, I just don't like Fortnite. I have no doubt in my mind that this game is going to run awesome and be fantastic on Switch 2, and I'm sure the Joy-Con functionality. But like, listen, I love Bravely Default. And that game landed on Mad Catz. And as someone who just doesn't like Fortnite, I can't I can't bring myself to putting Fortnite higher than Bravely Default when I know I'd get way more fun and enjoyment out of Bravely Default.
You are crazy, man.
Because you're someone who hasn't played it. You don't
And
realize
Bravely Default has a much better storyline than Fortnite. Can we all agree on that?
I mean, by default.
Fine.
By default.
By
And
default.
much better boss battles than Fortnite. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And a much better leveling system. Can we agree on that?
Yeah. Soundtrack too. Yeah.
There we go. See,
I don't know
art
about the
style?
soundtrack, dude. I don't know. Right now, when I'm
Art
listening
style?
to the John Williams Star Wars theme, come on.
That doesn't count.
You get into the X-Wing.
Original music, though.
I get it. I know. The reason I'm going to try to defend Fortnite just for a moment is you described it, for what it basically is, right? That third-person shooter, online shooter thing. But that lets me know you haven't played Fortnite because there's racing in the game.
I have played Fortnite. I played it when it was originally just like the tower defense way back in the day, and then I played a bunch of it on Switch when my buddy was playing. It's like, oh, it's actually kind of fun, and it took a lot for him to pull me in because again, when I think of shooters that I get into, they're either story based or have some level of character progression, like a Borderlands or a Destiny, where I feel like my character is getting stronger and there's a story that I'm completing and boss fights and dungeons and that sort of stuff. When you take out like the RPG mechanics and just make it like a competitive PvP, that's where you lose me. And I don't think there's anything wrong with those games. They're just not for me.
So what he's saying is he's awesome at single player Mario Kart.
Listen, I just risked a giant population of my subscribers by saying I don't like Fortnite. At least I'm being true to myself.
Yeah, I don't think you lost a single subscriber for that take. You actually
I
probably
think it's more important to be true to yourself than worry about subscribers.
I get shit on for Fortnite, so
but now it's time to do the complete opposite. Honestly, Fortnite's like one of my most hyped games for the Nintendo Switch too. I just got back into it. My Xbox Series X has been actually a game system rather than just a dust collector. And I did a little bit of foreshadowing before, but this is going to be the ultimate way to play Fortnite. You got good graphics frame rate. It's portable, gyro, mouse controls. This is just incredibly hype. S tier, absolutely S tier. And also, one more thing. This is a momentous occasion. Breaking out the Mountain Dew Pitch Black. They haven't made these in 2 years. So, yeah. To Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Wow. Did you take a sip yet?
No. Let's see when the expiration date was. July 3rd, 2023.
Oh, shit.
Let's go.
All right.
Nice. All right. Doing the do. Okay, so let's see. Prime, you gave it an S tier. Eric, you gave it a B. Or should I say Tony Hawk.
Mm-hmm.
Gamebird, you gave it a Reggie, what's wrong with you? And Demet, you're giving it Captain N. So I guess that just leaves me
Captain
here. Let me just say this. I have not played Fortnite. I've never played it.
Not surprised.
Yep. Haven't had much of an interest in playing it. However, as I mentioned before, launch time, the launch window, is time for new experiences. Anytime a new console launches, this is when I like to really try out some new stuff. And it's free, right? So there's no entrance fee to get in to try this out. I love that it's going to perform as well as it's going to on Switch 2. Really, there's no better time for me to jump in and try this out. So I am going to be playing it. How I feel about it, I don't know. Because I haven't played it, I can't give it an S tier. I can't. I haven't played it. But I can give it a Tony Hawk.
Wow.
My hype level is Tony Hawk.
Okay.
I think I could end up enjoying it more than I thought. So that is 2 Tony Hawks, which means Fortnite stays where it's at. All right. F-Zero GX. Now remember, split screen, we got online play. Online play on the Switch. That's a big deal. And improved resolution. It's got widescreen mode and CRT filter.
Stash is really pushing this game, if you can't tell.
Oh, yeah, I just want to get the facts out there. I've been doing it for all the games. Just want to get the facts out there.
We went over resolution and frame rate and everything for all. Anyways, just want to get the facts out there. I really enjoy F-Zero GX. I'll probably give it a try a little bit on Switch too, just because I already have the sub, and on top of that, it's got online, which didn't exist back then. It's really all I care about. I don't care about the CRT filters. I mean, the widescreen's nice. I think the game's going to end up being right about what I think it is today, and that's in that Tony Hawk tier. It's better than it probably has any right to be today, but I don't think it's anywhere near as good as what like Fast Fusion is. Might not even be as good to me as F-Zero 99, to be completely honest, because that really changed a lot for me with expectations for future stuff. I didn't really realize I would enjoy Battle Royale F-Zero so much.
It's so much fun. I know.
So great. So, and F-Zero GX is amazing. One of my favorite F-Zeros, but it's just retreading old ground, and I can play it online. So Tony Hawk.
Yeah.
Okay. You're with that too?
Yeah.
There we go.
It is a remake. No, I'm just kidding.
It is a remake.
Yeah. All right, Game Bird.
Man, this is hard now because like I'm trying not to base it on where others have landed on the list, and it's like hard for me to be like,
don't do it, man. Don't give in.
I know. I'm actually gonna put this one. Man,
don't give in to fear. Fear is the enemy.
Thunderstash is basically admitting it's S tier.
Enemy deserves no mercy.
I'm gonna put this in the wave race tier.
Yes, there you go.
I think it's a solid A. Listen, yes, Fast Fusion is modern, it's new, it's shiny, it's gonna have all the new bells and whistles. But listen, man, this is a franchise that like fans have been dying for a new entry. So to see one of the most beloved entries make a triumphant return, including those 4K up-res, the 60 frames per second, and more importantly, online play, something we've never had in the series ever. If you exclude F-Zero 99, of course. This is a huge win. And hopefully this is a taste of things to come down the road. I'm really excited to play it. Do I think I will play as much of this as maybe Breath of the Wild, Switch 2 Edition, or Deltarune? Probably not. But I know when I do play it, it's going to be glorious, and I'm going to love every minute of it.
Here's the thing with F-Zero GX. It's actually my favorite GameCube game of all time. No. And automatically, it's going to go in S tier. The cool thing about F-Zero GX is that it was the first collaboration between Nintendo and Sega. And I got to say, Sega is like fire when they come to their arcade games. Because there's also an arcade version of the game called F-Zero AX, which is very similar, but has some different physics. I actually got to play the arcade version just a few months ago, which was awesome. This is the first F-Zero game I ever played, F-Zero AX, back in 2014. But history lesson aside, it's one of the best racing games of all time. It's difficult as hell, but it's super satisfying once you get everything down. It really comes down to track memorization and just learning to maneuver, managing speed in the boosts. It's a phenomenal game. It is, yes, it is maybe too difficult, but that's part of the charm of it. I mean, obviously no game's perfect, but it's easily my favorite GameCube game and in my top 10 favorite games of all time. The only thing it might have going against it is that this might rule out a remake of F-Zero GX. Thing is, I'm not sure if it could. Same goes for another game. But even so, I'm so hyped to play this online at 4K. I did not play it at the Nintendo Switch 2 experience because I wanted to play Super Mario Striker since that wouldn't be there at launch, but absolutely Captain N tier, one of the greatest games of all time, and it's great that a new generation will get to play it for the first time. That really applies to a lot of these GameCube games, since most of them have never been re-released.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It is really great to see all of these coming out. Okay, so Captain N tier. So for me, I've been with F-Zero since the SNES, since the launch. I've been there day one for every F-Zero game. I remember buying this one. And I remember playing this with my friend Mark. Played it a ton. And it's a tough game. It's a level, it's a difficulty level that I really respect, right? I get enjoyment out of it. Of course, it will put some people off who, don't appreciate that level of difficulty, you could say. For me personally, after playing it at the Switch 2 experience, playing it on widescreen, man, felt good. Felt damn good. I am excited. I'm excited to play this online, dude. Yeah, this is going up there with Captain N.
Nice.
There it is. All right.
Rightfully so.
Exactly. Hitman. Okay, remember, this is Hitman World of Assassination. It has Hitman 1, 2, 3, and all the DLC. I have this game on PlayStation VR 2. I have not played it yet. I received a review code for it, and I have not got to it. But let me just tell you, the amount of additional content that I had to download was insane. Like, I even said this in my launch video. Time to 100% it, I think, was like 330 some hours. $59.99.
Okay. I'm still gonna leave it where you said it. You said it in the We Tried tier. I feel like that's where it belongs. Hitman's never really been a huge series for me. I do enjoy it. I'm undecided if I'm gonna end up picking this up. I might wait for a discount, but yeah, I think right there it's gonna be like, it's a nice to have.
So you're not a fan of Hitman?
Not a huge fan of Hitman, no.
Not even Brett?
Okay, well, we're not going there, are we?
That's a different type of Hitman.
I mean, it's a Hitman, nonetheless. Brett the Hitman Hart. Just
I know.
Okay, all right. Eric, how you feeling?
That would be actually kind of cool if they did.
Right?
Yeah. I haven't really played it. It is kind of a cool thought. So, I mean, I really have no here nor there, so I guess it goes into We Tried.
Okay.
I have no opinion on it either.
So you're going to go on the We Tried?
Yep.
Okay. Is this so I've never played a Hitman game. Is this the one where it was kind of like a reboot for the series that was regarded for its really good storytelling? Am I remembering correctly? There was like a series of Hitman games that came out that wasn't the the older ones from maybe like 10 years ago.
This is
critics were saying the storytelling's really good in it, or the story's really good in it. And
these
it
are
was released in episodes.
Yeah, these are the new Hitmans. Hitman 1, 2, 3. It's all the games put together with all of the DLC. So yeah.
Okay.
They're the recent ones.
I'm going to put this in Tony Hawk. I've never played a Hitman. I've heard good things about the story and gameplay in it. I think the fact that they've just packed this package full of content is a huge win. This is the sort of thing that you like to see. So I'm going to put it into Tony Hawk. I think that's awesome. I'd love to try this out someday. Not 100% sure if it's a game that I'd enjoy, but I'm interested enough knowing that everything is all there in one place to bump it up a little bit.
Okay. I'm also going the Tony Hawk tier personally. Again, for the same reasons. It's just chock full of content. I really like the Hitman games. They're a ton of fun. I think it'd be fun and portable play. I like that they added in the Mario and Luigi suits as well. and they had it in a golden wrench as a weapon. You know, of course, a plumber's weapon that you can use to assassinate people, which I think is very cool. But regardless, we got voted off the island, Game Bird, because
we did.
This is a we tried, so it stays there. All right, Hogwarts Legacy.
Oh baby, S tier, that sumbitch. Look, I played a significant amount of Hogwarts Legacy on Switch. Didn't beat it because it is a little frustrating. Because of course I've seen it on other systems and be significantly better. And there's just enough frustrations that kind of hit you throughout the Switch 1 experience. And the bottom line is, since I bought it on Switch 1, I only had to spend $10. And for $10 fucking dollars, this Switch 2 version is going to be amazing.
$10 holla.
I might even restart the whole thing all over again, not even worry about transferring my save.
Was this digital or physical?
You can upgrade both. So if you own it physically, there's a spot in the menu within the game where you can upgrade. If you bought it digitally, you can upgrade it on the Nintendo eShop, which I did that. I upgraded digitally. $10.
Yeah. And it's a key card game if you're buying it like brand new physically.
Yeah.
For Switch 2.
All right, so you're going S tier, Eric.
Let's go, man. This one's tough. I think I'm going to put it in Wave Race. Not sure why, but
fine.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to go do that.
Don't worry, I'll borrow it to you and you'll change your mind.
Probably.
It's really fun.
I'm going to throw this one in Wave Race. I'll preface that with saying I own this game on PlayStation 5 already. Yeah. I have not played it yet. I've never, I got to be honest, I've never read a Harry Potter book and I've never seen a Harry Potter movie in my life. But it seems like the type of game that I would really love. If this is one that I end up, when I do dive into the PlayStation 5 version, I could see it ending up being a game that I double dip. That way, maybe I do a second playthrough. I'm not sure how much the story can change based on how you play, but I know from what I remember, you can get assigned to different wizard houses and stuff like that. So if this is one that I like and I'm like, oh man, I want to replay this, I'll definitely pick it up on Switch 2, especially for that portable functionality on it. But I think the most I could say is, based on what we've seen, the game looks fantastic on Switch 2. So
I would have to agree with you there, because I haven't seen a Harry Potter movie or read a Harry Potter book, but it looks like a cool game. It's definitely something I'd be interested in playing. So I would say I would probably put it in Tony Hawk tier, but that's only because I don't know anything about the Harry Potter series, really. I mean, I know the characters, I know of it, but it's not something I invested myself in. But I'd be down to check out the game at some point.
Okay. All right, so for me with Hogwarts Legacy, again, when it comes to the Harry Potter movies, when I was 29, I had to get an emergency appendectomy. And I was managing in the restaurant business. So, of course, I couldn't lift or anything for like 2 weeks, right? So I was on paid medical leave. And I had never seen the movies. I said, you know what? This seems like a good time to watch these, right? I'm on pain medication. So playing video games, not so much fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're probably going to lose a lot of lives playing on pain medication. So I watched all the movies. I bought them on Blu-ray. And they were awesome. They were magical. John Williams scores the first movie. Music is legendary. Of course, John Williams is a GOAT. And really enjoyed the movies. Only saw them once. That's when I saw them. Haven't watched them since. Didn't rewatch them or anything. Bought Hogwarts Legacy on PS5. Loved it. Bought it on Switch for Michaela to give to her. She loved it. She's logged hundreds of hours. And I have it coming on Switch too. I did not beat it on PS5. It got busy. You know how life goes. You end up doing something else. I'm excited to play this on Switch too. This is a great game, in my opinion, to be able to play in handheld mode. Honestly, awesome game. I love it. I'm gonna have to give it an S tier, which means we are at a standstill between Captain N and Wave Race. We're gonna need a coin toss here.
All right, let me get the coin again. All right,
we'll go heads Captain N and tails Wave Race.
All right, let me do this again. Heads.
Heads it is. So we're keeping it where it's at. All right. Next up is by Capcom, and this title is Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess. This is currently available on PC, PlayStation 4. It has favorable reviews. People who have played it really enjoy it. It's only available digitally in the US. There is, of course, the Japan version, but it's a game keycard, and game keycards will not work in America.
Wait, what?
I confirmed that with PlayAsia. I have an email chain with them.
Wait, hold up. So you can't use game keycards because of region locked?
Yeah, from Japan. I have an email chain with PlayAsia because I was thinking about getting a couple of games physically from PlayAsia because they're not available here. And I asked them about that, and they confirmed it. And they're like, yeah, it really sucks because that's going to really hurt our business. I'm like, yeah, like considerably. Shoot. So yeah, $40 though on the eShop. So it's not a full price title. Prime time.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Everything you just said, what's wrong with you?
Okay. Eric Moore.
He's not here.
Okay. If he's not here, we default to a C.
Okay.
Gamebird.
I'm putting this in Wave Race, baby. I've been wanting to play this game since the very first teaser trailer. This game looks right up my alley. I think the art style and the visuals, it has like almost this like watercolor / kaleidoscope, wild stuff. I was so refreshed when I saw this announced from Capcom. So often with modern games, we get stuck on the big IP, you know, all the Resident Evils and the Monster Hunters, and we see a lot of the same, a lot of what works. And seeing this getting released reminded me of like back in the GameCube and PS2 days when companies were taking a lot more risks and coming out with interesting new IP. It had visuals that reminded me a little bit of Konami, a little bit of Onimusha. Before we knew we were getting new versions of those games coming out. It's one that's been on my radar. It's a $40 game. It has great reviews for the most part. And this is just one I'm not sure because I know this game's on PC. I don't know how it runs on mouse, but this is one. It does have some tower defense like elements and strategy elements. So if mouse mode is something that is supported, which I don't know, I'm not sure if it is. Yeah, this is an A, almost an S tier for me. I'm really looking forward to checking this one out, and I'm happy I never picked it up because this will be an early purchase for me.
Okay, I like it. All right, Demetch.
Ooh, if the fact of the matter is that this is region locked, that's really bad.
Yeah, I mean, just physically is what I'm saying. It's like you can't buy this physically from PlayAsia and play it on your
make a Japanese account.
It's available here on the eShop. It's just the physical aspect of it. And as far as Japanese accounts, you need a Japanese payment method. So, yeah.
Throw it in the garbage. What is wrong with you?
Okay.
I'm not even that interested in the game, but that's insane. And not in a good way either.
Well, to be fair though, this game doesn't have a physical release on any platform. You know, the Xbox version is all digital, the PlayStation version is all digital, and the PC version is all digital. So the only bonus is that Japan is getting a key card.
Yeah,
but
that's
it's not like they took physical away for this release. Not that I'm trying to boost up your score because I'm excited for this. I think it's important. You know, there's a difference when it's physical everywhere else, but this version.
Yeah, no boosting here. I'm gonna stick to my category.
Okay, I'm gonna give this a Wave Race 64 tier. I'm excited for it as well. I share the same sentiment as GameBird. So that means we have a tie again. We have 2 Wave Races and 2 Reggie disapproves. So completely different spectrum. We're gonna need a coin toss on this. Demeet, you got that coin for us still?
Dude.
Yeah.
This one's gonna sting.
That coin's getting a lot of use.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to go heads for Wave Race?
Sure.
Heads for Wave Race, tails for the other one. It's heads.
Thank God. Thank God.
Thank God.
Okay.
You
Mario
guys are
Kart
crazy.
World.
Ooh, this is gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Like, what do I say to a game I think is going to be the greatest Mario Kart that's ever existed?
Well, Prime, you need to factor in the $80 price tag.
But I didn't spend 80.
I don't care.
You still have to.
You have to. Especially when you review the game.
Why am I factoring in money I didn't spend?
Because you're brainwashing your audience. That's why.
I'm brainwashing my audience. Well, look, anyone in the audience, if you want to throw $80 into consideration because you spent 80, I totally understand that. But I didn't. I spent 50. And I don't have a problem with digital games. So it doesn't bother me. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on my Switch is digital. And I get to borrow this game to my kids and my fiance anytime I want. So I only need 1 copy for the whole fam. So in the end, this is S tier. It would be very hard for this game to disappoint me. It is very hard for a game at Nintendo to spend 8 years in development and then just suck.
But it doesn't have Pink Gold Peach, so maybe it could disappoint you.
I don't care about that. I never played with Pink Gold Peach. So I'm going S tier. I feel like it's going to hold at S tier. I will be very shocked if after I play the game, I'm like, you know what? Nah, man. We got to knock it down a few notches. I truly think it's going to be S tier. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I think reviewed at like a 92 on Switch. I don't know if this is going to review quite as high because I do think that some reviewers are going to knock it down due to the price. But then again, maybe they won't because the game blows them the fuck away because they can't stop playing the addictive Knockout Tour over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So I'm going S tier. I'm sticking by my guns. Call me a little shill all you want. Clip it. I don't give a fuck. I enjoy what I enjoy.
Nintendo, you can send my check over to. Because we're all paid.
Dude, I'm gonna put like 1,000+ hours in this game. I don't think people understand how much Mario Kart I play when there's a new one. Eric remembers when it was new on Wii U.
Oh, yeah.
My God, we did not put that
played the
game
shit out of
down
it,
for
yep.
months and months. Yeah.
And then once I put it down, I never picked it really
Well,
back up.
you didn't have to because we did everything.
I mean, there's that. No, I agree. S tier. This thing is hopefully going to be feature packed, and I'm excited for it.
Okay.
What's it doing in the Tony Hawk tier?
Yeah, I don't know what he has. Tony
I
Hawk
just
tier.
put it in the middle so people can see it.
Yeah.
GameBird.
S tier all the way, baby. And that's factoring in the $80 price point, which I do think is a lot to spend for a game. But
you S tiered it, you didn't consider it.
It's been considered, and I S tier it. I think the game looks amazing. I've heard nothing but glowing praise from the people who have been able, people like Stash, who have been able to go hands-on. A year and a half ago, when I named my top 5 features that I want to see in the next Mario Kart. One of my top features made it into Mario Kart, and that's Knockout Tour. Of course, I didn't call it that, but I'm literally getting one of my most requested features in the game. That being said, the chances of me clocking in more hours in another game by the end of the Switch 2 life cycle is next to zero. Not saying it's impossible. Who knows when we get the next Smash or whatever surprises might land this generation. I'm just saying, based on history, the likelihood is next to zero. This is going to be a game that I play for years and years to come at get-togethers with the kids, with friends, at parties. It's going to be endless fun. And to me, it looks like the best Mario Kart to date. Now, you can make the argument Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has more content. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe not only it includes all the expansion software. You have to compare it to launch Mario Kart 8, and this looks bigger and better than Mario Kart 8 in every way, in my opinion. This is S tier.
Yeah, it's to people that like knock it down. Oh, not as much content as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I'm like, okay. Well, how long was Mario Kart 8 on the market for? Let's see how much content's in this game when this game's on the market for just as long. Like,
people are comparing it to two console generations of Mario Kart with a re-release and DLC completed. This game looks incredible. That's my thoughts.
Okay. Demeech.
Eric, did you give your thoughts yet?
Yeah.
All right, so I actually got to play Mario Kart World early at the Nintendo Switch 2 experience, and I know everyone's really positive about it. They want it to be an S tier, but being part of the podcast, I'm going to give my full thoughts on it. So I've been waiting for a new Mario Kart game for the longest time. I think that by 2020, that's when I was like, okay, we really need a new Mario Kart now. I can't say the wait's been 11 years since, I mean, you get Mario Kart 8, you're not going to wait immediately for a new game after playing it. But the anticipation was massive. But after playing it, I can say that there are some great things about the game. The demo just did not leave a good first impression, because what Nintendo did is they nerfed the demo where it was only 100cc and it had smart steering forced. You couldn't turn it off. So you couldn't get the full idea of the game. So I'll just start off with the positives first. Knockout Tour is going to be addictive and so much fun. That is easily going to be the highlight I could see for multiplayer. Open world free roam looks like it could be really cool. I am a little concerned that it might be a little bit empty. Like, I wish there was a story tying everything together. Nothing fancy, but just like something like Crash Team Racing does.
Sure.
So it's a bummer. We could have had like Tatanga return from Super Mario Land as the villain just to, have a cohesive reason why we're in this open world. But they're not really doing that, but at least missions are coming back, which is something I've wanted for the longest time. I like how the roster has all the cool, weird, wacky characters. That's really cool. But the thing is, I will say, I'm not expecting 96 tracks, but I did expect at least 48 and all the battle modes to return. Only having coin and balloon battle, that's not great. I wish there were 48 tracks. I'll have to see how 32 tracks, like, at launch hold up now. Because the thing is, standards change over the years. Mario Kart games used to have 16 tracks. Then it jumped to 32. And I think that with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe being around for almost a decade, I think that set a standard for, like, at least 48. But really, it's just, like, I think it's... The price tag, yeah, it sucks. Everyone's complained about it. I have nothing new to say about it. We'll just have to see what happens if people buy it. We're Nintendo fans, of course we're gonna buy it. We'll just have to see how the casuals and like other fans or handle it. Like, will they get it? Will they not? Either way, not my concern. It's just the thing is, I think that it feels very similar to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe physics-wise, which is good. Mechanics, definitely gonna have some skill involved, which is great. A lot of Mario Kart's luck-based, but having some skill with the rail grinding and wall jumping and finding different routes, that's going to be really cool. Yeah. Did you guys see that reverse tracks are going to be in the game?
Yes.
Yep.
That is a huge addition there, and I think that even with 32 tracks, that's going to add a lot of replayability. It's different than mirror mode because although the tracks have the same theme, Reverse really just adds in more depth to them, and it feels like sort of like a new track. Think Super Mario Kart's different route, or like different tracks like Mario Circuit 1, Mario Circuit 2. Another thing is that I like the art style of the characters. I love it. I love how animated they are. I love how fun and colorful the game is. But I wish the tracks looked a little more realistic, like how Mario Kart 8 did. Because when I saw Mario Kart 8 for the first time, I was just completely blown away. Like, it was mind-blowing. But seeing Mario Kart World for the first time, it looked nice. It looked great. But it didn't have that wow factor that just was like, whoa, this is the next generation. This is insane. It's not quite that. And I wish that they went that route. I don't think that Bandai Namco is working on this game, because whenever Bandai Namco works on a Mario Kart game, specifically with their Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix games and Mario Kart 8, they're graphically incredibly impressive. But I think when Nintendo does it in-house, it doesn't have like quite the same wow factor. So really just like my criticisms, the roster is another one. It's cool that we have all the wacky characters, but I'm assuming they're saving characters like Diddy Kong, Funky Kong for like free updates down the line. And I'm not a fan of not having a lot of the fan favorites. I think they could have easily included every Mario Kart character ever playable. That was the direction Mario Kart Tour was going in. It's not like adding a Smash character where, you know, they need a move set. They need to be completely balanced out. It's easier to add a character in Mario Kart. And I think Nintendo could have done it, especially considering how long this game's been in development for. But with all that being said, I'm very much still excited for it. So I'm going to put it in A tier, but I really, really wanted it to be in Captain N. I really wanted this to be the revolution for Mario Kart, like Super Mario Odyssey was for 3D Mario, or The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild was for Zelda. I think, and another thing, I played those routes between tracks, and it could be because it was just slow, but I did not have a good time with them. I feel like most people are gonna play this game either a knockout tour where those transitions actually fare much better, or they're just gonna play versus mode like a classic Mario Kart game. But yeah, I'm gonna put it in A tier. I just really hope that there's more to the game than we've seen, because that Mario Kart World Direct did not reveal anything other than the missions.
Okay. Thank you. So yeah, you know, I played it, the Switch 2 experience. I absolutely loved it. I'm not gonna go into detail about it because it's in my video, but we all know I loved it, enjoyed it. I think what we see today from Mario Kart is going to evolve over the course of the console life cycle. This is a true evergreen title. They are going to continue to add new content, which I believe is why we don't have all the characters. It's why we don't have all the tracks. It's why we don't have all the information. We don't have all the battle modes. These are all things that will be drip fed to us throughout the course.
Like,
yeah,
it's been 11 years. You might as well just have most of the content available. And for adding new characters and such, I feel like they could do that to promote their new game.
They can do it. Yeah.
Like new characters and stuff. Like, let's just say Super Mario Brothers Wonder released after Mario Kart World. Like, the free update could have Prince Florian. I mean, he wasn't going to be in the game before. But cutting fan favorites like Diddy Kong, Funky Kong, Kamek, after all he's been through, it just doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I'm just looking at it from Nintendo's perspective, and I think that's the game plan, is that they'll just continue to add new content to it, because that's the definition of an evergreen title. And
has Nintendo ever done a really good job with a live service game? Like, have they ever supported one consistently at launch and had enough content? Because they've been kind of notorious for releasing games with sometimes a satisfactory amount of content, but not quite much, or just sometimes where it's completely barren, like Mario Strikers Battle League.
I think they did a pretty good job with the Splatoon games, adding new maps and new gear.
I'm just literally going to say Mario Kart 8.
Yeah, Mario Kart 8, Smash Brothers.
They launched with the same amount of content they've always had before, and then they had a DLC pack. And then when they brought it over to Switch 2, they completely swapped out the multiplayer and added all new multiplayer aspects of the game. and then literally did a whole nother DLC pack again. So like that's a consistently supported game over 11 years.
I feel like that was definitely a good way, or everything added was great, even with my reservations about the booster course pass. I just think that it was like spread out extremely far between because we didn't get anything for 5 years until the booster course pass. But I do see where you're coming from there.
But we did get insight onto that because Mario Kart World was supposed to be
World was supposed to come on the Switch. Yeah, that's why they weren't originally planning to do DLC for that game on Switch. They were going to do World.
Yeah, they didn't decide until 5 years into it that they were going to do DLC, which is why we didn't get anything.
With the booster course pass, that the thing is, like, Mario Kart Tour release, that game did okay, but it didn't do as well as Nintendo just would have thought it did. The game launched without multiplayer, so I see why, and it had some, like, horrible microtransactions, some of the worst, if not the worst I've ever seen. So maybe they thought, okay, we're not going to be able to release a new Mario Kart game because the Nintendo Switch just can't handle it. Why not bring over the content from Tour, which it's not a flop, but it's not exactly a hit either. Just bring that over, make DLC. It was a great idea. It was a perfect thing for the time.
Yeah.
So with that being said, I think that with Mario Kart World, it's going to be interesting seeing how they support it. And do you guys think the DLC will be paid? Or you think it's all going to be free updates?
We'll have to see, right? Only time will tell if that $80 price tag has content baked in, right? We don't know. Literally only time will tell.
Yeah. I think it all just depends on how the masses react to it. We don't know how it's going to happen yet.
Yeah. We really don't. So for me, given my experience with it, how excited I am, I've said it before. The last Mario Kart came out in my 20s and now I'm in my 40s. So it's been a long ass time. I'm very excited. And again, I look at the simple math equation that I do for any video game and I do in all my reviews really is if we want to talk about price, we can, that's fine. Nobody's happy about the $80 price tag. But again, say you're going to play it for 1,000 hours. That's not going overboard. I might play it more. $80 divided into 1,000 is 8 cents per hour for entertainment. You can't find that anywhere else. And again, that's why video games are such a great deal for entertainment to begin with. So for me, I give it an S wholeheartedly. I'm very excited for it. I'd be surprised if a month later I feel different, but if I do, it'll be in my review. So S tier it is. Okay, Nobunaga's Ambition. This game was recently added to the launch lineup. It's a strategy game. These games were originally on Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo. The originals can actually be played on the NSO right now, if anyone is interested in seeing what this is all about. And if you have the Switch 1 version, you can upgrade to the Switch 2 version for free. I found that out when I was doing research for my launch video, which seems that information is nowhere outside of what I found. Prime time.
Yep. Let's see. Which game is it again? Sorry, I'm trying to see what it is. Okay.
Nobunaga's Ambition.
Yeah, Nobunaga's Ambition. That'll be the one that I totally butchered pronouncing it in my video. people got so mad at me. It is a kind of game I like. I still don't know if I'm going to pick it up. I feel like I should pick it up.
Are you feeling ambitious?
I'm feeling a little ambitious. I'm going to go Tony Hawk with this one.
Okay.
In fact, I'm actually going to look it up right now. I need to get this thing bought.
Eric.
I have no clue about this game, so I'm going to just chug it right in the middle.
Okay.
Real-time strategy game.
I realize that I've watched a little bit of YouTube on it, and I still have never heard,
have no idea what's going on.
Still had no idea. I'd never heard of this game, so yeah, right smack dab in the middle.
All right. Gamebird.
I'm gonna keep it where it's at. This is one that I might pick up. It's a weird nerdy thing. I am a huge Nobunaga fan. He is one of my favorite. Obviously, he's a real historical figure from Japan. Very fascinating character. But he's actually one of my favorite video game characters as well, featured in tons of video games. And one of my favorite series of all time that, praise the Lord, is making a triumphant return. Onimusha. He was the central villain of the original Onimusha series. My big gripe with this one is there's a Nobunaga's Ambition game that is amazing. That's Nintendo themed. It's Pokemon Cross Nobunaga's Ambition. It was on the DS, and it mixes feudal Japan with Pokemon. And it is rad. Check that one out. It does like all the really cool sprites. It's awesome. And probably one of the pricier DS games, to be honest, because I think that ended up being a rare gem. But bummed that's not the game that's coming over, because it needs to be on Switch too. But this one is definitely a pickup for me. So I like where it's at. It's not an amazing release or announcement, but it's cool enough to make the Tony Hawk category.
Okay. Demetri, how you feeling on it?
I would just say I've not heard of this series before, so we're going to put it in We Tried. At least for me.
We tried. For me, I am not at all excited for it. But I'm not going to crap on it, so I'll give it a We Tried. And that is 3 We Trieds to 2 Tony Hawks. So it's gonna go down there. Nobunaga and the Hitman.
God damn it! What? I was trying to find the physical version. I can't. So just because of that, fuck you. I'm buying it right now digitally.
Well, he appreciates your ambition.
God.
Gamebird, by the way, they talk about Nobunaga in Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Oh, do they?
They do.
Very cool. Dude,
yeah, that was pretty cool.
I love Nobunaga.
Okay. Next one is Ridge Racer.
It's Ridge Racer. Cue the crickets.
Is this a Nintendo 64 one?
No, it's Arcade Archives 2. So it's Arcade Archives' new series that's starting with Ridge Racer. Arcade Archives 1 was on Switch 1 and PlayStation. So this is their launch of their 2 line, which means we're going to get, we're getting games like Ridge Racer instead of Pac-Man. Prime time.
Ridge Racer. Here's the thing. I'm probably not really going to play much of it. So I'm going to go with We Tried.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to go with Mad Cats. Nothing against Ridge Racer. I can't stand to just have everything sitting above Bravely Default. It's blasphemous. It is hurting me as we go through all of these. But here's the other part of it is like, I don't have a lot of nostalgia for Ridge Racer, and between Mario Kart World and F-Zero GX, and we've got Kirby Air Riders
Fast Fusion
coming out. Fast Fusion, thank you. I just don't see myself playing this one. Maybe someday out of like curiosity just to go back and play it. But I have my fill of amazing racers, and just since I don't have like the strong nostalgia for Ridge Racer, other than that famous E3 moment that was super awkward.
Yeah, it's the best ever.
It's so good. I don't know. It's for me, it's Mad Cats.
Okay. Demetri.
Ridge Racer looks interesting. I might want to try that out. Now that they're doing an Arcade Archives 2, I'm really hoping that they include the Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix games. That'd be awesome.
That would be.
Like they could even do it like part of the GameCube Nintendo Classics app, because it's kind of running on the same hardware.
Yeah, it's the Triforce, right?
Yeah, Triforce. It's pretty much a modified GameCube, which is why you can play the games on your Wii. I would say We Tried, just because I'm interested in playing it.
Okay.
But also, when you mentioned E3 awkward moments, I would say still nothing really tops Nintendo's E3 2008. That's still legendary.
The Wii music?
The Wii music, the Shaun White fake laughing, Ravi drum, it was incredible. I wish they did something like that again.
I miss those days, dude. Those were the best. You could always count on awkward moments at E3. Okay, so you're going to give it a Wii tried. So, Prime and Eric, you gave it a Wii tried? I think it's probably going to be probably Wii tried. I'm going to be reviewing it, but probably a Wii tried. So, yeah, that's where we're land. Right where it's at. Okay, Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma. So, not just farming. There are RPG elements in this game, like legit ones from everything I've gathered. Seems like the most ambitious Rune Factory game yet. $59.99 or no, $69. $69?
Gonna go with We Tried.
Okay. Eric.
$59.99.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go with We Tried because I don't play these games at all. So
there you go. We tried, motherfucker.
Gamebird.
We tried. Yeah, not much to say. I rarely play games like this.
We tried.
For me, personally, I'm not hyped for it. I think it's going to do pretty well. It might be a hit for some people, but ultimately,
we tried.
We tried. Yeah, we tried. Okay. Sonic Shadow Generations. Now, again, let me preface this for everybody. If you own it on Switch 1, there is no upgrade path.
Yeah, you
no
have to
upgrade
read the
path.
whole thing.
Now, it's $50, and this is a good value proposition because you're getting Sonic Generations and you're getting Shadow. You're getting 2 games. I reviewed this on PS5. I really enjoyed it. As far as double dipping goes, though, that's just how I'm looking at it from a double dip point of view. So, Prime, where you at on this?
So I was gonna go with What's Wrong with You, but I did decide to wear the Sonic hat today. So we're going to Mad Cats. Not because it's a bad game. They're not bad games. I am just so really against the Switch version has a few performance issues and you're repackaging. I get it. You're adding another game in, but we've seen enough of these third-party companies offer these $10 paths to getting the new versions of the game that them not doing that to me is a huge turnoff. That ensured I'm not buying it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You there too, Eric? Yep. You're at Mad Cats?
Yeah, that just kind of is obnoxious on that no upgrade path and stuff like that. Yeah,
you're lucky I'm wearing the Sonic hat, Sonic.
Yeah. Feels like horse shit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels kind of almost like Bravely Default, where we're gonna put in a little effort and then here, buy it again.
Yeah, as if they thought
it
was gonna sell well by default.
Yeah. Just keeps going back to that.
Because it's a launch title.
Honestly, I think for Nintendo, they can get away with some scummy stuff, but I think it's going to be harder for Sega.
I'm putting this in what's wrong with you. Listen, I say that as I've got tons of Sonic crap you can't see in my game room. I love Sonic. To this damn Zoom, I'm gonna smash something.
Oh, you were trying to show off.
I gotta turn that thing off. But let's be honest. Sega struggled to put out a top tier 3D Sonic game which is wild because Sonic is still Sega's mascot. You'd think they'd put the best of the best. You'd think they'd treat it the same way Nintendo treats Mario. It's wild to me. That's a whole separate conversation for another time, another video. The no upgrade path really, really stings. It's a really bizarre choice. So I'm sure this is one that, I'll probably get around to picking up and playing because I do enjoy Sonic games. But it just stings. And I don't know. Again, the 3 Sonic games already aren't amazing. And I can't in good conscience put this on the same caliber as Bravely Default. So it's going into What's Wrong With You.
Fair enough.
Come on, guys.
All right,
I do enjoy Sonic games to an extent. I have a good friend, Riders DX, who is a Sonic fan. That was the guy who we were partying with, Nintendo Prime. And I always joke about it, but I do enjoy Sonic games. Not as much as Mario, but there's still a good time. And the thing is, Sonic X Shadow Generations is a great game, but it not having an upgrade available, it just ruins it. I'm leaning towards What Is Wrong With You and Mad Cat's territory. I would say I would actually say What's Wrong With You because you can't upgrade. And the thing is, I'm sure people already double dipped getting the Nintendo Switch version because there are people out there who will get it just because it's portable. The only saving grace I could think of is not even a guarantee. Maybe it'll just backfire in Sega's face and they'll be forced to actually provide upgrades, or they'll be on sale. But no, it's not a good thing.
Yeah. Okay, I hear you guys on that. So for me personally, this is, this is a What's Wrong With You, man.
Yeah.
This is horse shit. It should have an upgrade path. I bought it on PS5. I don't own it on Switch. I have no reason to pick it up, though. I played it. I beat it. I played it thoroughly before I reviewed it. So I did a lot of the extra stuff, too. I have just zero reason to return. I will say, however, for everybody in chat, if you've never played it, right, you don't own it, I think it's a good value, very good value at $50 for everything you get, because you're getting 2 games and there's a lot of content there and a lot of unlockables. So if you are a Sonic fan, I do think they're good Sonic games. Sonic Generations is very good. The Shadows game was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. So I can recommend it based on that. However, I cannot recommend any form of double dipping. I just don't, I don't see any reason in it. And again, if you own it on Switch, I would not buy it on Switch too. I think it's horse shit. There's no upgrade path. So that is 3 Fs to 2 Ds. So we're going to go, What's Wrong With You tier, Reggie. Sonic the Hedgehog, man. First one over there.
All right, Sonic. You're off. Get off my head.
You know what's wild? The best modern Sonic game is Sonic Mania, and Sega's done with that team. How jacked is that?
I don't understand that at all, because Sonic Mania
wild.
It was one of the best selling and the best received
unbelievable game
in the longest. You know how they followed it up? They followed it up with that Sonic Superstars game, which is essentially sort of the new Super Mario Brothers U of the Sonic series.
Totally. Great comparison.
How the hell do you go from Sonic Mania, which has so much love, charm, and passion put into it,
and the beautiful pixel
Sonic
art.
Superstars, which is just, it's not even a bad game. It's just painfully mediocre.
Yeah, they actually went on to make Penny's Big Breakaway, a lot of the Sonic Mania team, which is a game I reviewed on my channel, and it feels like Sonic. It's awesome. They got the same guy too to do the soundtrack. Excellent game. All right, Soul Calibur 2. Online play now. Widescreen. Obviously upscaled.
Not a big fighting game guy. Never have been, but I did play Soul Calibur 2 back in the day. The online play alone, combined with my boy Link.
Yeah, Linkovich.
Oh, buddy, we're going Tony Hawk because I will play this.
Yeah. Okay. We'll sit it there for now. Eric?
Yep, that's exactly where I was going to put it.
Okay. Gamebird.
I'm throwing this one in Wave Race. I used to love Soul Calibur. I was disappointed in the most recent entry. Soul Calibur 2 is by far my favorite entry in the series. Obviously, Link is a huge part of that. He was a ton of fun to play. But Soul Calibur 2 in general was just fantastic. Even across the board, adding Spawn in the Xbox version and who was it? Heihachi in the PS2 version.
Yeah,
just
from
really cool. Just a fantastic fighting game. My two mains were Link and Raphael.
Nice.
I'm very excited to check it out. It's one of the few GameCube games that I didn't end up picking up. I got most of them, fortunately, before everything skyrocketed. But having Link, that's really cool. Looks like a fun game. I love how Nintendo back in the GameCube era would do the weirdest crossovers. I mean, this one makes sense, but do you remember the crossovers they did with EA where they had Mario, Luigi, and Peach and SSX on Tour 3 and NBA Streets V3 where they're playing with realistic characters? It's crazy.
Yeah. Miss those days. So what are you giving it?
I'm going to say Tony Hawk.
Okay. So for me personally, I love Soul Calibur 2. Absolutely love it. I owned Soul Calibur on Dreamcast on day one.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, absolutely loved it. Amazing game, great soundtrack. It had, a story mode to it. There was a lot more to it than just being an arcade port, which was a big deal back in the day when it came to fighting games. And then Soul Calibur 2, of course, took it to the next level, GameCube one being the best one. I am very excited for it. My mains, yes, I like Link a lot. Cervantes is my guy.
So fun.
My guy. Yeah. Love it. I would give it a wave race tier. So I would give it an A, but we are outvoted. We were voted off the island on this one, Gamebird. So it's staying right there with Tony Hawk, but I think everyone's going to really love this game.
All
right. Split Fiction, $50. Do we even want to say anything about the physical edition? Do we want to mention that it comes on a scratcher?
Yeah. It's a game key card.
So it's not even a game. It's not even a game key card, right? It's a
digital
scratcher card in the box.
Yeah.
Yeah. The worst type of physical.
The digital code. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
the greatest offender.
Here's the thing. Okay. I have this ordered. The not even fake physical, the scratcher. Now the reason that I have it ordered that way instead of just going straight digital is just so I can on stream show the difference on the boxes on what they say on them. So it's really the only. I'm never buying another scratcher Switch 2 game. It's not happening. But I was planning to buy this game regardless. So I figured, if I'm buying it regardless, and it's a digital game, and I'm having a digital either way. I guess I'll have the box so I can show it to people. But I don't really care. I'm never going to do that again on Switch 2. That was just for the channel purposes. That being said, Split Fiction, it's one of the highest reviewed games of the year. And that team, Joseph Ferris, oh my God. Everything they make is gold. And I haven't played it. And guess what? It supports Game Share.
Which is great.
So I can literally play this with my fiance on her. She can play on her own thing on the big projector and play it right with me. This is amazing. This is the amount of support they're giving to this. They're letting you share this with multiple people without having to buy extra copies. Yes, this is awesome, and I'm sure if Joseph Ferris got to make the decision, he doesn't self-publish. EA publishes. It'd be a physical game.
I am too.
He seems like a guy that likes physical, but unfortunately, his studio is published by EA, so EA makes the decisions. So I'm not going to hold that against the game. I will hold it against EA, but EA is going to EA. It is what it is. So I'm very excited to dive into this for my first time, play it with my wife, maybe even end up playing with some of you guys at some point. It's going to be fun.
Yeah. Eric.
Yep. I am looking forward to this one. If it's anything like It Takes Two, which, hell yeah.
So, where do you guys put this then?
I'm going to go wave race.
I'm going up.
You're going for the S tier?
Yeah.
Eric? I'm going wave race tier.
Okay.
Bird.
I'm going wave race. I wish I could say S tier, but we've sat here and factored in the key card stuff and the digital only with every other game. And I feel like out of the fairness for my previous rankings, I have to include that here.
Yeah.
That being said,
cool.
My hype for the game is S tier. It Takes Two is one of the most fun local 2-player platforming experiences that I've ever had in my life, period. It's one of those things where it's like Nintendo's so known for being the pinnacle of multiplayer platforming games, and a lot of games they just don't quite hit that same level. This felt like straight up something that like the top tier Mario team would come up with. I'm sure it sounds like Split Fiction is up there, if not even better than It Takes Two. So if it's as good as people are saying, like that's S tier hype level for me. But again, factoring in the digital only, I'm going to put it in wave race tier.
Yep. Actually, then, yeah, that's a good point. I will modify mine down to wave race.
Okay. I definitely like having more local multiplayer games, so I would say wave race tier. I did not play the original It Takes Two, but considering what you guys are saying, this is really fun. It seems really cool.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then so for me, Michaela and I have been playing it on PS5. We're like halfway through, and so far I'm absolutely loving it. Yeah, the whole physical stuff kind of sucks. There's a lot of things you factor into that. I think it's 70 gigabytes, so 64 gig cart. What are they going to leave off, right? I mean, it's not like they can leave off a certain mode. So I think they kind of had to do this anyways. So I'm not going to factor that into it. Me personally, I do think it is a game of the year type game. I really do. I think everyone's going to love it. I would give it an S tier. I think it's huge that it's here. But I am the odd man out. So Wave Race 64, still a great tier.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Street Fighter 6, Fighters 1 and 2 edition.
Cap, what's wrong with you, tier? I'll explain it real quick. Nothing wrong with Street Fighter 6. I'm not a big fighting game fan, but that's not why it's down there. The Capcom's pulling to Capcom. When you buy the game physically, there's a separate download code for the extra content, and it's a one-time use code, meaning that even though it's a key card, it loses half its value the moment you buy it, because when you resell it, you can't resell the DLC, and that DLC has characters on the damn box art. So you could potentially resell this back to a friend online, to a retailer, and there's characters on the box art they can't play with without spending more money. So I am very anti against that. Capcom pulls this shit all the fucking time. And I don't know why, because they don't do this with other franchises, but with Street Fighter, they always do it. So I just, nope. I'm good.
Ugh.
Yeah, fair point.
I think that Nintendo needs to have like some regulation when it comes to this, because I mean, game key cards are one thing, but then doing stuff like this, it's going to piss a lot of people off. And it also like causes confusion with the consumers.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, where you at?
Man. I don't really play a whole lot of these types of games, but so I would put it at we tried, but with what Nate said, Jesus Christ, that's absolutely ridiculous. So I'll put it down at Mad Cats.
Okay. Game Bird.
I've got to agree with Nate, man. I'm putting it in the what's wrong with you. I that's such an anti-consumer decision. People like to complain about price hikes and stuff, but this is much more egregious. Also, on top of that, I have Street Fighter 6 on PS5. I've played my fair share of the game. It's not really one that I'm playing anymore. So I don't really see a reason for me to double dip. But I mean, if you can overlook those things and you're a Switch only player, and you don't trade in games, this might be a great one for you to pick up. But for me, that sole decision to lock out characters as a one-time download code, that's brutal.
That's horrible.
I could understand it if this was a full physical game and they just couldn't fit it all on the cart, and so they offered the DLC as a download code in the box. But that's not the case. It's a key card. There's no reason to do this.
I would say that really I would put it in B tier if it weren't for that. It seems like something I'd be interested in playing. But no, I'm going to go with what's wrong with you.
Okay.
It sucks too because there was so much hype for this, and then
it looks great.
It instantly died for me the moment that came out. I'm like, are you serious? Like, even if I was planning to go all digital with it, now it's like, dude, I can't even support this shit.
So for me, I'm still excited for it.
Yeah.
You're just focusing on the game, right? The gameplay.
Your games, anyways.
Right, there is that too.
Yeah, not factoring in the bullshit with that, which I do agree it's complete bullshit. But that's not going to change the gameplay and how much fun I have with the game. Like, that's not factored in, right?
I just realized something.
What?
It's the first Switch 2 game that is both a digital key card and a scratch off.
Yeah. Collector's item.
Is this essentially like the Sega 32X CD equivalent of today?
I forgot to mention that digital code, it's only good for 2 years. It expires in 2027.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wait, really?
Brutal.
Yeah.
So, my thoughts on this is that, like, I'm not ranking this based on how they've dropped the ball with the physical version of it, right? So if I bought this digitally, none of this would even matter. So I look at it that way. I'm still just as excited. Yes, all the other stuff's bullshit, but from a gameplay standpoint, I'm hyped. I would give it probably a Wave Race 64 tier because it's that good of a game. But I am most certainly the odd man out, and the overriding, it's three Reggies, one Mad Cats to one Wave Race. So this is definitely going.
And I will say, like, even despite that anti-consumer practice, Street Fighter 6 is an amazing fighting game. Me personally, I played a ton of it on PS5. I haven't touched the game in a while, and I just don't see a reason for me personally to double dip, knowing I'll probably be moving on to the next big thing, whenever that is.
That's fair. I totally get it. All right. Suikoden 1 and 2 HD remaster. This came out on Nintendo Switch March 6th. Came out on Switch and PS5. If you own it on PS1, there is not an upgrade path. It's $50. So, how do you feel about it?
So I've never played these. So I don't have a huge opinion on it. So I'll just go with the we tried.
Mm-hmm. I'm right there with you.
I'm going to go Tony Hawk on this one. The Suikoden series is always one that I've wanted to get into. I know Suikoden, I think it's 4 is the one that's like the really highly regarded one in the series. But I'm a big RPG guy. I love RPGs. I have tons of nostalgia for, that golden era from SNES and PS1 days. And even up to the PlayStation 2 was totally a golden era for RPGs. So this is one that's definitely on my radar. Again, never got to play them. Highly interested. So I'm going to put this in the Tony Hawk tier.
Okay. Demeech?
I would say we tried. It's not a series I'm familiar with at all.
Okay. For me, again, I'm going to be the odd man out here. This is an easy Captain N S tier. Suikoden 1 and 2 are absolutely amazing. Suikoden 2 is regarded as the best one in the series.
Okay, I was wrong.
Yeah.
Yep.
But Suikoden games in general are great. These are two of the most legendary 2D JRPGs ever. You will almost always find them on an intelligent top 25 JRPG list. It's always going to be there. It's always going to be near the top 5 to 10.
Stash,
yeah,
bump me to
goated.
Wave Race. Yeah, bump me to Wave Race. You sold me. Again, I love RPGs. It's possibly my favorite genre of games. And I have so much love and nostalgia from where this genre kind of got its roots. And I know because I've watched stuff on Suikoden years ago in the past and always wanted to dive in this series. Just one I've never gotten around to. But you kind of sold me on this one more. I was already hyped. I just have never played them, so
totally worth it. Let me just say this for everybody. So this is not available physically in the United States on Switch 2. It's available physically on Switch 1, but not Switch 2. Currently, and I mentioned this in my launch video, you can pick it up on Switch 2 right now on the eShop for 20% off. So you can get it for $40. Two of the best RPGs really ever remade in HD. Again, it only came out, by the time Switch 2 comes out, it'll be 3 months, only 3 months old. So yeah, $20. That sale goes off on June 3rd. So you'd have to get it obviously before Switch 2 comes out. So if you want two of the best RPGs ever made waiting for you on Switch 2, you can get it for $40. So I gave it S, you gave it A. Overriding is a C. We tried for the two of the best RPGs of all time.
Look, I'm sure it's a phenomenal game. I just have never played it.
Yeah, exactly. That's just
guys. I'm just giving you a hard time. I know you can't rank it higher if you've never played.
I just want to remind everyone that somehow Bravely Default landed in Mad Cat.
What's wrong with you?
Don't ask me how, but somehow that happened.
Okay, here's one that I know everybody's been waiting for us to talk about, and that's Survival Kids.
What's wrong with you? You even included this on the list. That's wrong. The funny thing is, you included this, but not Fantasy Life, which is recently announced to be a launch game.
Well, it was just it was announced after I made the list.
It was like today.
We're gonna talk about it though at the end.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm going. What's wrong with you? Survive. Like I tried. Okay, I watched things. I'm like, I just no.
But no. Let me ask you this: Do you think kids will like it?
No,
because that's obviously what it's aimed towards.
No,
that's brutal. When you can sit there and be like, kids will not like this. That's when you know.
No,
that's when you know there's a problem.
It's just no. I mean, my kids are a little older, maybe, so like maybe that could be the thing where they wouldn't be into it. But I'm like, I've literally watched and watched and watched. I'm like, I think the art style is okay at times, but for the most part, no. I don't think anyone's even going to buy this game.
What's crazy is there's a chance that someone in chat tonight, this is their most anticipated.
Oh no,
game.
No,
that is a possibility.
It'll be their S tier game, and now I lost them as a subscriber, and they're going to start making hate videos about me, telling me shit for not liking the game they like.
Eric,
I don't know. I actually kind of thought it looked pretty interesting.
That's fine. You've been agreeing with my opinions like the last 5 games.
No, I know.
Be your own man. Well, S tier that bitch.
I'm not going to S tier it.
It's as good as Mario Kart. Let's go.
Yeah, right. I mean, I'd give it we tried, if not a little bit more. I honestly think it looks like it could be interesting with some of the different puzzles and stuff that you could go through. I don't know. I don't hate it.
So what are you gonna go? A C or a B? A we tried or a Tony Hawk?
We tried.
All right. Game Bird.
I was rewatching the trailer for it. Oh my gosh. Gosh.
No.
I mean, for me personally, this is a what's wrong with you. The more practical side of me wants to put it at Mad Cats, but then I saw that Bravely Default is in Mad Cats.
Yeah,
so
I know.
like,
You are not gonna let that go.
I can't put it. Look, I can't put it above Bravely Default. I just can't.
so it's going in what's wrong with you. And if anyone puts it above Bravely Default, wait, did you, Eric?
I did.
Good. Yep.
But
Yeah.
with the
You've got
caveat,
problems,
I'm
dude.
actually probably not going to buy it. So, I mean, it looks to me, it looks like it could be interesting.
They could send me a code and I'll just give it away.
Fair enough.
I gotta say,
Oh,
I
man.
mean, gaming's an acquired taste, and Survival Kids is like the durian of gaming. It is easily in Captain N with its crafty puzzles, collection of materials. This is truly going to be one of the greatest games of our generation that will be remembered for generations to come.
Dude, watch me be so
No.
wrong with this and it blows up. And I, like 15 million
I don't know. Okay.
views, and I'm like,
Obviously, I don't actually think that. I looked at the trailer and it kind of seems like a little bit above shovelware. You ever seen the game? I think it's
don't
called
think it's
Carnival Games. It's also on the Switch.
Yes.
I thought it could have been like fun,
hey,
but it's one of the worst looking games I've ever seen in my life.
they sponsored me. We had a good time for one video, and I never played it again.
Carnival
I
game?
gotta see that video, but I
Bro,
don't
the
think
ones
it's
that sent me the full
Mhm.
package.
Yeah, they
We were
did.
all in
remember
pajamas
that
and they
one.
sent us snacks. They bribed me
Yeah,
to
they did.
have fun.
Yeah,
We
they
did have fun, and then literally never played it again.
What if
Alright,
it was
do-
like a Red Bull party where you got free drinks for playing it?
But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the Red Bull.
I mean, yeah, but Carnival Games. The thing is, it doesn't look like a complete shovelware game. I mean, there's definitely an audience for it. It's not me. It's not any of us, really. But putting it in the same category as What's Wrong With You, with an upgrade that you can't upgrade unless you double dip, and the crap that's Street Fighter 6 with a digital download and key card, I'm going to have to say Mad Cats. It's a game I have zero interest in, but it's not horrible.
I would not say it's shovelware. I would just say that it's.
Oh no,
I'm
it's
not
not
exactly
really shovelware.
sure who it's for, but there
This
is
is-
an audience for it. I just don't
Oh,
know.
it's for kids just trying to
Well, I
survive
mean,
out there,
they-
obviously.
I mean, I'm thinking of kids. Like they can play Minecraft or something. And they'd probably
This
have
is
more fun.
preposterous. This is
Or it's
preposterous.
for kids that are fans of the TV show Survivor.
Yes.
That's what-
Oh, that's
my kids
That's-
don't even know what that show is.
You know, I also obviously I have zero interest in this. I think if they would have kept it Lost in Blue, which is what the series was here in the States,
Yeah.
I think that would have generated some more interest because people are familiar with it in a niche way. But
No,
You know-
rebrand, and it still wasn't that great. The original series. Yeah, no.
it's $50, which is like it
Stash?
seems way overpriced. Like this
Yeah,
seems like
not.
This should be like a welcome tour price. And then maybe I'd be like, you know what? We tried then.
I would say instead of the Nintendo Switch 2s, just give away like how many copies? Yeah, just give away a bunch of copies of this game.
This should be the packing game, clearly. That's how important this game is.
Thunderman, you better choose wisely
I'm
right
gonna
here.
have to go
Because-
with what's wrong with you.
Thank God.
Actually,
Because two of you tonight voted that Survival Kids is on the same page as Bravely Default. Two of you.
no, it deserves.
Let's move on. We have
There's
five.
no. It
Actually,
was
you know
Demeech,
what?
and you, Eric.
You know, he's got a
Both-
point. He's got a really good point. So what I would do is, so it's not on the same caliber, just put Bravely Default and What's Wrong With You. Because Sonic X Shadow's a good game. Bravely Default's still a ripoff. And the thing with Survival Kids is like, I mean, I would say Nintendo Prime, you could give it away to the Nintendo Switch 2 haters. That way they can actually have a game that they can enjoy. That's what they really want to play.
All right. What's up? Welcome tour.
Yeah, $10, $10 holla.
Should be free. Should be packed.
Funny.
Now, keep in mind they named this very poorly and marketed it very poorly. I think if they would have named it something else besides Switch 2 Welcome Tour, it wouldn't have created such an uproar. But because they named it the way they did and marketed it the way they did, they screwed themselves.
But even then, no matter what they named it, the game is literally like a tutorial that also has a bunch of fun mini games. So it's like introducing you to aspects of the hardware of Switch. This should be included and packed in. That being said, the funny thing is, I think I'm going to end up having a lot of fun with it, and that's the problem. Is it
a problem? Is it a problem to have fun?
No, it's not a problem to have fun. It's a problem that I don't like supporting a game that should be packed in. But I already bought it because I watched your preview on it, and I'm like, oh my fucking God, that looks so fun.
It was a lot of fun.
And that's the problem. I don't want to support this. So because of that, I'm going Wave Race. I can't go S tier. I can't. I think I'm going to have so much fucking way more fun than I have any right to be having, and all the bitching, and I'm going to keep complaining it's not packed in, and I'm going to do nothing but smile the whole time I play. So
I like that explanation.
I feel dirty is what I'm saying right now. It feels wrong.
You put that in Wave
Sometimes
Race.
it feels wrong, man.
That's interesting. That is interesting.
I have a feeling it's not going to stay away from
I'm going to go We Tried. They tried and failed with the description of this game.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
It could be a good game, but they tried and failed on that one. So I put it in We Tried just because of that fun pun.
All right.
Game Bird, where you at?
He's having a hard time over there.
You guys have forced my hand.
What's wrong with you? Two completely different ones.
Listen, oh man, I'm gonna be the negative Nancy. I'm gonna put this in what's wrong with you. I think this should have been a pack-in title. I don't disagree that this game could be fun. I think if this was something that was included with the expansion pass, it definitely would help at the very least.
Yeah.
But again, like I don't typically buy too many in my in my life as a gamer games that are just like a small collection of mini games. Usually, even though it's a cheap price point, I don't know if I'm going to get more than one day of entertainment. And not that $10 is obviously well worth a day of entertainment. You spend more than that just to go see a movie, which is only, an hour and a half of entertainment. So I'm not saying it's not worth it.
That's if it's a good movie.
Right. Right. If it's a good movie, which, half the time it isn't.
Yeah.
So
Hollywood's not exactly putting out bangers these days.
You're putting the game where it should go. I put the game where I think I'm going to have too much fun, and that is stupid that I'm going to have.
I just think the branding is awful. The fact that it's not a pack-in is awful. And yeah, I think it might be a novel thing, but it's just unless you guys pick it up, and I know you got the demo at Stash, and you guys have both been playing it for a week, and you can't put it down. You're like, dude, I'm telling you, do not sleep on the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. It's like, okay, I've got to check this out. Right now, I feel like, maybe if it's ever on a sale for like $2.99, I'll grab it. But
$3.99.
That's the break point, $2.99.
So you're giving it an F, right?
Yeah, F tier.
Reggie, okay, where you at, Demetri?
I actually got to play it too at the Nintendo Switch 2 experience. Okay, I have the same thought everybody does about it being $10. It should not be $10. But I also have another issue with the game. It would have been so much cooler if it had the Miis. It has the skeleton of the Nintendo charm, but that's it. It's the same problem with Nintendo Switch Sports in terms of lack of personality. Although with that game, that has a lot more problems other than the lack of Miis. Whereas this, it's mostly just the lack of me's and the $10 price point. It's something that I would put in Mad Cats because there are cool things about it. But it's like, what the hell is Nintendo thinking? That's crazy. Also, at the Nintendo Switch 2 experience, I don't even think that it was on a TV with 120 frames per second. Or actually, maybe it was. I'm not, or I don't know.
Don't quote me on that.
Don't quote me on that. But
where are you
it's
ranking
just
it?
crazy. I don't understand what crack Nintendo is smoking to think that that's worth $10 and that people are going to willfully buy it. Like, being a Nintendo YouTuber, I mean, I could make a video about it. I don't think that many people are actually going to buy the game. Like, is Nintendo's Welcome Tour really worth $10? I could do that, but other than that, Mad Cats.
All right.
Mad Cats, okay.
So we got a wide spread here.
Yeah.
Stash is the decider.
All right, so yeah,
everybody's in their own tier.
I played it at the Switch 2 experience. I played the mini games. I talked to the Nintendo rep quite extensively and got a lot of details about the game, about all the medals that you can earn in the game. And I think he said there's 80 to 100 medals, 40 to 50 mini games. I think the thing that I really appreciated about the game is just the amount of like Nintendo Easter eggs and nostalgia that are just baked into the whole experience. So for me, $10, yeah, I don't care. It's a drop in the bucket. I think they completely botched the marketing on it and everything else. So, there's people who are never going to play this because it costs money and they want it to be free. And I understand that. But what's important is, did I have fun? Because that's what video games are all about. Is it fun? Did you enjoy your time? And I did. And I'm excited to play it. I actually am. I'm actually legit excited to play it because it was a lot of fun. The mini games are very fun. They're very addicting. It was a good time. This is a good party game for $10. Sign me up. I already have it pre-ordered. This is an A tier. This is Wave Race for me. And I think if people give it a chance, they would see what we're saying right now. But again, the stigma against it, it's thick, it's heavy. I don't know if it's going to get any better. We'll have to see. All right. Puyo Puyo Tetris 2S. Can't forget that 2S. For 2 Switch.
I love Puyo Puyo Tetris. I don't even know why I haven't pre-ordered this yet. I fucking love Puyo Puyo Tetris. I don't know what's so special. What is there something new with the S version versus the 2 version?
Yeah, there's some new stuff. There is. I go over it in my launch video.
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
It's I think there's like more online stuff. There's a larger multiplayer. There is mouse mode. There's some things. There's some things. It's $40.
40? Tony Hawk. I like where you just said it. That Tony Hawk tier. Better than it had any right to be. $40. Yes. And that's what, to be honest, that's the way I felt with Puyo Puyo Tetris on the Switch. I did not expect to love that game as much as I did.
You and I played a lot of that.
Dude, we played a lot. Like we had Breath of the Wild. Didn't matter, man. This game was addicting. It was fun.
You kicked my ass in Tetris. I kicked your ass in Puyo Puyo. It was all good.
And then we had to face each other up. Fine, you do Puyo Puyo. I do Tetris. Who's gonna win?
Yep.
Anyways, it was so fun. And I'm picking this up. I totally forgot it. It was even a launch game. It's getting picked up.
It's Tetris. Nintendo. Synonymous.
Fuck, I'm picking it up right now. God damn it. This is part of the truth. I'm spending money right now. Assholes.
Eric, do you have more to add?
No, I did. Nate nailed it. Right.
Okay.
I agree with his assessment on that one.
Okay.
Wait, what did you put in, Nate?
I put it in Tony Hawk.
Tony Hawk. Better than it should be.
Is there a physical version of this, or is it digital only?
It's a game key card.
Key card? Okay, yeah, so I'll just buy it digital.
Oh, man, I am stuck between Wave Race and Tony Hawk. Puyo Puyo Tetris is so much fun. I haven't checked out enough of this version, so I definitely need to watch some videos on it and to see what's new. Oh, man. I'm going to keep it in Tony Hawk just because I know I'm going to love it and I know I'm going to play it, but I'm definitely when I look at the list of games, and obviously not all of my games have made it into the N tier or Wave Race tier, but when I look at the games that are there, I do rank those games higher. So yeah, I'm gonna keep it in Tony Hawk.
Okay.
But it's close. Part of me wants to put in Wave Race, so that's a tough one.
Now the thing with Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 is it's an amazing game. I love the first one, and it's one of the first Nintendo Switch games too, so it's very nostalgic. Like back when I only had like 4 games, I think that was the 4th physical game that I got. I got a lot of hours out of it, and it's one of my favorite puzzle games, and the sequel is just better. With that being said, though, this feels like a Nintendo Switch 2 edition upgrade. It's just not in the name. And if you can't upgrade it, I looked at the editions, and it's like, it's Nintendo Switch 2 edition-esque upgrades. I don't like that about it. I don't really like how you need a double dip for it. And you can't just upgrade it. So, in terms of like being fair, I would say that it goes into Mad Catz because it's an amazing game, just poor execution.
All right.
Like with its release.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the Tony Hawk tier as well because just again, Nintendo console launch, handheld launch, and Tetris, it's synonymous. Tetris
goes together like peanut butter and salsa.
Yeah. Tetris Forever. Like I'd personally rather play that. I just got that in physically from Limited Run. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of Tetris there.
Yep.
But there's a market for it, and I think it deserves that. Wind Waker.
What's wrong with you? I'm not even saying this to be contrarian.
Yeah.
It should be Wind Waker HD. What the fuck are we doing with the GameCube version right now? When we have the
NSO.
I don't give a shit. Wind Waker HD, leaving it to die on Wii U, and then you bring back the GameCube version? No.
Well, you got to sell the GameCube NSO.
Yeah,
you can't leave one of the best games off of it and sell it.
Sure you can.
From a marketing standpoint.
You know how vast the library is on GameCube? How many other great games they could have chosen?
Yes, but...
Wind Waker. They could have did that. I'm pure principle. This is like a slap in the face that we're not getting Wind Waker HD.
Okay.
What if we do, though?
That's fine.
Nate,
it should have been
you
already.
Just put it in the Reggie tier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Damn.
And I love Wind Waker. And it's cool that it's back. And we
turned out to be an upsetting show.
I'll say this. I also have a sneaking suspicion you can't do the Tingle Tuner quest.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the one change I hated with Wind Waker HD. They got rid of it. I bet you still can't do it in this version of the game, meaning that it's also not a complete version of Wind Waker. So, no, fuck off.
Eric.
Yeah. Damn.
This is shocking, dude.
You just shit
really, Eric?
Yeah, I think it's shocking too, but let's see what Eric has to say about it.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the hell to say about it. I mean, theoretically, you could have just did Wind Waker HD and say it was a GameCube game and just say, fuck it, here you go.
But then that changes the entire precedence.
Yeah, it changes.
And then everyone will expect that.
There's first person mode.
Yeah.
There's anyways.
Yeah. Fuck it. I don't know. We tried. Fuck it. I don't know.
Okay.
I had no freaking clue.
All right, we tried. All right.
Game Bird.
This is the easiest S tier. Captain N of the night for me. Wind Waker is my favorite video game of all time. While I would love to see the HD version land on a Nintendo console again in the future, the time is not now. And the reason why, and I don't think the time was on the Switch either, even though I really wanted to play that game again. Listen, multiple reasons. Sorry, I got to rant about this because I'm just appalled that Nate threw this in the lowest tier possible. One, the GameCube version.
Gamebird self-proclaims he's the villain. I think we all know who the real villain is.
Listen, the GameCube version is way better looking than the HD version. First off, like there's no comparison. The bloom is way out of control on the HD version. It washes a lot of the colors out. It changes the look from that iconic Saturday morning cartoon to giving Link and the other characters, I don't know, like more dimension and shape that just looks kind of off. Second, bringing Wind Waker HD to Switch 2 is automatically an inferior version than the Wii U because it loses the dual screen functionality. I speculated that maybe Switch 2, before we found out what it was, could have some sort of dual screen functionality. And if that were the case, I would have been all for it and be like, yes, get it over immediately. But losing that functionality automatically makes it a worse version because having the convenience of item swapping and your map there at all times was a game changer. Not having to hit start, go to your iron boots, equip them, you go in, then you go back to start and you take them out of your inventory, swap to the item you need. This is the most, in my opinion, the most beautiful Zelda game to date. The visuals are timeless. This game is iconic. And I agree with Stash. Like, to have GameCube NSO and not have this game there would be absolutely silly. You'd literally be missing out on one of, if not the best games on the console. So that's an easy Captain N with a capital N for me.
I would have to say it all just depends on what the end game is for The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker HD. If this means it's not happening on the Nintendo Switch 2, I would say it would probably go on We Tried. I guess it's better than nothing. But if it does happen, it would be in probably... I haven't played much of it, so I would say A tier, but it easily could go up to S. But for now, I'd say We Tried.
Okay. All right. So for me, yeah, I absolutely love Wind Waker. I don't care about Wind Waker HD. If we get it, great. I'll support it. But I'm very happy with the original Wind Waker. I think there's something to be said for being able to play the game how it was originally intended with the resolution upscaled on the GameCube NSO. So we're getting a better version of Wind Waker, but it's not the HD version with the bullshit HD bloom.
Thank you.
Which I don't like, not a fan of. You brought up a lot of great points about the Wii U gamepad and how that functionality is lost. You know, it stays on the Wii U. And again, you can't have the GameCube NSO without Wind Waker. That's a huge selling point. I think you can have both. Look, I think Nintendo even said in their interview that this doesn't mean that Wind Waker HD or Twilight Princess HD won't come out someday. So this doesn't rule them out. They said that literally. So,
I mean,
very happy
here's
with
the
it.
thing. Here's the thing. It's my last point, and I'll let this one go to rest. But I have to say it. All you're missing out on by not having the HD version, since the graphics don't look as nice, and you don't have the Wii U gamepad functionality, all you're losing, all there is to be upset about is that you don't have the updated sail cloth that you can get and the updated Triforce quest. That's all you're missing. You're saying this is bottom tier because we don't have this updated sailcloth in the updated Triforce quest.
Yeah, I agree. It's a wild ass take. But hey, You know, this is what he wanted, man.
Everything you said. I think the graphics
he's still
are
my friend.
like when people bitch about the bloom, and I complained about it a bit back in the day, and then I finally went on a Caribbean cruise, and I just realized, no, motherfucker, when you're out in the middle of the ocean with the sun, that's actually what it fucking looks like. It's bright as fuck, and you need to wear sunglasses. So I understood the art direction and why they put the bloom in, because that's literally what it's like when you're out in the sea. So the bloom is just being realistic. I love it.
Well, I will just say, you know, Wind Waker's original art style, again, ages like a fine wine, and being able to have that original art style, but upscaled, is really nice.
I cannot wait to gaze upon it.
Yeah, and I played it at the Switch 2 experience, and I thought it looked absolutely beautiful. I played it with the CRT mode as well, and I'm very excited to play this again because I own Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD on Wii U, but they're still sealed. Those babies are factory sealed. And I beat this game, I think it was in December 2003. So it's been 22 years. I think I'm due for a return. So I'm hyped. This is easy S tier for me. Like, no, this is a no-brainer S tier. Which means we have
we're all over the place.
We have a tie.
Yeah,
Gamebird, Gamebird, you gave it an S. I gave it an S. Prime, you gave it a F. And Dimitri, you gave it a C. So
poop emoji.
It's a coin flip again. It's a coin flip again.
All
right. Prime put this on the same level as Survival Kids. I just want to point that out.
Yes.
Okay, so what are we calling Gamebird? What are we calling for Wind Waker? Heads or tails?
So
let's see. Oh man. Let's say tails.
Tails never fails.
Tails.
All right.
Yeah.
My man.
Order has been restored.
It's in the stars. I know.
Thank God.
If ever people thought that I run this shit and it's rigged, let me tell you.
Right?
Balance restored.
All right. Okay.
It did not go in the shit emoji.
Now to the next Zelda. Tears of the
All
Kingdom.
right. This is tough. My favorite game of all time. And I beat it. I haven't quite 100%ed it, but I'm really close. I believe the save transfer does come over, so I can just keep playing my save and finish off my 100% run. It's a little wonky. Like, as much as I'm going to enjoy, like, just like with Breath of the Wild, the frame rate increase and the resolution increase don't mean that much to me. The faster load times don't mean that much. It's the same game. But they did add story content, but you have to use a stupid app. Now there's full voice acting, and that's cool. But technically they added new story content. So this is S tier for me. It's my favorite game of all time, and you gave me a reason to play it again.
Okay.
That's all I needed. I don't need much to want to play my favorite game again, and you tell me new story content in a game that has, in my opinion, one of the better stories already. Let's fucking go.
Okay.
Sucks I gotta bring my phone on the journey.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. Right. But whatever.
Yeah.
I think for that reason I'll just put it in wave race. Because you gotta use your phone.
Yeah, you gotta use
just
the phone.
Put the goddamn
you don't have to censor it. Just say the word fucking
phone.
Ah, damn.
Oh my God.
Off.
Yeah.
Gamebird, how you feeling on this?
Tears is an easy S tier for me.
We don't disagree on everything, man.
Yeah, we don't disagree on everything.
The game, and then we're good.
I couldn't put Breath of the Wild in S tier. I love it. My interest in revisiting that game is much lower. As much as I loved, or I think loved is a better word for it. As much as I loved Breath of the Wild, that's been one that's been challenging for me to revisit. I think that game really did wonders for redefining what it means to be an open world game. But I also feel like Breath of the Wild, in hindsight, feels more like a proof of concept, and Tears of the Kingdom feels like the true feature-rich, dense vision fully expressed in a game. And for that reason, I knew I had to put this one higher, and I cannot wait to revisit Tears of the Kingdom on Switch 2. Yes, it is a little bit of a stinker that extra lore is going to be found through the app, but guess what? This is, wherever you rank Tears of the Kingdom in your Zelda list, I think most people at least would probably put it in their top 5. Obviously, there's exceptions to that. This is literally one of the best Zelda games ever made. And it's just going to be a wonderful trip down memory lane. And I can't wait to see it the way that you've already gotten to see it, Stash, with the beautiful HDR, the beautiful frame rate, all those goodies. So Tears of the Kingdom, here I come, is what I have to say.
All right, Demeech.
I would say that I don't like the phone thing, so that's the only reason why I would be going an A. But just like with The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, it felt like a new experience just playing it with enhanced frame rates, resolution. It's incredible. It's unbelievable seeing it run so well. And it's just it's very exciting. But I don't like the phone thing, and I hope they never do that again. So I'm going to say A, Wave Race.
Once again, it comes down to Stash.
Okay, so again, a lot of what I said about Breath of the Wild, same thing applies here. This is an easy S tier for me, very easy. As far as the phone stuff, let me frame it in a different way. We're getting extra content. I would put this in S tier even if we didn't get extra content. So for me, this only adds to the experience. So I could never knock it points because they're giving me more stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to knock a game because I'm getting more.
Yeah,
even if it's on my phone.
Voice actors, to actually come back and revoice the new stuff. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's more lore, and I am hyped for it. I'm legit. I am very excited to play through these. I'm probably going to get a map printed again and go the old fashioned way. Dude, It was so much fun playing like that. I kid you not. So yeah, I'm super hyped for it. Easy S tier for me. Okay. Yakuza 0 Director's Cut. We have this, and then we have Fantasy Life, and then we're done.
Okay, so I've never played a Yakuza game, and I have this pre-ordered. I am very excited. I've heard a lot of good things. I did some research on it. People seem to really like it. A lot of people think it's a great entry point for the series if you've never played.
Yep. Best entry point.
Yeah, my opinion. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. And I'm not really sure why. I just never really played it before, but I don't matter. I'm really fucking excited. So I'm going to say Wave Race tier.
80s Japan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is sick. I mean, I love the 80s. Who doesn't?
So my pure excitement has it at Wave Race tier. Will it stay there after I play it? I don't know, but that's where I'm at.
Okay. Eric.
Yeah, I have no clue on these games, so I'm going to put it right smack dab in the middle.
Okay. Gamebird.
Man, this is a hard one for me. I'm very tempted to put it in S tier. The Yakuza series is probably in my top 10 favorite series of all time. This is my favorite entry in the series. I can't give this game enough praise, and the fact that Nintendo fans are gonna get a chance to play this is even cooler. They're adding new content. There's almost like there's a new online multiplayer mode that's like a horde mode in the game. There's new story content.
Red Light Raid.
Yep. There's new story content that's not in the original, and they've added English voice acting, which wasn't an option in the original Yakuza 0. So those are all huge wins. It does lose some points because it is a key card. There's no true physical edition for this game. I will say this. Anyone who's looking to try this game out for the first time, this game does have some jank. this is one of those rare exceptions where I feel like the jank lends itself to the game. It adds to the kind of like super over the top, over dramatic storytelling. And I will say, I'm probably sticking with the Japanese voice acting because in this game, it is unbelievable. If you guys like twists and turns and incredible character development and character storyline, this game is up your alley. If you guys grew up playing beat 'em ups, up your alley. If you guys love Japan in the 80s, like Stash said, this game is up your alley. It is so much fun. And my top 3 Switch 2 games that I want to play for the first month and devote most of my attention to is going to be Mario Kart, Yakuza 0, and Tears of the Kingdom. I definitely want to check out some of these other games that we have here, but these 3 are the ones that I intend to spend most of my time in. I'm going to put this in the A. I've already completed the game, and it is a key card only, but again, I'm tempted to put it in S. That's how much I love this game.
I've never played a Yakuza game, but from what you guys said, I love Japan and the 80s. That already is something that makes me interested in playing the game. The game key card thing, it's like, it sucks, but this is a game I might check out. Not sure if it would be a day one, but definitely down the road. Down the road, meaning like probably a few months when it goes on sale. I am definitely interested in checking it out. So I would say Tony Hawk.
Hell yeah. And I want to add one more thing too, just as a FYI, because I know there's a lot of people who are new to this series with the recent entries. You guys, we've talked a lot about, especially with the welcome tour to Switch 2. If you guys like mini games, this game has hundreds of them. You could literally go into arcades, play on the arcade cabinets. There's billiards and that you could go to and play and throw darts and do mini kart, the little RC kart racing. And there's like dating sim games, like dozens and dozens of mini games. So this one is packed with content.
Okay. So for me, I would say it teeters a little bit into S tier territory. Yakuza series is phenomenal. Obviously, Yakuza then turned into the Like a Dragon series. It's $50. That's a good deal for what you're getting, the amount of content you're getting. If you're a completionist, the amount of hours you're getting for this is insane. The multiplayer mode, it's in 4K. This is 4K 60. So it's real close to S tier for me. Really close. I'd probably say S tier. I'm going to give it S tier, but it ain't going to go there.
Oh, yeah.
Because the overriding is A tier, which is right where it's at. Wave Race 64. Yeah, super hyped for that. All right, so last but not least is a game that was just announced to be coming to Switch 2. That is Fantasy Life, The Girl Who Steals Time, and $2.59 to upgrade from the Switch 1 to Switch 2. There is no physical edition in the United States on Switch 1.
For a second, I thought it was like a $2.59 game.
Oh, I wish.
That would be wild.
That'd be sick. But yeah,
you're already.
there's no physical. So, again, I wouldn't knock that any points because there's just no physical. It's a digital game. And I don't know if you guys have seen, there's been reviews that have been coming out over the last 2-3 days. It's reviewing very, very well. And the Switch 2 upgrade will give it improved performance. So improved resolution and frame rate. And again, it's less than $3 to upgrade it. Prime time.
So I originally wasn't that interested in this game, but then I talked to, the cozy game extraordinaire Nintendo.
Yeah.
Because he's very hyped. He has the game, he's played, he streamed it. Watched some of his stream on Switch. The game looks way better than it has any right to be.
Mm-hmm.
And looks like there's a certain appeal to it that goes beyond your normal cozy games. And as you said, reviewing very well. the Metascore is a little whatever because there's only 6 reviews on it, so it's like an 81.
Yeah.
But there's like 50 user reviews and it's like an 8.7. People love this game when they play it. So it is expensive. Like we talk about the $259, but if you don't own it, it's like a $60 game. It's not cheap. So a lot of people when they think of cozy games, they think of games that are like, $30 to $40. But no, this is like a full priced. Now to be clear, it hasn't been out very long. So like anyone expecting it to be discounted for Switch 2, I mean that wasn't going to happen. This game's only been out for like a week or two. Okay. Like it just recently released.
It just came out a few days ago.
Yeah. So like it's you can't expect discounts for it yet. It is cool, really nice that they're giving such a cheap upgrade path if you bought it on Switch 1 because this was not announced for Switch 2. So it kind of came out of nowhere that they decided, hey, we're going to do the Switch 2 version. It would have been cool if they would have just did a free upgrade because of that, because they already got that full price out of you. But what are you going to do? It's still, they're not charging that much. So that said, because of Nintendo Talk and some conversations I had with him about the game and the things I saw when he streamed it, I'm actually kind of excited. I'm not going to be picking it up for 60 because I don't know if I'm excited enough to drop that sort of money on it. But definitely if this hits a 50% off sale, I might finally dive deep into a cozy game that isn't Animal Crossing. So I'm going to give a Tony Hawk score to this one.
Okay.
Better than it had any right to be.
Okay. Yeah. Eric.
Yeah. Honestly, just watching a little bit of the trailers and stuff like that, it looks like it could be a fun game. Not my type of thing, but it looks like it could be fun. So that's where I was thinking, just putting it a little bit above We Tried. So I was thinking Tony Hawk.
Okay. Game Bird.
So I own this game. I bought it when it first came out on the Switch. I've put about 10 hours into it. And I will 100% be spending the money to upgrade to the Switch 2 version. I've been very curious about a lot of cozy games, and a lot of them just don't land with me. I could never get too into Animal Crossing. The game always holds me for a little bit, and then I dip. I'm kind of just over it. Same thing with Stardew Valley. I will vouch for Fantasy Life. I'm addicted. 10 hours in, I think about it all the time. And my first thoughts a couple hours in is like, man, I should do an impressions video on this game for Switch because I'm having so much fun and I want to talk about it. But then with the schedule, and working on stuff. So then I was like, you know what? I've been interested in starting to do some random live streams, maybe once a week or twice a week on my channel. And I'm really leaning towards starting a new game on this and streaming it on the channel just to hang out with people. Guys in the chat, if you follow me, if that's something that sounds fun to you guys, let me know in the chat because I'm definitely considering it. But I will tell you this. I think this game, for me, blows Animal Crossing out of the water. I think it's worth the price tag. You get the things that you get from Animal Crossing, the cozy, the interesting and funny, quirky characters, but it adds those deeper RPG elements with the different job systems, the skill trees, the combat. You've got your regular attack, your strong attack, your special ability with dodge rolls. It has 4-player co-op online where you could do dungeon delves with friends and stuff online. This is a really fun game. And there's a storyline to it that's charming and silly and fun. I do see areas where the Switch 2 version is going to enhance the experience a little bit on the visual and performance side. The game is a little bit blurry on the Switch. So this is an A for me. I'm really excited to play this more on Switch 2. And if any one of you guys ever decides to dip into this game and wants to try out the multiplayer, because I don't know anyone personally who has the game or is interested, I'd love to try some of the online cooperative and do some dungeon diving and stuff like that. A for me.
Okay. Nice.
I really enjoy Animal Crossing New Horizons, so seeing a game that's also cozy seems like something that I could get interested in. It'd be nice if the upgrade was free, but just considering how cheap it is, that's great to hear. So I would definitely say Tony Hawk tier just for that. But yeah, I mean, it's a cozy game. It's good to have it. It's good having a variety for the launch lineup. So I would say, yeah, Tony Hawk's a good place to put it.
All right.
Cool. Yeah, I'm planning to pick this up. Again, I've seen some reviews, some impressions on it, and normally I'm not going to play a game like this because it's the type of game that's going to steal my time. And I only have so much time.
It will. I legit have been thinking about it in bed. Like, I wish it wasn't so late so I could play a little bit more Fantasy Life. I'm enjoying it.
So you're not even playing it and it's stealing your time.
Yes.
See, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the fear. Okay. That's the fear I have, is that you only have so much time. And do I really want to let some girl steal my time that's not my girl, right?
Absolutely.
She demands a lot of time too. However, I think we would have a good time playing it together because she has a good time with these kinds of games. I'm a big fan of time travel. I love Back to the Future.
Yep.
So ultimately I think it's time that I finally step in to the cozy arena and have a good time playing Fantasy Life, the girl who stole time. So we need to figure out a good time to have a good time to play this together, Gamebird.
Let's do it, man. It's a date.
Yeah, I'm down to play online though. I think it'll be fun. This looks like it does look like a good time.
This game has the element that's missing from these type of games that kind of keeps me away, and that's like those RPG and the personal growth mechanics that carrot on the stick, other than just trying to pay off constant debt from a crook who engages in child labor practices.
All right, so where's it land? Couldn't remember.
That's going to land on B.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
So, Tony Hawk.
All right, let's get to our Q&A quick here. We got 26 of these things to go through quick. Joy Pitch just wants to say, bring back Earthbound.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Yeah.
Who doesn't want that back? Come on now. Joy Pitson said, don't judge Got Breath of the Wild for the first time. I get it now. That's one, I'm jealous that you got to play it for the first time recently. And two, I'm glad you get it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you get it. Jesus, stash. All right, good. So I just received my exchange code from Nintendo for Mario Kart World, part of the console bundle you ordered. Hyped!
Nice.
Congrats.
We had Neptara becoming a member. Thank you so much. Attack the Backlog comes in here and says, let's go. Hope you're well, dude. Looking forward to hearing your predictions. That was earlier. Thank you so much. Lovable Idiot says, do y'all think they'll announce a new Animal Crossing soon?
I would say so.
Would not surprise me.
I'm going to say no. As soon as this year, I'm going to say no.
I think next year is when we see Animal Crossing.
Agreed.
Yeah, well, because I've got Fantasy Life.
Right. That's what you need, more Animal Crossing this year. Right when you're done with that, all these other games that you're looking forward to on Switch, you to have take a back fucking seat, buddy. Have Fantasy Life into Animal Crossing. Karkan says, releasing Metroid Prime 2 and 3 now will create Metroid Prime fatigue. Metroid Prime Remaster was already enough. Soft reboot could be the follow-up. I mean, I don't think putting 2 and 3 like on NSO is really going to cause much fatigue. I mean, 3 technically is a Wii game, so I could see like that wouldn't be there unless they retrofitted it to GameCube, which I don't think would be impossible to do. But they're not going to do that because they're not going to devalue that as a Wii game. They're going to save that. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know what they're going to do, if anything, anytime soon. I know that Nate the Hate said, and he was one of the people that thought the games were coming, that he said recently, well, if we get 2, it's NSO. Like he's even given up on the idea that they even ever completed the work on it. So Hmon says, do you guys think that Big N left Twilight Princess off GameCube NSO for a potential remake? It could sure use it, E3 2011 style. God, everyone wants that to come back. Grateful for all you cool dudes. My only thought on this is, no, they're just going to bring it later.
Yeah, they're going to drip feed GameCube NSO. Yeah. You know, next year would be a great time, 40th anniversary for Zelda.
Yeah. I mean, I would love for them to remake it, by the way, but like it's going to be on NSO. Like there's nothing that precludes being on NSO and being remade. We've already seen that in the past. Like Link's Awakening is on NSO, but also they remade it. So I just don't think that remake.
Enough time.
Well, that's what we're hoping. The remake's not here yet. We're hoping. So yeah. Let's see here. There's me. I just wanted to get this in there. What are you guys' thoughts on the Presents and the ZA dates? So if you don't know, there's a Pokemon Presents on the 22nd of July. They announced it nearly 2 months early. Crazy. Never done before. And then Legends ZA, October 16th, just dropped that out of nowhere. They gave us a little new art in the box art, which is cool, but like literally nothing else. It's
pretty much what I expected.
Yeah? That's what you thought?
Yeah.
I think the fact that they announced the Presents this early, it means they're trying to tell you, you need to watch this. This is a big one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I love the release date. I love that it's not taking up the flagship November spot. Because that means, you know,
a surprise.
3D Mario, baby.
Right.
That's what I like to hear.
Well, yeah, because you got to think like what's bigger than Pokemon. That's my mindset.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I think the surprising thing is the 2 month early announcement. Like that's pretty wild. I hope that means that there's something special cooking with this. We're going to see some really cool stuff. They're kind of building hype for it. Yep. Glad to see the release date land where it landed. That's kind of where I was predicting it. I just refuse to believe that that Nintendo was going to rely on Switch 1 games to be their big holiday, even though Pokemon is huge and they could get away with it. They got Prime coming. That's not the system seller. So I think this is exciting.
Karkar comes in and says, who will be your main from Mario Kart World? Now, I've been maining Yoshi since way back in the day. It's always hard, but here's the problem. My fiance mains Yoshi as well. So if she won't get off the Yoshi, and I know we can play the different colors, then I feel like I got to grab somebody else. Now, in 8 Deluxe, it was Link because like I'm a Zelda nerd. It is what it is. He's not here. So it ain't going to be Cow. Everyone's going Cow. Online's going to be full of cows. It is what it is. I don't know. It's probably going to be a character that because there's like 50 total and then all the costumes. It's going to be one of the ones because we haven't seen all 50, believe it or not.
Yeah.
People think we have, but we actually have not seen all 50 new, like all, I'm going to say all new, but we haven't seen all 50 of the actual characters. So it's probably going to be one that hasn't been revealed yet for me. One that
for me, it's going to be Spike or Nabbit. I've always wanted Spike in Mario Kart, and he's finally here.
There.
I also think that Spike should have been in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Well, that's a different conversation. Eric, how about you?
My main is Wario. It'll probably stay Wario.
Wario.
Cow is freaking awesome. Cow does look freaking awesome.
You're gonna play as him a little.
Oh, I am gonna play him for
a little bit. Yeah. Then you're gonna be like, I need to go to Wario.
Yep.
Stash.
Cowboy Mario.
There it is. What a surprise!
Right?
Have you seen the intro to the podcast?
Yeah.
Right. It's Mario in the Old West.
Come on.
Oh yeah.
Bird.
Oh man. It's gonna be a toss up between two. My old main was Roy. He's a Koopa from the 80s. He's got the sick 80s shades. That's my boy. I did switch to Birdo for a while, of course. I am the bird man after all, so I gotta give some Birdo love. But then my other main that I love to play is Wario. I'm like you, Eric. I just love Wario. He's such a slime ball.
Love him.
He's such a shitty human being. I love him.
He is, yeah.
With his garlic and his
He's a real
farts.
piece of shit.
He's a real piece of shit.
You play the WarioWare games and he's just fucking with you the whole fucking time you play. It's awesome.
Yeah,
He's that shitty
he's a
friend
disgusting human being.
Oh, he's foul. He's that shitty friend that you have that like you have the best stories and the funniest memories, but every time he shows up, you're like, oh god, it's this guy again, this shitball.
Fucking gay.
Yeah, he'll like fart
I
in
love
public and
Wario.
blame it on you. Kind
Yeah.
of
Oh,
friend.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So Rax32 says, what is a lost gem or underrated game you want made? That we want made. Yours is the Guardian Legend. I can't even think of one right now, to be completely honest. Anyone got one?
Snowboard kids.
Always snowboard kids.
Hell yeah.
I have tons, man. There's a lot. I would have said Onimusha or Okami. I would have said those. But what should I pick? Oh God, the pressure. I'm gonna go and say, man, I'm gonna go on a limb and say, because this is one we've discussed on the cast, and it really is a gem. A new Eternal Darkness would just be. It's such a special game. I don't know. It's a gem that would be just so rad to see.
I got it obvious. NBA Street.
Damn!
NBA Jam.
Well,
let me come on.
I mean, you can go find the
well,
super chat.
That's
you can go find the super chat.
That's not yet.
That's
That's not yet. That's later.
Oh wait, what am I doing? Oh wait, I'll let you go, Stash, because I don't want to say if you're gonna say it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games, right? Obviously, Jam. There's so many, but I'd say Wave Race.
There it is.
I've got a good one. Can I throw it out there? I
Yeah.
want to switch mine. Mother 3, baby.
There you go. There you go.
100%.
Well, brother, when is Sega gonna drop the revamp collection?
I know.
I think we'll find out very soon at Summer Games Fest.
I mean, we're getting Shinobi soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shinobi's coming out the same month as Ninja Gaiden. I think it's coming out here in June?
I think so.
Yeah, so that's the first game of the games they announced. The others were like Streets of Rage, Crazy Taxi,
Jet Set Radio.
Jet Set Radio. And what was the fifth one?
Golden Axe was in there.
Golden Axe. That was in there.
I think like Gamebird said, there's gonna be something, and
SGF is gonna get
Summer Game Festival. We'll have something for that. Demona Brawler then says Smash Ultimate Switch 2 Edition with new fighters pack that introduces Master Chief, Crash Bandicoot, and Astrobot. What? That sounds great. I do not think we're getting Smash Ultimate on Switch 2. Personally, I think they're making a new one.
It's not get a free upgrade,
which is why Kirby Air Rise. I mean, they could do it, but I think they won't. I think for these once per generation games that have a sequel coming, probably not. Now we say that Mario Odyssey, right? Obviously got a free upgrade, and we're clearly going to get another 3D Mario at some point this gen, right? But I also think that like Smash is sort of different, because it's multiplayer, and you really be careful in like making people not want to play the new one.
Yeah, I agree with Nate. I don't think we're getting an upgrade unless there's a caveat. Whatever the next Smash is, I'm sure they're going to have to reinvent the wheel a little bit. Try something new this time because of Ultimate.
Yeah.
Damn, I've got to turn this off.
Intentional.
Yeah, that one did. But the caveat is, if for whatever reason Smash's development ends up like Prime 4, where it's just years and years and years and years trying to crack the cookie, I think then it's like it's gonna be like five years off. Let's just do an upgrade to tide them over. But I don't think so.
That's where I'm at too, though. Like, that's my mindset, is that if they know it's going to be a long time, I think they give us a Switch 2 edition. If it's years out, you don't want to go for years without a Smash Bros on Switch 2. So that's a great way to make some money while we're waiting. We'll see what happens. Hopefully we're not years out.
Land Down Under says 6 days and 12 hours to release of Switch 2 in Australia. You're hyped? I bet. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
We're past the 7-day mark. I know it's
that is sick. Oh my god, we really are.
Yeah.
Last pod before release. Crazy. The Mountain Brawler. I wish Game Freak would make a Pokemon collection featuring Fire Red, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire. Who's them? Yeah, just put them all together. It'll never happen. You keep pipe dreaming. They won't even put nice. So just keep dreaming.
All in HD 2D.
Yeah. There's all completely remade. Yeah, good luck. And
we'll see what happens.
By the way, if they do that, you got to figure it's going to be about a $210 game. They ain't selling that to you for the price of one.
No.
And by the way, I forgot you're including both versions, so double that. So $420. It's a good number.
I mean,
it's a good number.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to go into their back catalog and offer like next year's the 30th anniversary for Pocket Monsters.
Yeah.
And so, maybe we see something there. But the thing is that I think the last thing they want is people saying the older games are better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they haven't released them, because I've joked about that.
Oh, yeah. I believe it.
I think the more likely scenario is that they dive into the older games with the Let's Go again. I think Let's Go Gold and Silver, even though I would love to see a for the ground up, like full on legit remake of that gen. I see them doing like more Let's Go stuff,
Yeah.
Okay. Brandon Brass says Borderlands 3 on Switch 2 thoughts. Well, we're getting 4 this year. They'll re-release it at some point in the future, probably, and put it on Switch 2 just because they can.
Like a Switch 2 edition?
Yeah.
It's already on Switch 1.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like a Switch 2 edition. I can see them doing something like that after Borderlands 4, like if Borderlands 4 does well.
Yeah.
They're all for making more money, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll depend on how many diehard fans there are.
Yeah. How many diehards will spend 80? Real fans. He commented on it again, and it didn't sound any better. I just stop talking.
It's like, please
stop talking, Richard. Demonic Brawler. Will Nintendo put Shadow the Hedgehog on NSO?
I don't think so.
I mean, it's not up to Nintendo. Let's just start with that.
I don't think so.
But I don't think they're going to do it. But it's up to Sega, and I don't think Sega's going to do it.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Nice
give me Super Monkey Ball by Sega, please.
Yeah, they'll probably do that at some point. Xenogears or Xenosaga for Switch 2 would be great. I mean, well, no shit.
100%.
Any platform that'd be great for.
Dude, you can't even get Xenogears anywhere. Yeah. Can you? Is that on any? That's not even on PS5's subscription, is it?
I don't think it is.
I don't think so. I think it's
that
on
is
insane.
It's not. Yeah, I mean, anything Xeno seems to do really well.
Yeah. Shout out to the Gothic for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Mr. Meta used to be in more of these streams, used to go by Yeehaw Rev. Welcome back, buddy.
Right.
Happy to be back. Sending love from Cali. My question is, do you think there will be another VR headset or VR support for Switch 2? I don't think they're going to do a headset. Like, if you're thinking like normal, like Sony kind of thing.
I'm thinking like Nintendo On.
Yeah, the Nintendo On thing. Right? Will they experiment with something with VR? Will they try cardboard again? I don't know. Maybe. It didn't work the first time for them. Do they think a second crack at it's what they need? I don't know.
If they went all in with the approach, I would 100% be there.
I think they should just because they have that top USB-C port. I think they should just support headsets that already exist.
I was going to say.
Sure. Like, it's always been kind of a dream to be able to play, Nintendo published, developed games in VR. That's something that when VR first came out, I'm like, oh man, I can only imagine what it would be like one day to be in VR and Mario or Zelda.
Did you do the VR in Breath of the Wild?
Well,
it's there, Labo.
The mod?
It's not a mod. It's an officially supported thing on Switch if you have the Labo headset.
Oh yeah, I have Labo. I didn't do it though. I have Labo.
It's not very good.
Here's my thing with this. I have one VR headset. I have an Oculus. And it was fun for a while. I got some good entertainment. I've been of the mindset that I'll only ever buy one other VR headset, and it's a legit Nintendo VR headset if that ever happens. The Sony one doesn't get supported. The Oculus games, they're fine. There's some gems in there. Most of them are, fun mini game style. Nintendo, and I believe this 100%. Nintendo has the best library of games, or not library of games. Sorry, correction. The best IP to lend itself to VR and be good and be an accessory, a headset that people will come for and show up for. Think about these games: Luigi's Mansion VR. Not just a port that has VR functionality. I'm talking about these are specific games designed just for VR. Luigi's Mansion VR, Pokemon Snap, Star Fox. Like, think
Mario
about
Kart
some of the
cool
games
too.
that Pokemon and throwing the Pokeballs. Even the Pokemon trading card game and having like the game mat and putting down the cards. Like, they have so many
Punch Out
games
would be
that
sick.
lend themselves. Yeah, Punch Out. I don't know, that like just their library, their caliber lends itself so well to VR. I don't know. I that's a whole nother discussion. I just think
I'm not that big on VR at all. So
It'd be amazing to see. I
Saber's
just
the
hope
only
that
game I played
Nintendo,
actually
if they do it, they really focus on like first person point of view, because with the Labo VR games, a lot of them were just third person, and it's not the same effect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Pikmin, that's another one that would be wild in VR.
The Umbrella says, what if Konami made a new 2D Castlevania for Switch 2? I have to change my pants after reading that.
I thought something just happened, and that was just a
Yeah.
statement you were
Like,
making.
dude,
I have to change my
when
pants.
he super chatted this earlier, I Googled just to make sure there wasn't a new one coming. I'm like, I need it.
Everyone knows I love Castlevania. I've reviewed, I think, 6 or 7 Castlevania games on the channel.
Yep.
I freaking love them. They're very special to me. I hold them in similar regard to some of the Nintendo IP that we've loved forever. So I'm annoyed that we haven't got one, that we don't have Symphony of the Night on Nintendo, and I understand why. And I have to actually answer that a lot in comments on YouTube, telling the story about the source code and how it was lost, and how Sony commissioned them to get the game on PS4, and that's why we don't have it. But man, give us like Symphony of the Night 2, anything. Give us. I don't understand how we don't have that. I just don't.
Maybe
agreed.
I'm at a loss.
What
New
was
Castlevania would be great.
What was that game? They did that Bloodstained game, but then there was a pixel game that looked like an NES that was unbelievable.
So good.
Unbelievable.
I have it right here. Look, it's on my shelf. It's called Bloodstained
Ritual of the Night.
Ritual of the Night.
No, it was like a spin-off of it. It was because Bloodstained is the 3D one side scroller, but they did one that has like NES pixel art and is unbelievable.
Right here. Bloodstained, Curse of the Moon.
Curse of the Moon.
I got it in this nice Konami box.
Unbelievable game.
Dude. Part 1 and 2, unbelievable.
Yep.
They're dirt cheap, but all 3 Bloodstained games, badass. But that wasn't done by Konami.
Yeah, that
was done by Iga, who left Konami and formed that studio.
Charles of Elwood, new member. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Also, shout out again to the Gothic. I forgot to click it. He gifted 20 members earlier, so thank you for that as well. Super Christian, Me World. You have earned my respect after that debate, bro. I think he was talking to me in the debate with He Who Shall Not Be Named. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know what I actually said. I kind of just ate popcorn and enjoyed the show, but thank you. Wing to Van. How about Mario Wonder 2, or is it still years away? In my opinion, I think 3D Mario is coming relatively soon, like in the next year or two max. So I think that they will space out like a Wonder 2, or I'm going to be honest, I kind of don't really want them to do a Wonder 2. I sort of want them to go like a unique direction every time, like they used to do back in the day.
Yeah. I have a feeling they'll probably do that.
Yep, I agree, and I think we'd be more likely to see a Mario Maker 3 with mouse mode and maybe some Wonder mechanics than a Wonder 2. To be
that could be a 40th anniversary title, Super Mario Maker 3.
Absolutely.
Or maybe. So I do think we're gonna get like if just in general a side-scrolling Mario, yeah, we'll get another one this gen. I think it'll be a little bit later.
I still wouldn't rule out Nintendo Switch 2 version of Mario Wonder with DLC.
Sure. I don't know what this says. Can anyone read Japanese?
No.
I can't either. Thanks, Karkun, though. I appreciate you. Karkun likes to fuck with me. And then Karkun comes in and says the first game you'll play is the Welcome Tour package. There you go.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's probably the first one I'll boot up on the launch day because it's what should be the packing game.
Yeah.
So it feels like the first thing I should play. Is it Nobunaga? That's what you put. Yeah, because I butcher saying it all the time. All right. Well, that is all the super chats. Thank you guys so much for that support in the show. Let's go ahead and go around the room so that people know what's going on. Eric, what's up, buddy?
We have Demonic Brawler with the NFL Blitz.
There was, and I accidentally clicked it off.
Oh, fair enough.
Demonic Brawler did do the NFL Blitz and NBA Jam.
Yeah.
I just, for some reason, accidentally clicked the star and
Way to go.
went away. Don't worry, Demonic Brawler. We got you, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for keeping the tradition alive. All right, let's go around the room and let people know what we got going on, where they can find us. Let's start with our final guest that's left. There was 3, and now there's 1. The Beach.
The Highlander.
All right, so is this just a plug for the channel?
Yep.
Pretty much.
Absolutely. Plug it up.
Well, I'll be doing a lot of Nintendo Switch 2 content. I plan on doing a video comparing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe to Mario Kart World. I'm still doing coverage of the Nintendo Switch 2 experience, so make sure to subscribe for that. And if you love all things Nintendo, reviews that don't hold anything back and just unhinged fun, make sure to subscribe to my channel.
Unhinged
and thank you to Nintendo Prime for having me on. I think this has been the longest time I've ever streamed throughout my entire career being a YouTuber. I think the only time it's ever come close is when I was trying to beat the Pit of Trials in Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. I did it though. But this has been a lot of fun, and I'm so glad that, I mean, just be a man. Stay here. Sleep is for the weak.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's how I feel.
I'd say that this is my longest. I've done 12+ hour streams.
Yep.
And so this is nothing. This is like a normal, well, a little bit longer than normal, but we knew it was going to be long with the tier. The tier lists always take a long time.
It's just new to me, that's all.
Yeah, Gamebird.
Well, first off, shout out to Dimitri, man. It is a long show tonight, so definitely appreciate you sticking around for the whole thing and having fun with all of us. Had a lot of fun tonight, despite some of everyone's poor choices in the ranking system. But no, you guys can find me over at Gamebird Classic here on YouTube. You can also find me on Twitter at _Birdmaster. I've been a busy bird, as I said at the beginning of the show, and Dimitri mentioned unhinged fun. If you guys are looking for some unhinged fun, check out my channel. More specifically, be sure to tune in to the podcast on launch day, because you'll surely be in for some unhinged fun. I can assure you.
That's what I like to hear.
Well, I'm excited. I was gonna say I'm scared, but I'm gonna be honest. I'm not. I'm
yeah.
I've seen a brief teaser, guys, and that teaser has already been repeated on my computer like a dozen times since.
Yes,
can't help it. It's so fucking good. And I'm like, this isn't even the final product. This is just like, we didn't even really get into anything with it. It's like it's literally a tease.
And that tease that you have is it's different now. There is a new version of that.
That's why I'm like, yeah, that tease isn't even the real thing. But I have it for nostalgia purposes, baby.
Oh, yeah.
The Spice Lord, what's up, buddy?
Not much.
You find them where?
Here and on our Clips channel.
There you go. Then we have the Stash Man.
Yeah, so I have a ton of content planned. If you guys haven't checked it out already, check out my Switch 2 launch guide. Just posted that yesterday. And in the launch guide, I kind of go over all my details about what I'm going to be doing as far as Switch 2 content. But I have impressions that I'm doing on a lot of games. I have a lot of games already either pre-ordered physically, digitally, or on the way. But there's going to be a ton. I'm probably going to be working 16, 18-hour days.
Yeah.
So stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Check out my channel. There's going to be a lot. Thunderstash Gaming. You guys know where to find me.
All right. I have a lot coming up. I've thought about making a switch to sort of like what I'm going to do, but you know what? I have so much news to cover every day. There's just no time to squeeze it in. So I'll just tell you guys what the kind of plans are coming up here for this next week. The rest of this week's normal, right? We just do our streams, we do our videos. Next week though is different because on Monday we're giving away a Switch 2 during our Q&A live stream. It's being given away at the end of the stream, so you don't actually have to be there for the whole stream, but you do have to be there at the end. You got to be there live to win. And then so that's one special thing next week. And then on the 4th, I will be going out to GameStop to their event that they're starting at 3 p.m. And likely live streaming most of it. There's some rain possibility that day, so I got to be kind of careful how I set it up. But looking to be live streaming a bunch of stuff out there for all the way up to launch till I get the system. There will be an unboxing video going up on the 5th, and then an 8-hour special live stream for launch, which is wild, right? Absolutely fucking wild. Where I'm basically gonna be the Switch will already be set up. You guys, the audience, will be super chatting and letting me know what the fuck you want to see, what you want me to do. You're basically gonna control the stream.
I would have one suggestion for the next Nintenbyte podcast. You should have that lady from the Nintendo Switch 2 experience a part of it.
It's the same lady. Demeech sent me the picture of her. I just confirmed it's the same lady. Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh my gosh!
So well, hey, at least I know it wasn't just me and it wasn't just you.
Right? Yeah,
it's her. It's her. It's not me. It's you.
And speaking of the podcast, I've moved the podcast from Wednesday to Thursday next week. So that is also happening literally the same day I did the 8-hour live stream. So that's fun. Potentially 13 hours of live streaming that day. And then the very next day, I will have a first impressions video out. And then I'm streaming Summer GameFest. And then who the hell knows? Guys, it's wild. There's so much going on. I'm going to leave it at that. I could keep going. There's so many more stuff planned for that weekend and beyond. So let's just say it's busy around here. And that's a good thing. This is the good kind of busy. But I'm not going to lie. If I must say, I'm not looking forward to like just one day of maybe just that's normal. Like I can't say a day off. I don't really have days off. But I can say like where I work a lot less. And I maybe don't stream that day. Like it would be nice to take a streaming night off and maybe just like get the quick news video out and be done. Because man, I'm gonna be I'm already exhausted, and we haven't even got to like guys. I don't think you understand. Like the unboxing video is being shot after the midnight pickup, so I'm not even going to bed. I'm shooting a video and editing it, then going to bed, then waking up like 5 hours later to do an 8-hour live stream. And
where's
then
the Red Bull when you need it?
Come back and do the damn podcast, which I love the podcast, but. Yeah, and then that night I still don't even get to go to bed because then I got to stay up and do the first impressions video. So
yeah,
it's gonna be rough. But you know what? That's why Red Bull needs to reach out and sponsor me because I'm gonna need the Red Bull for those 48 hours, 72 hours, really. Shit, because of Summer GameFest. All right,
I'm getting a B12 shot on Tuesday.
Yeah.
I get one every 2 weeks, but I'm going to get it next Tuesday.
Yeah.
And again, just in an effort to make sure my body's ready. It's going to have to be, bro.
Yeah. I'm going for a 1 hour massage.
Get right.
Sure. I'm in good order.
Nice.
I recommend you all do the same.
Yeah, you fucker. God damn it. I don't even have time to go to massage. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you same time next week. But different day.
Different day.
Yep.
All right.
Howdy ho, lads.